north. I spent some time there in Russia and in Alaska, and always loved their diets. So when I worked in Alaska in emergency room and did some other travels in Arctic Alaska, and they eat a lot of fat. And traditionally, for context, more than half of all calories in my diet came from blubber, marine mammal fat, or also fat from fish, fat from ducks, and other birds that go up there to bathe in summer. So things like raw whale blubber was especially interesting for me and very exciting. I had some beluga whale chowder, things like that. It's just all these very unusual dishes. There's a dish called Mickey Yuck, which is whale meat fermented in whale blood, which is quite delicious, actually.
So is it cooked? Is it eaten raw? How do they like their fat, like in say up north in Russia?
So they often eat it raw. So the raw whale blubber is called mafta, and it's often just sliced thin, and it's sort of cold but not frozen. And often when they eat it, and they slice it thin, and a lot of people assume it would be very chewy, but it's not that chewy. It's quite pleasant, actually. It has this kind of sea smell to it as you're eating it. I quite like it.
And what's the culinary culture like? Meaning, is it just a source of energy, or is it art?
Well, there's, traditionally there's not a lot of cooking in the Arctic. A lot of things are eaten raw, partly because there's not a lot of fuel for making fires. So they will, some of the big rivers in Russia, for instance, that flow north, they will bring trees, dead trees and logs up to the north, and they can get some wood that way. And same thing in some of the rivers kind of flowing northward from the Brooks Range in Alaska. You do get some trees, but just not enough to really produce a culinary art that requires cooking heat. They do have traditionally blubber lamps, where the blubbers of seals and whales are used to create a little flame. Often that's for light and for a little bit of heat, and less for cooking. But eating things raw is definitely a huge part of the culture there. While I went on a whale hunting trip out on the spring ice in the Arctic Ocean by Barrow, Alaska, and two of the guys, the Inupiat guys who had invited me, were kind of talking about how eating things raw is sort of the most essential characteristic of your culture. And the one guy who's half white, half Inupiat said people often doubt his ethnicity because he looks like a white guy. So he'll, bite the head off of a raw bird to show them that he's truly Inupiat.
That's how you prove you're legit. Look at an Instagram pic. As a doctor, I was used to knowing that as the most maligned law-abiding part, the culprit of the obesity epidemic. But in Arctic Alaska, that is always meant health and survival. In fact, the entire story of life in the Arctic, especially human life, is basically a tale of path. And the Barrow, Alaska, a lawn covered with whale blubber, still equivalent of plush green lawn in temperatures suburbia, smelling its own pride, and that's what we're looking at, is a lawn full of whale blubber. Beautiful. So this is, there's a lot of calories, this could feed a lot of people, a lot of energy, a lot of water.
Absolutely. And it's terrific. This was like I was a kid in a candy store, basically, around in the corner of Barrow. So when people do get a whale during the spring whaling season, they raise a flag, or the whaling captain raises a flag over his house, and every town is welcome to come try some. And so before I went inside to try some, I was kind of playing around with blubber, and I saw the bowhead whale. I saw its heart, which was huge, like the size of a yoga ball. And that was really just like, I spent probably 45 minutes just looking at all aspects of it. The stump of aorta that was attached to it was the size of my thigh. That was really fascinating.
It's similar Alaska and northern mushrooms. Where were you? I think you have some tips from that time. Why did you move to Russia?
So I spent a lot of time kind of Western Russia as well, but I did take 2 trips to Kamchatka, including northern Kamchatka. I didn't go far enough, I didn't go to Chukotka, for instance, until more recently when I was northern Kamchatka, where it's more like Koryak rather than indigenous people. They do a lot of seal hunting, so I have a lot of seal blubber, but I don't believe they do any whale hunting quite there. But the Chukchi, in a way, are sort of, similar to the Nubia in their diet and their life ways. Of course, everyone's diet, all these people's diet has changed dramatically in the last 100 years, as it has for actually every modern societies. But for them, perhaps more than anyone else's, their diet was the most extreme, I think, of any human culture.
Just to stay the wild travel, I should say using the travel, but it really you were a doctor. First off, can you just comment on the decision to go to such places and to help people to be a doctor there? What was the motivation? What was the thinking?
Well, I think I got the travel bug before I ever went to medical school and even wanted to be a doctor. So right after college, I kind of wasn't very into college, didn't enjoy things, kind of wanted to get out there and see the world, get out of New York City where I was at NYU. The first thing I did after finishing college was I was invited to be an intern at a research center in Petersburg, Russia. I spent 6 months there on the first trip and went back 4 more times to Russia, traveled all over, including to Kamchatka twice, and other parts of the country I've never heard of, cities like Petrozavodsk and Syktyvkar and Pskov. I didn't even know the word could start with PSK, like the city of Pskov, but it can. And I was sort of fascinated. I was actually studying the international environment and movement and how it came to Russia after the fall of the Soviet Union, how organizations like Greenpeace and World Wildlife Fund and the World Bank are trying to kind of push the timber industry, which is huge in Russia, toward a more sustainable path. So I was sort of evaluating how is it working, if not, why not? And that seems like such a little niche, such a small detail society, but in a way, researching that in depth was almost this window into the entire country and the history of the place that you talked about. The language traveled all over the country, got to know the food, the history, literature, just an immersive and amazing life-changing experience that made me want to see every spot on the globe, basically learn about it. So I took that desire with me to medical school. I decided that I would go to medical school, and from the very beginning, I was intent on traveling. So a lot of my career has been fashioned so that I've been practicing medicine in a place with an interesting geographic context, an interesting place with an interesting cultural context. And that just makes it more interesting, I feel. Not only are medical services often more needed in these remote rural parts of the country and world, so I feel like I'm, taking my knowledge and education experience to places where it's needed. But also for me, it's just such an enlightening experience. The way culture, history, geography, climate affects medical disease, but just getting to know people, getting to know their culture, being a very useful traveler by, providing medical services in that place. And that's taken me to Arctic Alaska, to Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. I currently work in a few different parts of Pennsylvania, Appalachia, which, for me is a unique geography and culture that I didn't grow up with, wasn't familiar with. So in some ways, it's exotic for me as well. I worked in other places like Calcutta, India, and Nepal. I think my love of travel has shaped my medical career, and being a doctor does give you these opportunities to go to places and travel in a unique way, through the medical profession.
There's a documentary, Happy People in the Taiga, or something like that. I think Herzog voices it. It tells the story of a sick woman that survived in the taiga, and I think they're trapping food, and there's an alcoholism problem too as well. There's like a very basic life of survival, of loneliness and desperation, but also there's, I think, the underlying claim of the documentary is that simple life actually has a kind of simple happiness to it. That's the main topic. Can you speak to the life that people live in in most places, or it may be simpler than you would in sort of big city life.
It's definitely very different for sure. I guess I found like in some of the remote villages of Kamchatka, I was actually surprised how similar they were in that, there was I saw the same family strife, the same fights, the same kind of caring relation, bickering, politics, and in a way, from the New Jersey suburbs and the city, being in this remote, village in northern Kamchatka. I remember writing an email to my friend about how just it seemed so similar, even though on the surface it was this exotic other world. That incredible material know-how they must have to get their food from the land. That the number of animal species, plant species, the behaviors of animals, seasons, how to live that way. In a way, it's more complicated in a way that I find fascinating. How people live on the land and the knowledge and experience it takes to do it well and survive. Obviously, other aspects of modern life in a city are much more complicated than they would be there. But I guess that was something that struck me too. That it's simpler in some ways, but more complicated in other ways.
Some of the complexity that happens in life is originating from humans, not from the technology and all that kind of stuff around us.
You can take the human rhythm and turn it into, but there's still human.
Fill the empty space with the human complexities. Are there people that just stand out, memorable people, memorable experiences from those places? Some people that maybe made you smile, made you cry, change who you are as a man, change who you are as a doctor. Anything jumps to mind?
I think, when it was interesting when I was in Russia, I found that most of the people I hung out with were old women. I'm not sure why. I mean, I didn't meet a lot of old men in Russia, which might speak to kind of life expectancy there for men in particular. But I found women, older Russian women, including, Russian from St. Petersburg, or some of the elderly women in Kamchatka who were, some were Koryak, some were half Koryak, half Russian, some were Chukchi. I just found them to be so enlightening the way they talked about history, about people, so insightful about humanity. All they've lived through in the last 50 years in some of these parts of Russia, like the upheaval, societal upheaval, construction, the building up. It's just something I could not even imagine. And I think their insights were just there. I'm not thinking of anything in particular, but I just remember I could listen to some of these elderly women talk about their lives for hours and hours. I remember there was this elderly blind Koryak woman who you would have thought was the most country bumpkin of country bumpkin, and she couldn't stop talking about how much she loved reading Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, which might also speak to the Soviet education system. And it was just sort of surprising and fascinating, just those stories and perspectives on paper.
Yeah, with Flower Street. There's a wisdom, there's a kindness. I mean, I suppose that's true for older people in general. There's something about it's not just Russia, it's Eastern Europe. It's like this kind of look of wisdom, and not just like sort of middle class wisdom or something like that. It's like I have seen some shit before. I've seen it all. And on the other side, I've left here with a pragmatism and a compassion, but also the ability to cook. there's just this balance of deep intelligence and deep kindness. Yeah, much of who I am is because of the relationship I had with my grandmother, who was a Russian Ukrainian born Russian grandmother. Did you learn the Russian language?
I did. It's quite rusty at this point, but I did one of these wonderful elderly Russians in St. Petersburg sort of adopted me. I think that was another thing that a lot of these elderly women on every side of the country kind of adopted me or saw me as this real curiosity. It's sort of just not. I mean, this was around 2010, 2002, 2003, it just wasn't common for this sort of strange American to suddenly show up in the middle of Kamchatka or even St. Petersburg, and just absolutely ravenously curious about everything they had to say. So I often got adopted, and one of them taught me Russian and how to ride a horse. So it's same fathers could talk about those things.
And like you said, also, I should mention that there was something about the Soviet education system where everybody reads Dostoevsky, except for like, no matter where life is taken, no matter where you come from, the literature, the mathematics, the sciences, they're all extremely well educated, and that creates a fascinating populace.
Oh,
Like, and you take that education,
why don't you ever go up the stairs?
early education, and throw a bunch of hardship.
Why don't you ever go up
And
the
then
stairs?
you kind of cook in that hardship and come out really
You
fast.
can't go up the stairs?
It makes me surprised, sort of, for instance, like
Yeah,
Russian
sniping
medical
from
science is not, doesn't, you don't see a lot of sort of studies, medical studies, advanced medical science come out of Russia. Just sort of, I'm
Yeah.
surprised. I wish I
Brave
would,
soul.
I visited Akademgorodok outside Novosibirsk, which is an entire city the Soviets created just for the study of science. It's like, there's the geology building, there's the biology building, there's the chemistry building. I just feel like Russia has this potential to be a science powerhouse, even in the medical science. I don't see it. I'm not sure why.
Let's just go up the stairs one time.
Certainly
There you
guess as
go.
to why. And then I see the same thing in other sciences operating computer science,
Okay.
engineering fields. I kind of long held this desire in like a couple of years because a bunch of people me from the events in Washington State, did lectures there to sort of connect. Why so little science? Why so little that we hear about? And it feels like we should be able to bridge the scientific community. Like in science, let's even say, even in turmoil, geopolitics, even in global conflict, I feel like science should be bigger than that. But why do we not hear from the scientists is because of the limitations on human freedoms and scientific freedoms. I
There
feel
you
like
go.
China, in Russia, in any
There you
regime
go.
of its sort,
Headshots.
you should give freedom to scientists to
We
flourish
shoot.
and to interact with others and to only grow from that. We should suppress that. And the sort of Cold War ideas. As somebody who spent time in Russia, as somebody who learned Russian, do you have some thoughts that you want to say about the war in Ukraine?
It's tragic, of course.
You're the sniper rifle.
Extremely pointless to watch.
You're the
this
sniper
stuff.
rifle.
I guess it's, when you read Russian history and Ukrainian history, I guess it just sort of, destruction is a big part of it. The
You're the sniper
populace being
rifle from
beaten
the higher
down is a
part
big
of
part of it, the Mongolian hordes.
Hey,
Soviet.
you said you were going to play Red Dead Redemption 2.
It's just in science, in particular medical science, it feels like this sort of unrealized potential. The culture is so beautiful, people are so smart.
I think the word unrealized potential is kind of how I feel. That's why I wanted to celebrate that part of the world, because there's so many beautiful people, so many good people. And I just happen to learn the language, so I'm able to appreciate the beauty of those people. I'm sure the same is true in China. I'm sure that's one of the things that makes me sad is there's all these cultures that I don't know about. I can't fully appreciate their brilliance. Even Japan, places like that, there's channels of communication wide open and there's a lot of interaction, but still not knowing the language of this culture or Portuguese, looking at South America and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, in Russia, there's certainly is that unrealized potential. Ukraine, so many brilliant scientists, engineers came from Ukraine. And I hope they get the footage soon. And I hope that this I hope we stop this war. It's all war stuff. Is there something you can comment about the biology of war? Um, is there echoes of the emergency room experience? Have you dealt with, with patients that have been touched by wartime?
Definitely, war and medicine has a very intricate and complex relationship. I don't know if it was Walt Whitman who said it, though he was a nurse during the Civil War, that war is the best medical school. But some people have said that. And, even advancements in medicine are come from war. The wars in Iraq and Afghanistan have, in some ways, really revolutionized certain aspects of the way we treat trauma patients in the civilian world as well. The importance of tourniquets, the importance of transfusing whole blood instead of, red blood cells isolated from serum platelets, etc. The importance of pain control in the battlefield, that's changed dramatically. Everything from ketamine injections to fentanyl lollipops in the battlefield. So war has really, in another way, the Department of Defense spends a lot of money on medical research and kind of really pushes the envelope. DARPA is one aspect of the military budget that really funds these moonshot experiments that are really fascinating to really push the frontiers more than seemingly most, universities doing doctors and researchers doing research. So in a way, the space program, which sort of was military initially and became civilian under NASA, also led to a lot of advances in understanding of health, on Earth and in space. So the military is, overall in general, is a huge way that medicine advances. Not to mention the epidemics that come. My grandmother was from what's today Moldova, or what was then Romania. She got typhus during World War II. So there's typhus outbreaks, there's cholera outbreaks, all these, even infectious disease things can advance in war, which you wouldn't expect. You expect sort of trauma to be the sort of main problem, but actually infection is a huge problem throughout history. So we can learn a lot of this kind of horrific natural experiments in medical care.
Yeah, and I've recently been reading about some of the horrific medical experiments performed by Nazi scientists in Nazi Germany. I'll talk about it another time, perhaps, but nothing reveals the honesty of human biology. Just to stay on your wild journeys a little bit more, you have a tweet about Shackleton saying, here's a photo of Shackleton's medical kit from his storied expedition to Antarctica in the 1910s. Some pair of gloves for pain, some laxatives. Only the essentials. Would you put laxatives in the essentials? Anyway, sorry to interrupt. When I worked as a ship doctor in Antarctica in 2018, I had a huge cabinet full of meds and even EKG machines. So if you can comment sort of on that contrast, as far as your own journey, how harsh was it, how different was it, and given that context, when you think about how hard Shackleton's journey.
I think the difference is unimaginably stark. And one thing I do want to point out is that they used some laxatives early in the 20th century. Before that, they were used for a surprising number of ailments where they probably did not help at all. But I think that was a holdover from sort of the old theory of medicine, the humoral theory, where you have to balance the fluids in the body. So causing people to vomit, causing them to have diarrhea, or purposely taking blood out of them in bloodletting was a big part. I think that crazy use of laxatives was maybe a holdover from that time. But that being said, they were probably not eating very high fiber food. That expensive. There's a lot of seal, penguin and seal meat being eaten between super high fiber. So I don't want to discount the importance of laxatives in that setting.
But that wouldn't be the essential thing. You're thinking of a tiny kit that has only the essentials. Pain, yes. Laxatives, maybe not.
I think the medical kit possibilities were much narrower back then. This was before antibiotics, before I think germ theory might have been it was known, but there wasn't much to do about it. So the availability of medicines, I mean, that's something that exploded over the course of the 20th century. So what I can put in a backpack today, the modern medications, whether injectable or to be taken orally, is just many orders of magnitude greater than what they had back then. So when I went, my expedition was nothing like Shackleton's. I was on a huge cruise ship with 160 Japanese passengers who came with their own translators, and as I said, I had cabinets, not just one, many cabinets full of medications, both injectable, some patches, some pills. I was very impressed actually with what was available there, and I didn't have to use a lot of it, thankfully, though I could use some of it. But and I slept in, I got free room and board on the ship. So every southern summer, cruise ships go take people to Antarctica, the southern Atlantic islands like Falklands and other parts of South Pacific. And then in the northern summer, the same kind of cruise ship explosion happens, going to Greenland and Iceland, Svalbard, Franz Josef, other parts of the North Alaska. So, and every ship needs a doctor. So it's a great opportunity. They want specifically ER doctors, to deal with emergencies. But you're really working in the middle of nowhere, and all you have is the medications there on the ship and the supplies and your knowledge and experience. And so it's a very different experience than working in a high-tech modern hospital with every bit of technology and every subspecialist consultant available. But I sort of like that challenge. I mean, I like going to the ends of the earth. It's beautiful, it's exciting, it's fascinating. Practicing medicine in those things is extra challenging and really makes you hone some of your skills, which is part of the reason I sought them out.
Do you see echoes of some of that same effort? I've gotten a chance to interact with astronauts and those kinds of folks working on space missions. Do you see some of those same echoes of challenging efforts going out into space, maybe landing on Mars, and maybe beginning to build a small colony on Mars?
Yeah, I think the healthcare that is needed will be a big part of that. Obviously, we're probably going to send a lot of quite healthy people, but there's a lot of medical decisions to make about people, what should be expected. To some extent, I've had a lot of doctors say, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe you work in the middle of nowhere. What do you do if someone gets a brain bleed, like falls, gets their head, needs neurosurgery?" I mean, the obvious answer is they die. With things when you're in the middle of Antarctica, things kill you that wouldn't if you're inside a university hospital that's fully equipped to help with every problem that arises. Mars takes that to the craziest, obviously. I know that even going to Antarctica, different countries have had different strategies. I believe Australia used to kind of just in anticipation remove people's gallbladders just so that it wouldn't get inflamed, because that is a very common medical emergency. So they would just remove it beforehand, even though it's not disease at all, just so that while they're stuck in Antarctica over the winter, for instance, that wouldn't be a problem. There's many other issues that can arise. But those are some decisions to make. Maybe the people who go to Mars should have their appendix removed, or gallbladder removed. Maybe they should have a cardiac cath to see if it, just to know the chances of getting a heart attack there, though it's not always predictive. It's hard to predict who's going to get a heart attack, but maybe with all the data around it better. So that would be a huge part, people, the few pioneers in the Mars colony, things like that.
Just based on, would you go? You've gone to some harsh conditions to be a doctor. Would you go to Mars to be a doctor?
It would definitely be amazing. I think because I have a wife and two small children, probably not to encourage at this point. But
you humans, with your human attachments and death. If you just put more priority on the death than the sex, then people would be better off. No.
I would love to go to Mars. And actually, I practice high altitude medicine in Nepal. Space medicine is sort of an extension of that. The air is just much the higher the mountains. The things that happen in human physiology are very bizarre and strange and still not well explained by science. And in space, it's like a crazy extension of high altitude.
If I could just return to, you didn't really, I think you mentioned a little bit about the food you had. Just if you can high level say, what is the greatest meal you've ever had? So your last meal, let's go. one more meal, I get to murder you after this. This is your last day. We get to spend it together. Where in the world would you go? Where would you
I would say the most delicious thing is bone marrow, and I would love a full meal of bone marrow for my last dish. I did on my birthday in 2002 eat a kilogram and a half of crab meat in Kamchatka, and that was also amazingly delicious. The king crab they have there is incredible, but I would go with bone marrow, which is I think just one of those delicious foods. It's sort of this weird body part. And it's basically all your stem cells, not all of them, but the stem cells that produce all your blood cells. So they are spitting out billions of white blood cells, red blood cells, and platelets every day. There's a bunch of fat in there as well. Um, Places the body stores fat. And so you basically add heat, and that's all. It's like the perfect food. You add heat, the fat for frying stem cells is already there. There's naturally a bone vessel to contain it all. Probably add some flavor too, like the perfect food.
does it matter which animal?
Prefer a larger animal, so
No, I actually like it. I actually really like it.
right, just sucking it out of the bone. Yes, I'm known for leaving absolutely nothing edible on a plate except the bone itself.
There's one other human I know that like members versus you do, and that's Joe Rogan. So it's unnatural to much that in there.
I understand why.
I love the steak. You know what? Let me argue with you because remember, it could be an acquired taste, but there's just too much. It's like too much with too little work for it. Like it's as if you gave me lobster meat without the lobster to have it for lobster.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like I'm spoiling myself. It's very fatty. I don't know. Maybe I want to work for something like this.
Well, if you start from the whole animal, you do have to work to get it. Right? A lot of animals have the teeth and the jaw muscles to chomp through bone. We do not. So, when you buy it from the store, it's already sawed up. But I've definitely gotten marrow out of deer bones, with a hatchet, just chop off the fat end and start splitting it out.
Oh, maybe I'll revisit it. That's fascinating. And where, in which place in the world? Is there something about who cooks it, who you eat it with? You're not allowed to cook it. So, like, which place in the world, rural or in the city, those kinds of things. You've been to so many fascinating places.
I would say Antarctica. I would say is one of the most picturesque places I've ever been. I really did not anticipate. I didn't know how mountainous it was, and I guess I knew there'd be ice, but just I didn't know how much ice. It's ice and mountains, just overwhelming. It just as kind of overwhelming going around and seeing you, it's sort of not a feast for your eyes. Um, and just ice in general is amazing. Like the icebergs floating around is just like the different shapes, the sizes are incredible. There's actually I believe it's a U.S. Navy website that tracks the largest icebergs, and you can read about each of them and how big they are. The formations you see. It's similar up near Greenland, though I have not been to Greenland. Just ice in general is just amazing. It's like look at its different forms while we forever until
Yeah, and afterwards we go back to the death and sex. What is it about the ice? Is it sort of the element of nature? Just reminds you that it's going to be there before you and after, and then you get to partake in the eating of the thing you need for maintaining your temporary biological organisms.
yeah, I think it's a few things. One is just the shapes that you see, wave action, just eating away at these pieces of ice. You get these arches and just these shapes. I mean, it's just like, wow, the geometry alone is amazing. I studied math as an undergrad, and I've always appreciated geometry. And just the shapes alone are just look like brilliant works of art. And just obviously no two are ever the same. Not to mention, a lot of them are this unearthly blue color that is just really startling and fascinating. The same color of glaciers. in various parts of the world. That blue color is just really amazing. And I also just love how it's sort of this constant shedding from the Antarctic continent for freezing. It's this constant process of snowfall and pushing the glaciers further out to sea and breaking loose. Obviously, it seems to be happening faster these days, but it's sort of this constant shedding. And sort of, I always like thinking about how the body has something similar. We're constantly shedding and renewing, rebuilding everything. And so ice is sort of this constant similar process.
Yeah, I did not know you were a math undergrad. So that, you're just keep getting more fascinated. Can you maybe take a small step into that direction? What do you find beautiful about mathematics? Why did you journey into that part of the world?
I like math. I especially like college math. I did some calculus in high school. When I got to college math, I was amazed that there were no more numbers. The digits disappeared. It was just variables, concepts. There was almost no more numbers at all. It was like this totally abstract, kind of way of thinking. But that sort of reflects the natural world. It teaches you about the natural world. So it's sort of this perfect, platonic ideal perhaps of the natural world. That can still sort of help explain what happens in the natural world. But just these concepts are so abstract from life and from the natural world. I was actually getting interested in the natural world at the same time when I was in at NYU studying math. I took a tour of Central Park. I was pointing the guy Steve Brill was pointing out these wild edible plants. I was learning to identify the first plants and what's edible, what's not. That was totally fascinating and sort of this thing I felt like was connected to nature and it was balanced with this utterly abstract science or utterly abstract lessons I was getting in math class where I was thinking through series, as we approach infinity, what happens? Concepts of like rings and abstract algebra. I don't know. It was just this dichotomy that I enjoyed the program.
Yeah, the concepts, but so different. This kind of logical, rigorous view of the world and the world of biology. Why the big? How did that feel to take the leap into the biological, the mushy mess of the human body, or the mathematical, which is all very clean?
Right. It does feel like a big step. I think there's more connection than you think. We talked about symmetry of the body earlier. That is a real thing. Fluid dynamics, how our various bodily fluids flow and what makes them not flow as well and what makes them feel better. All these different aspects of science go into the body. Everything from hard bone to softer kind of flesh to liquids of various consistencies. A lot of science does and math does teach you about kind of how the body works, how it can work better, what happens in certain disease states.
Yeah, I suppose there's a connection. There's also kind of sort of computational biology, these computational equivalents of each of the disciplines, which are becoming more and more fascinating. All the work that deep mind is doing, the work of genetics, all that kind of stuff, simulating different parts of the body, and trying to do intuition, understanding of it. That to me is super fascinating, but sometimes it does feel like a oversimplification of the way the body really does it, because the body is an incredibly weird, complex system. And it finds a way. The adaptability, the resilience, the redundancy that's built in, it's weird. It's incredibly powerful. It's so unlike our computer-based systems we built, this engineering, software engineering world, which kind of starts to make you think, how can we engineer computer systems in a different way that make them more resilient to the real world? That's sort of a robotics question. What do you think about that? What does it take to build a humanoid robot, or a robot that is resilient as the human body? How difficult do you think is that problem? Having studied the human body, how hard is the engineering problem? Building systems like that guy over there, the legged guy that's as resilient as the human body to the harsh conditions of the real world.
very hard to get gotten there yet. I think we could probably learn lessons from people who are trying to grow artificial organs in the lab to eventually, transplant into people, which would solve the huge problem of needing to get converted from others and, the rejection of putting foreign material inside the body. Your immune system tends not to like that. Um, that has advanced a lot recently. I think some advances actually have been where we pay a lot of attention to stem cells, stem cells, stem cells. We can grow whatever we want out of stem cells, but now there's sort of a recognition that what we call the extracellular matrix, which is sort of the foundation of the body, the thing that holds all the cells into their proper shape and keeps them where they should be. That is actually crucial, and there's probably a lot of signaling that goes on. If you stick a stem cell on the right extracellular matrix, it will turn into the kind of cell that you want to take the right shape and position and start functioning. I think that's been a huge advance, knowing that it's not just these celebrity stem cells that are the answer. It's this kind of part in the background, is sort of just like laying the foundation, the system that we put these cells onto. And we're not there yet, but there's definitely a lot happening, a lot of research happening. I think there'll be some advances soon.
So now the topic of interaction of computational systems with biology. So if you look at a company like Neuralink, or the whole effort to break computer interfaces, now there's a neurosurgery component there. We have to connect electrical systems with biological systems. So just even the implanting is difficult. So the communication is difficult. But what would you say, from what you know about the brain, what you know about the human body, and all the beautiful benefits there, how difficult is the effort of Neuralink? Do you think it's feasible?
I think it's definitely feasible. I think that we need to probably know more than we do, and know how to connect it in healthy ways. I think that some advances, for instance, much less sexy, but really already impacting medical care is something called deep brain stimulation, which is often affected others where neurosurgeons implant this device that electrically stimulates the part of the brain that is not functioning with Parkinson's disease. And it's quite dramatic how effective it works. And I remember as a med student watching a neurologist literally turn the electricity up on this handheld thing, and you could see the person's Parkinson's tremor go away. And you could see them start to walk in a more steady fashion. And I know there's actually studies, or there may be studies in the future studying the same deep brain stimulation for everything from eating disorders to severe OCD, like paralyzing OCD, not just. But so I think the potential is there, but I guess connecting the brain in a microscopic way, in sort of a multifaceted way, there needs to be sort of million connections or some very high number of connections for them to work fluidly, as far as I know.
First of all, I believe and I trust in the adaptability of the biological system to go through crazy stuff to try to shove in there. So it's going to potentially reject things, but it's also going to, if it doesn't reject things, adapt. And if it can create computational systems that also adapt, AI systems that adapt, and kind of both of them reach towards each other and figure stuff out. But actually, our current AI systems are not very adaptable to the wild, in the wild way that biology is adaptable to anything. And if we can build AI systems like that, I feel like there's some interesting things to do. But of course, through ethics, there's real human lives at stake. And there, you can't quite experiment. You have to have things that work. Maybe simulation can help, but reality is the dangerous playground to play on. You tweeted that quote, if you look back far enough into every doctor today will look like a COVID. First of all, that's humble to think about it. We don't know what we're doing. We're great. There's been so much progress that we kind of have this confidence that we figure it all out. If you look at history and you read how people thought, there's so many moments in history where people really thought that they figured it all out. It's almost like There's nothing else left to do at every stage in history. And then you realize, no, progress often happens eventually. And at every moment, you continue to think you figured it all out. But you're being honest, you're being humble, you realize you're just shrouded in history. So what do we make of this? Like, how should we feel? How should you feel as a doctor? How should we feel as scientific explorers of the human body? The fact that we're probably going to be wrong about everything.
Right. There's a saying actually. By the time you finish med school, half of what you learned is wrong, which is quite illustrative and becoming more true as time goes on. There's so much medical research going on, so much learning, which is wonderful in a way. But in some ways, we still learn these concepts, from the past. I know when you take a test as a medical student, sometimes they want to ask you, they want you to give the old answer, but the new answer is be some science, but to give the old answer. That's not correct. Get the question right on the test. That happens actually quite a bit because things change so quickly. When I look back at doctors from centuries past, it's absurd what they were doing to their patients. Probably for most of human history, they were doing more harm than good. They're draining people of their blood. That was, bloodletting was a huge part of medical care. George Washington died of a peritonsillar abscess, an abscess right next to the tonsil, which has the great name of quinsy, and they bled him to death. Adding insult to injury. Doctors are vicious and do a lot of harm. Intentionally. Even medical errors are still a huge problem, causing death and morbidity. So we do a lot of things that are not great. But, our knowledge, it's very imperfect at this point. I do have some confidence. I guess perfect scientific studies that try to get at the reality of the universe are essential. Because when I think of why a certain medication works for a certain condition, it might make perfect sense in my head. Knowing the biology, the biochemistry, the anatomy, it makes perfect sense. It must work. I gave it to the patient, they got better, and that's happened 20 times that last year. But it's, I'm wrong. Like when you actually do a study, it actually doesn't help. Maybe it hurts. And that's really, I think, the way we explain medications working in our minds is often wrong. We end up finding the study. And some of the most interesting experiments involve what we call sham surgery. So, for instance, people who injure their knee, arthroscopy, where an orthopedic surgeon goes in there with a scope, gets bits of bone out, shades down the cartilage, cleans things up, and it helps some people. But they actually did some studies where one group of people got the true arthroscopy and others just got sham surgery, where they put them to sleep, made little cuts in the skin so they woke up with scars, and then it turned out that it's not clear arthroscopy is actually helping. And there was a recent huge study of putting a stent in someone's coronary arteries if they have stable chest pain, not like having a heart attack, but chronic coronary artery disease where every time I run up the stairs I get chest pain, nobody rest, it goes away. Like obviously, you put a stent, you increase blood flow to the heart. Like how could that not work? But then when they did the sham catheterization, it actually looks like it might not actually help better than the sham. So I think those placebo-controlled studies are essential. It is shocking, and this has been driven home during the last 2 years, how hard it is to figure out what the hell's going on, especially with our bodies. Like it is really hard to get at the truth, and what you think makes sense, like often turns out, the history of modern medicine is littered with examples where it made perfect sense and it seemed to help some patients, and it turns out it's not doing anything. Of course,
there's all kinds of narratives swimming around. We convince ourselves that this is human civilization, something is true. There's propaganda machines, there's self-delusion, there's centralized communities, there's a scientific community that believes a certain thing, conspiracy theories that believe a certain thing. Sometimes the scientific community rises because of conspiracy theories, humans to right. They're all humans, right? And we now, the scientific community, now the science is really figuring out way smarter than humans. Then there's these interesting studies that I've seen, I think, Ron Hansen mentioned to me, that if you look at the entirety of medication, like the effect of medication on human health, if you do those kinds of broad studies, does it actually help? Like, does quality of life, lifespan, certain measures of well-being, does if you look at human society as a whole, does taking medication or not actually help? And those studies find there's no positive effect. That's a very kind of uh, interesting perspective. I think you could probably argue a lot of ways. But the point is, because you could bring up literally a billion cases where medication is significant positive information. You have to kind of zoom out and obviously look at the positive effects of this. Lifestyle choices, diet choices, exercise or not. Maybe we'll find eventually that exercise is bad for you. Or maybe like there's all kinds of things that are going to I feel like we're going to figure out. One of the things I think we're going to figure out, everything I've learned about my body, is that aside from it being adaptable, there's a lot of very unique parameters that are opaque that I'm measuring through this feedback mechanism by trying stuff and learning. And one of the things we might learn is that medicine cannot be done without collecting a huge amount of data by each individual human. Like, it's absurd to be like, if I show up to see a doctor, it's absurd for that doctor to have just a couple of minutes with me. Like, just like looking at basic symptoms, looking at such like crappy data. Like, first of all, no long-term data, no longitudinal data, no historical data, no detailed analysis of all the possible things, not just related to your symptoms, but related to other things that cannot be told about. Just giving you a full picture of data, and then using AI to help the human doctor highlight the things that you should have to pay extra attention to. I think we'll look back at this time as ridiculous that doctors are expected to help anybody whatsoever without having the data, without having a huge amount of data about the human body. Like, you have to do so much with so little data.
It's very 19th century.
So it relies on the brilliance of doctors and, of course, the intuition, instinct of the time. And that's quite hard because the human brain is pretty damn good for using experience to teach you how to make good decisions. But still, it's you might as well be blood running. Like, it's humbling.
It is humbling, and it's important. I think doctors sometimes lose that humble perspective on what they do, and I think it's very important. As I said, medical history, medical dogma has been tossed into the trash bin so many times. Something doctors were sure of was the case is not, and it's important to become.
I tweeted about something that had big impact just by reading about him on my life as well. Still think about him. Rest in peace, Dr. Paul Farmer. Big inspiration to me. His medical career was a testament to what one person could do to improve the world. So, who was Paul Farmer? And what made him a great doctor, a great man, and somebody who was an inspiration?
So Paul Farmer was a kind of pioneer of global health. He started Partners in Health, which is kind of an international health organization that operates it originally in Haiti, also in Rwanda and elsewhere. And I think he was just so a zealot for getting health care to some of the poorest people in the world. And I remember reading some of his books, and a book about him by Tracy Kidder that's really great, Mountains Beyond Mountains, about how even when he was a medical student, he was flying back and forth to Haiti in between exams, and just with this really intense focus and interest in getting healthcare to where it's not. And I think traveling around the world, especially to poorer places like India, Calcutta, Nepal, you really see how unevenly the benefits of modern medicine are spread over the surface of the earth. Not only because if you're in Antarctica and have a heart attack, you're in serious trouble, but just medications that cost pennies a day And all they need is oral rehydration solutions to stay hydrated. Most of them can't afford IV fluids, for instance. You got to go to the hospital. And really, dehydration has killed hundreds of thousands of kids throughout the world. Not to mention bacterial pneumonia also is a major cause of death in children under 5, and many of them, not all, would be saved by amoxicillin. For me, I took a path, and I wanted to have a career in global health, and I started traveling abroad to India and elsewhere when I was a medical student. I continued doing that. Paul Farmer was sort of one of the first to kind of open everyone's eyes, I think, about the good you can do with just money that we could change that we would throw away, just put in a purse and forget it, or wherever we accumulate change these days. So that's very eye-opening. And while medical science advances, and that's good, we shouldn't forget that 100-year-old treatments could save lives in parts of the world where they're just not available.
People should definitely acknowledge the anomalies. Just for me, at least, sort of a person from outside all of it, it was the first person to make me realize how difficult and the amount of humanity that's involved in being a doctor. It's not some kind of cold economics-based argument about where to send treatments and so on. That is there too. Like you said, that basic treatments can help hundreds of thousands, millions of people in many parts of the world. But it's also, when you have a patient in front of you, there's some aspect of you that's willing to give a lot of your time, a lot of your money, a lot of your effort to save life, even though it doesn't make any sense. It's irrational in some sense, but it's also human, and that's the struggle of every doctor. That when you have to choose how to allocate your time, how to allocate your mental energy, it's a tough choice that a doctor has to make, and it's a human choice. It's not some kind of cold game theoretic choice. It's also a human choice, and it can be irrational.
If people are asking you for help, and basically with every patient interaction, it's someone's asking you for help. So your inclination is to help them, and even if it means going above and beyond, a lot of factors affect how compassionate a doctor might be on a given day, or point in their career, their own stress and burnout, etc. But it's someone asking you for help, and so you do what you can to help them.
You've done quite a lot of things in your life. It's been an interesting journey. Of course, there's a lot of story yet to be written. But what advice would you give to young people today, in high school, maybe undergrad at college, starting out in their journey? Maybe trying to pick majors, trying to pick jobs, careers, dreams, and goals they can pursue. What advice would you give them to have a career they can be proud of, or to even have a life?
Well, I think having passion, which isn't always a voluntary thing, have it or you don't perhaps, but becoming passionate about something and following it, wherever it takes you, I think is really important. When I finished college and sort of went to Russia for the first time, that was in some ways the beginning of my whole career and passions in my life. And I didn't know what I was going for, what was going to happen, what kind of career it would turn into, what kind of job would help me get my life back. I was thinking about it, did that. I'm very fortunate I got that opportunity. I'm very fortunate to, be able to go through those places and have my mind open. And I think that really just the fuel from that passion that was created during that time is still 20 years later going strong. I'm partial to healthcare. I love being a doctor. I think it's the perfect combination of kind of intellectual problem solving, being a detective, while also working with your hands, when you do procedures, especially in the ER, it's sort of the perfect combination. I'm not a surgeon, but I do use my hands quite a bit, whether, for a variety of reasons. And so I always loved working with my hands. I loved crafts, especially prehistoric crafts, before medical school. And I just loved kind of problem solving, getting clues, figuring out what's going on, following your nose, using your instincts, your knowledge, and also just keen observation of the patient. After seeing patient after patient, hundreds of patients, maybe thousands over years, you do get this sort of innate kind of sense, this gestalt about what might be going on. it's not always a numbers thing. That's the thing. There's Gestalt is actually a big part of medicine. You often in ERs or in hospitals hear a nurse or doctor say something like, "This patient just doesn't look good," and it's sort of, you can't point to a number, a value, a level, or what, a test, but something about them. And a lot of that I think do with the color of their skin, which can change in certain disease states. But I think that it's just medicine combines this observation, the skills, the knowledge. It's art and science. It's human and it's robotic, algorithmic at the same time. And I think it just, combines kind of all my passions all in one. And if anyone's going into healthcare, I strongly encourage them to do so, but I'm very biased.
So with that early passion, whatever that little thing was that brought you to Russia, were you able to vocalize it, or was it just something like a gut told you towards some exploration of the unknown or something like this?
I think it was a combination of things. One was just going to a different place that was different from where I grew up. The suburbs, when you're in high school, you hate them. Later on, it seems so bad. But, I just wanted to I'm very fortunate how I was raised and never wanted for anything that wasn't rich. But just to get out and see a different place, a different people with a different culture, history, and language, and literature, to see different climates and geographies and ecosystems. I just wanted to see something different. And that, I guess that's what I've sought after ever since. So just that was just so fascinating. Like my trip to Kamchatka in 2003, where I was there for 4 months, and I didn't speak English for I think 2 months out of it. And I remember lying on the floor, some wooden floor in a hunter's cabin in the middle of northern Kamchatka, just being like, what am I doing here? I'm just so grateful for the experiences I was having, what I was seeing, realizing, learning. I was so grateful, even though flying was hard. It's just like, this is so amazing. And that, I don't think I'll ever have another travel as meaningful and life-changing as that particular trip to Kamchatka was. Though I'm still striving after it. You never replicate that first high, but you always try. So I just think that seeing something different is kind of the game.
And there wasn't really a plan. I got a chance to talk to the CEO of Qualcomm recently, and his advice is always in the plan. And it sounds like you're saying don't need to have a plan. Just listen to your gut, your passion, and follow it. See where that takes you, because it's telling you something.
Yeah, I think, I guess the plan could be specific or could be as general as I just want to go far away, see something very different. That's my plan. And I did just one line, just followed my nose from one thing to the next, just being interested, following my passion. And again, very fortunate I could do that.
Are there places in the world you're kind of thinking about that your life might take you at some point to be a doctor then for a time, explore for a time, that you haven't yet?
I have some colleagues who do kind of global health work in various countries in Africa, Central and South America. I would really love to go to some of those places, not just for a short trip, but hopefully for an extended period of time, with sort of the healthcare being ticket in, but then maybe bring my children or just, I guess at this point, some of the travel I dream about is sort of replicated what I did showing to my kids in a way. But there's still a lot I haven't seen and would like to see as well. But I think those opportunities sort of lend themselves well, as a doctor with kind of the ability to go there and sort of help patients, but also teach medical students and residents. Teaching is actually a huge part of being a doctor. It's underappreciated, but that's actually part of the fun of being a doctor, is that you're also a teacher. Of course, the word doctor means teacher, but it's come to mean something else. In some of my jobs, I'm working alongside medical students and residents, giving them my knowledge, my wisdom, sharing with them stories. So that's a very satisfying part of the job.
If you could take a brief step into a dark place together for a time, is there what is a dark place you've gone in your mind in your life? What would be the darkest place you've ever gone, or time, or moment, um, and how did you survive?
That's a very good question. I would say um, I haven't had as dark moments as many of the people who I care for in the emergency room. Unfortunately, in that way, I've had a pretty, you know, enjoyable, satisfying life. I think everybody has dark moments, though, including me. One of the most shocking things I feel like becoming an adult, my two big realizations have been one, no one knows what they're doing, and two, suicide is incredibly common, like in all people. That I just find shocking. I mean, I've never seriously considered myself, but I wouldn't say it hasn't crossed my mind during some more stressful times of life. Um, I think it crosses everyone's mind. Sort of as a kid, I found that I never would have guessed how common suicide is.
It's an important question, the community question, like why live? Why? Why? It's like life, especially when we're struggling, especially when life is shit. Like, why am I doing any of this? And on top of that, the chemistry in your brain, it could be as simple as diet and nutrition, aforementioned exercise, and things like this that affect the chemistry such that you're more predisposed to go to the places of asking the question why and maybe struggling to find a good answer. Because it's actually a question with no good answer, except something in your chemistry says, well, I kind of like it. There's no good intellectual answer. Especially with day to day pain. You get to see these stories of these people that are on top of the world from an external perspective, but from an internal perspective, struggle. Every day is pain, feels hopeless, and yeah, that's a question we all struggle with, or learn how to ignore. Maybe because if you ask the question too much, you're not going to find a good answer. That's a choice you make. I personally think you should ask that question a lot. But maybe because I have the luxury of the chemistry I have, where I'm not in danger of seriously contemplating suicide. But why lives is one question to answer. To answer that question. But people, I've been extremely fortunate to meet people over the past couple of years that are really struggling. And you have probably met people who are really struggling, like orders of magnitude people who are really struggling. Some of it is psychological, a lot of it is biological. And man, life is a motherfucker. It's pretty tough.
I do think also past trauma plays a big role there, like we talked about war wounds and PTSD. A lot of people grew up finding with just horrific childhoods. They were abused in one way or another, and I think a lot of people who have not saying majority, but a lot of people, for instance, who I see at the ER coming in for threatening suicide or actually trying to get the ER, a lot of them just have really traumatic experiences. Saw their parent commit suicide, were abused. These leave scars in the human brain and mind, and a lot of their subsequent lives of whether it's substance abuse, alcoholism, etc., is almost trying to escape from their memories. And it's sort of such an overwhelming battle sometimes. Sometimes people get ruined, it seems, and just can't be fixed. You know what I mean? Yes, you can improve diet and health and your life choices, seek out your passion, exercise, and those definitely will help. But sometimes just like, you bear the scars of the past and try getting rid of them.
Yeah. I think it's possible to live with them.
I think it's a struggle. I would never say give up,
Keep fighting.
It is a constant. It can be a constant battle for some people.
I know it can be, and I've talked to many of those folks that feel hopeless, but keep up the good fight. plus the good fight.
Hopelessness is kind of one of the big suicide risk factors that you sort of ask about as a doctor. I feel hopeless. That's sort of trying to be a harbinger.
I have quite a few dark moments. So if you're listening and you're struggling, we're in this together, brother and sister. Keep up the good fight.
Life is a motherfucker, as you say. It's really hard. I think as a kid, you know, a joy-free childhood, you don't realize, like, I mean, obviously as a time you don't realize about life, but then when you get to be an adult, you realize just how complex and hard it is. Is it this hard for adult animals? I don't know. I don't think it is.
So having seen the honesty of biology before you, do you think about your own death? Do you contemplate death? Are you afraid of your own death? How do you make sense?
You have a
I
passenger.
definitely thought about it, especially maybe while doing some risky things in high school and others where every time I looked down, I thought about my own death. But I think, I think having kids changes the equation for sure.
Can you have a passenger?
Could change the equation perhaps. So I think a lot of now when I think about what will happen when I die, this worrying about what will happen if you care for insurance, life insurance, disability insurance, that's not really death or injury. That's part of the weight, I guess, that you feel as a that I think grows when you have kids. Though not only there's other people you care for, your own parents or loved ones. Like a lot of people depend on individuals. So you think about what will happen to the other people when you die.
But also, push back, that weight, like, is something you've convinced yourself to think about, it's important to think about, but you focus on that weight to escape the other weight, which is, at one point, this consciousness just comes to an end, and it's hard to make sense of that. We kind of delude ourselves into thinking, okay, it ends. It's a natural way of things. It's the way we understand. So okay, it's the way of life. But like, I don't think it's like cognitively easy to just realize how terrifying that is. We love life so much. The end of it just it's something that makes no sense. And if you lay down that thought, I think it's a painful, I would say even terrifying thought. Not scary, like in a way that's almost like philosophically terrifying. Like, it just reminds you, and maybe humbles you that you're not knowing anything about anything. But one of the things we do as humans really well is we, especially with kids, we realize, okay, we start caring for others, community, family, and so on. Distracts us. So we do this focus on other
Why
people.
doesn't the time have a hood?
When I was a medical student, I was particularly fascinated with kind of what actually happens as people die in the last minute, seconds of life. It's sort of surprising sometimes, like what actually kills people. You can get let's say, a bad head injury, and what kills you sometimes is just your consciousness decreases and you become kind of comatose. You aspirate, your oxygen plummets, and you get cardiac arrest. That kind of sort of things. Or a heroin overdose. Let's say you stop breathing. Similarly, your oxygen goes down and you get a cardiac arrest. So it was really fascinating what actually happens, what makes people die. And it was sort of a morbid fascination, obviously, like most of med school is. And I had many instances where I've had patients pass, and as a medical student, I was sort of learning what's actually happening, watching it happen. Not always being able to prevent it. It was sort of a scientific exploration. Then the patient's family comes in, devastated, and then it's like rips you out of the scientific perspective, and you just realize how horrible death is. But the person's fine. It's the family, I guess, and that's why it's always, I guess, that pointing out just what people leave behind is often kind of the horribleness of death. Like, just because becoming
Yo,
unconscious.
dog, when are you gonna install Red Dead
I
Redemption
guess to
2?
me personally, it's so bad. Sort of like going to sleep, not waking up, not counting the pain and stuff that precedes it.
But the actual pain and the actual suffering is
Can't
often
you
felt by the
start
people who
installing
love
it before
things.
working on your back and
Right.
So the financial pain, psychological pain, for
Right.
years.
So basically, 5 minutes before you go to work,
Never.
you start installing
First,
it.
you know, something reminding you. That sort of brought home to me, sort of like that. And it was more about people leave behind when it happens to them specifically.
See, I
You're gonna
like
keep getting shit
those
about it,
concerns.
but you
I
install
feel
it,
like I
dog.
can do a lot about those. Those make sense to you. And just be, if you're a father, just be a good father. If you're sort of huge insurance, yeah, there's
Yeah,
like
you keep
financial
saying
stuff
that.
to take care of.
You keep saying
But I
that.
don't
Why
know
can't
if you
you manage your storage better? Take all your shit and put it on
existential crisis.
some other storage, and
For the
then
thing
install Red
is,
Dead Redemption.
it doesn't. I don't know how to deal
Okay,
with
how
the
big is Red Dead Redemption?
beyond death. Why are we here? Why are we born
How
at
big?
all? What is consciousness? And you just look at yourself. What is this? Why do I have the capacity to suffer? Why? Why? All these kinds of why questions that don't have answers. Speaking of which, let me ask you a why question. The biggest ridiculous one. What do you think is the mission? I mean, with this book studied the incredible, beautiful biology, the components, the engineering components that make up this human body. But when you look at the entirety of it, why? Why are we here?
Times probably more often than not feel like the question of why is a trick of the human brain. And outside of our thoughts, there is no why. Why is not something that's in the universe. It's just this trick happening inside our brain.
So why is a game that the human brain plays and the reality of life doesn't have whys?
I could wonder if asking why is sort of an evolutionary adaptation, like why, maybe hunting, gathering, why does this plant grow there and not there? Why do I see the same deer tracks and by the same tree every 3 days? Why, why is this? Why is that? Why does this plant make me vomit and that plant doesn't? I guess those whys are very practical or towards survival. But then obviously, we not only use why, we use it to maybe hunt better, gather better, survive better, but then we sort of extrapolate into these unanswerable questions, about why. Like, why does life exist?
And it's possible that they're not unanswerable in the long arc of science and history. We're just striving for the really difficult questions. Right now, we just don't know much about it, so we're striving. But there's most of human history, you're asking why questions, for which we now have very precise answers, including with biology and physics and all these kinds of things. And maybe the why is this cutting edge of science and the explorer, the curiosity of the human mind. Like man's search for meaning is this the ultimate driver of the why. It's almost like it could be an evolutionary adaptation asking exceptionally hard why questions that will never get answered. Like you should always have it's like a queue. It's a stack of questions, why questions, and that thing should never come to the bottom. It should always be striving. And that's useful for humans to come up with better and better ways of surviving. And maybe in a bigger perspective for the universe to figure out something about itself. It's just humans just a useful tool for that. Like, right. John, you're for people that should know you're from Florida.
Yeah. How big is it? How big is it?
It's an honor for you to travel all this way to a place I love, to a new place I love. And you write this really incredible book that celebrates the human body in the most honest ways. And thank you for everything you do, for being a great educator, for being a great doctor, for being a great person, and for studying a really valuable time today.
Okay, how big is your
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jonathan Guys. For this podcast, please check out our sponsors. Now, I'm going to leave you views from works from all parties. The doctor was inspired by John Henry, by the way he practiced medicine, and the way he lived his life. The idea that some lives matter less is the root of all that is wrong in the world. Thanks for listening. I hope to see you. I think some people deliberately try to completely clear the cultural landscape of our past in order to say there's nothing good, nothing you
Absolutely not.
no one
That's absolutely
no
uncalled for.
the whole thing
I'm just repeating it. Until you haven't
idea
played
in
it.
the century still about Marxism. And no,
You haven't beaten it.
I would not have the entire landscape erased. And
I
then
mean, beat all the
ideas tried again. The following
Yep.
this conversation with Douglas Murray, author of Christ, Gender, Race, and Identity,
You haven't beaten
and
it.
his most
You
recent
haven't
book,
beaten all the
War in the
missions.
West, How to Prevail in the Age of Unreason. He's a brilliant, fearless, often
That's
controversial
correct.
thinker.
You would have told me. Oh, and at the end, it's so amazing. There's a cowboy.
There's a lot of people. I should note that the use of the word Marxism in the West in this conversation refers primarily to
You want to know what gets
Marxism
people's
and
attention?
the cultural values of Western civilization.
Let that deduction too.
This is in contrast to my previous conversation with Richard Wolff, where we focused on Marxism
Do you have Grand Theft? Do
primarily
you have Grand
as
Theft Auto?
capitalism, and thus looking at it in a lens
Dog,
of economics
you play-
and culture.
I mean, you play some cool,
Nevertheless,
but you don't
these
play
two
the coolest
approaches
things. Why
stand
not?
opposite each other, very different perspectives on how we build a flourishing civilization together. I leave it to you, the listener, think and to decide which is the better way. This is the Luxury One
Right.
podcast. It's supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Not your friends. Here's Douglas. You see a book titled The Rehab of Chaos, which in part says that the values and ideas and history of Western civilization are under attack. So,
No, I'm gonna be able to tell this person that
historically today, what are the ideas that represent Western civilization? The good, the bad,
I actually don't get stuck on definitions of socialism, you know. Once you get stuck on definitions, it's custom to never get off.
yes,
I'd say a few things. Firstly, obviously the Western tradition is a specific tradition, a specific tradition of ideas, culture. Well known to be perhaps easily defined by the combination of Athens and Jerusalem, the world of the Bible, and the world of ancient Greece and indeed Rome. Effectively creates European civilization, which itself forms the rest of the Western civilizations, America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and others. But these are the main countries we sort of refer to as the West. So there's a specific tradition and all the things that come from it. My shorthand cheat on science, say, you know when you're not in. So if you've ever been to Beijing, Shanghai, you know you're not in France. Somewhere else, you know. When you're in Tokyo, somewhere extraordinary, you know you're not in France. Obviously, there are, let's say, borderline questions. Russia, which I sort of leave open as a question. Possibly.
well, if you were placed into Moscow blindfolded and you woke up and couldn't hear the language, or you didn't know what you sounded like, would you guess you were from the West or not?
I think I'm somewhere near. Getting closer. I mean, you know, it's also a question of whether it's European. And I think the answer to that is not really massively influenced. But sometimes 20 degrees towards it at times. And you stay away. But the part of the West, possibly, yes. But anyway, it's a very specific tradition. It's one of a number of major traditions in the world, and because it's hard to define doesn't mean yes.
Are there certain characteristics and qualities of the values and ideas that define it? Is the type of rule, the type of governmental structure?
Yes, the rule of law, popular democracies, much more than still things that ended up being developed in America and don't give back to the West. I'd say there are other perhaps controversial attributes I would put to the West. One is a ravenous interest in the rest of the world, which is not shared, of course, by every other culture. The late philosopher George Stein said you never get out of the haunting fact of the boats ever seem to go out of Europe. They did the explorers, the scholars, the linguists, the people who want to discover other civilizations, and indeed even resurrect ancient civilizations and lost civilizations. These are scholars that have always come from the West to discover this elsewhere, like contrast. There are many boats coming from Egypt to help the Anglo-Saxons discover the origins of their language. So I think there is a sort of ravenous interest in the rest of the world. Western attribute, although it of course also has immediately represents some downsides and any criticisms that can be made just on the consequences of that interest. Because of course for a long time it's lacking itself.
It's not just the scholars, it's also the artists, the armies, and they're looking to gain access, control over resources as well. And hence the imperial area to conquer, expand.
Although that itself no civilization doesn't try to gain ground with neighbors wherever it can. It would still go further faster. Certainly gain advantage.
Do some civilizations get a bit more excited about that kind of idea than others? Because you could say that the rest of civilization, because the technological innovation was more efficient,
Yes,
and that kind of thing.
that's it.
But maybe you wanted it more too.
Well, the author is what he is lawful. It's very terrible. For many centuries. I'm sure we forget. As the others. I'd also say, though, and again, it's because you go through this work, I think self-criticism is an important attribute of the Western mind. One that is useful, not common everywhere. Not all societies allow using their most vociferous critics.
So, criticism is a negative sounding word. It could be self-introspection, self-analysis, self-reflection,
And it could be what you need. And in the Western system, I'd argue that one of the advantages of the system representing governments is that where there are problems, you can attempt to sort it out by peaceful means. We listen to arguments later in the century. Civil rights movement achieved its aims by force of moral and persuade the rest of the country that it had been wrong. That's not common in every society. So I think there are certain attributes to the Western mind that say entirely new, but they are not as common as us.
What about the emergence of hierarchies of the asymmetry of power? Most visibility is drastic in the form of slavery, for example.
Well, I mean, everyone in the world is slavery, so I don't know a unique Western sin. It's got part of civilization and history that didn't have slavery. One of the people in the Western nation is it's that people seem to imagine that our societies in the West are engaged in vice.
Every time you come in here, I'm going to say, I'm going to work one more thing I can occur. Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out.
Everybody else in the world is born into sort of identities. We in the West, this is sort of evil in us.
That's okay, I'm not forcing you to.
Slavery was engaged by every nation, of course, and through most of the long
Right.
which in many states are today.
Playing a game like that.
Something,
But I get
species as a whole.
it.
Slaves in the 19th century. And I say that the interesting thing about the West is that we would be so rubbish and did away with it. And by the way, the family files of America today lambast
genius for being acquiescent in the slave trade, engaging, owning slaves. It's not, people almost don't even bother now to recognize the fact that Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, all wanted to see this trade done away with. Couldn't hold the country together at the origins if they'd made sense, and believed and hoped that it would be something that would be dealt with after that time.
So the founding ideas and within them, the notion that we should, as a people, get rid of this.
The Declaration of Independence set up conditions under which slavery will be impossible.
And then created equal.
Once you put that, that's a time under the whole concept of slavery. It's ticking away. Okay, and sure enough, the death in the next century.
If we just step back and look at the human species, what does slavery teach you about human nature? The fact that slavery has appeared as a function of society's thriving.
There are two possibilities. One is it's what people think they can do and God not watching. Another is it's what they can do if they think God allows it.
Really, really well put. And the fact that they want to do this kind of subjugation, what is that?
Well, I mean, it's pretty straightforward in a way. There are people who get to work for free.
It's economic in nature.
Yes, but in order to do it, I mean, almost always, there are some examples in the ancient world where it wasn't almost always a kind of subjugate people, or people regarded as different. One of the things actually I've tried to sort of inject into discussion through this book, among other things, is a recognition that there were very major questions still going on in the 18th and early 19th century that were unresolved, which were one of the reasons why slavery was not as morally repugnant to people then as it was to us now, as it is to us now. And that's the question of polygenesis and monogenesis. At the time of Thomas Jefferson, the founding fathers were thinking about it, they didn't know, because nobody knew, whether the human races were related. There were arguments, the monogenesis argument, that we were all racial stuff. Polygenesis argument was that we weren't. Black Africans, Ethiopians, were often referred to at the time, to provide some first slaves, were different from white Europeans, simply not related in any way. And that makes it easier, of course. That makes it easier to enslave people if you think they're not your brother. Am I my brother's keeper? No, he's not your brother. And it was a very troubling argument in the 18th and 19th century, also because there was a biblical question. It brought up a theological question, which was, I mean, people were literally debating this at the time. Was there also a black man? Was there an Indian Adam, a Native American Adam? I mean, this was a serious theological debate because they didn't know the answer. People say that Darwin solved this. It wasn't just Darwin, of course, but by the late 19th century, the argument that we were not all related, that human beings had suffered so many blows, that you had to really be very, very ignorant, deliberately willfully ignorant to ignore.
So no longer was, after Darwin, a theological question, it became a moral question.
It was already a moral question, but it clarified. Darwin clarified it, definitely. And then you're in the same situation. You're not subjugating some other people, you're subjugating your own kid. And that becomes morally unsustainable.
So, given that slavery in America is part of its history, how do we incorporate to the calculus of policy today, social discourse, what we learn in school? We can look at slavery in America, we can look at maybe more recent things like in Europe, the other atrocities, the Holocaust. How do we incorporate that in terms of how we create policy, how we treat each other, all those kinds of things? What is the calculus of integrating the atrocities, the injustices of the past into the way we are today?
That's a very complex question, but it's a moral question at this point. And a moral question will not be. I say at one point in the West that the argument, for instance, on reparations now that goes on, and it's not a fringe argument. Some people say, oh, you're pulling up this fringe argument. It really is. I mean, every contender for Democratic nomination for the presidency in 2020 was willing to talk about the possibility of reparations. It sounds very easy that this country, America, goes through that entirely self-destructive. I say that there's a lot of problems with this, but if I can find out one thing, I say this. It's no longer about a wealth transfer from one group of people who did something wrong to another group of people who were wrong. It could have been that 200 years ago. Today, it's not even the descendants of people who did something wrong giving money to people who were the descendants of people who were wrong. It's a wealth transfer from people who look like people who did a wrong thing in the past to another group of people who resemble people who were wrong. That's impossible to do. I'm completely clear about this. There was no way in which you could organize such a wealth transfer. On moral factors, America is filled with people who are have the same skin color as us, for instance, who have no connection to the sector and should not be made to pay money to people who have some connection. And then the country is also filled with ethnic minorities who come up to slavery, who would not be due for any reimbursement. The problem with this is, though, is that there are, I'm perfectly open to the possibility that there are residual inequities that exist in American life, and that the consequences of slavery could be one of the factors that result in problems. The thing is, I don't think it's a single issue answer. I think it's a multi-dimensional issue, something like black country. It's obviously a multi-dimensional issue. Much of the left, others wish to say, it's not, it's only about racism. And they come down to why Asians who've arrived more recently don't, for instance, get held down by white supremacy, but actually, say white supremacy, quite obviously, but don't get held down by it, but actually flourish to the extent that Asian Americans have a higher household earnings, a higher household mean equity than home equity and so on than white Americans. So I don't think that on merit the evidence is there that racism is the explanation for ongoing black underachievement in some sections of black people. It's obviously part of it. Could you say that even those things like fatherlessness and similar family breakdown issues are a long-term consequence of it? Possibly, but it's being awfully generous to people's ability to make bad decisions. For instance, how many generations after the Holocaust would you allow people to claim that everything that went wrong in the Jewish community was as a result of the Holocaust? I mean, is there some kind of term on this? I would say. And I think most people probably think that's over.
I think the details matter, and but it's very difficult. I enjoy spending out in the ocean, so although I'm terrified to find what's lurking underneath in the darkness.
You're right. You're right.
Okay, that's really complicated calculus. The Holocaust and slavery. So the argument in America is that there's deep institutional racism against African Americans that's rooted in slavery. And so, however that calculus turns out, a calculation that still persists in the culture and the institutions and the allocation of resources and the way that we communicate and subtle ways of measuring things. How is it possible to win or lose that argument of how much institutional racism there is that's rooted in slavery? Is it a winnable?
It's an unquantifiable. And I like to apply some shortcuts to some of this and sort of follow. Are things is all, let's say the one that's very obvious. If a white person is walking down the street in America and they see a group of young black men coming towards them, it's late and they cross the road, is it because of slavery? Is it because of institutional racism? No, it's because they've made a calculus based not entirely on unfounded beliefs that, given crime rates, it's possible that this group of people might be a group of people they don't want to be taken. That's an ugly fact, but as crime statistics, American cities after American cities bear out, it's not an entirely unreasonable. It's not reasonable every time, obviously. But is it attributable to slavery? That's a stretch. If you're in a city like Chicago, where the homicide rates shot up for 2 years, albeit again, as always has to be remembered, mainly black on black, non-violence, knife violence. Nevertheless, if you're in a city like Chicago and you make that calculus I've just suggested, the cliched one with the street late night, there are other factors other than a memory of slavery that are kicking in. And I'm afraid it's something which people don't want to particularly acknowledge in America for obvious reasons, because the arguments don't debate as well. But I was actually just writing in my New York Post today about a very interesting case of sort of similar, which is the question of obesity in the US. As you know, America is the most overweight country in the world. America has, I think, 40% of the population is obese in medical ways, and the nearest next country is a long way down, that's New Zealand, at 30% of the population. So America is long. Why during the coronavirus era, when we know that obesity is the one clearest factor likely for hospitalization of groups to get the virus, why do almost no public health information in America focus on obesity? 80% of the people who ended up hospitalized in America with coronavirus were obese. When we locked the schools and there was no evidence that coronavirus was deadly to children, we all wore cloth masks when there was a very little evidence this was much use in stopping the spread of the virus. We have massive evidence about obesity being a problem, and we never addressed it. Why? Is it just because we write about fat people? No, it's actually because it's about fat shaming. No, it's also because to a great extent it's a racial issue as well. And actually I quoted this new publication from the University of Chicago, which makes that thing explicit. It says, the reasons why people have views that are negative about obesity is because of racism and slavery. This is what everything is drawn back to. Anything you want to stop, you say it's because of racism, it's because of slavery. How about it's actually because you mind the hospital getting clogged up, you mind people dying, you mind ethnic minorities disproportionately dying, and you'd like to say something about it. Once again, this is in everything America. It's cut off by some poorly educated academic saying it's about slavery. So we're really not, I mean, this requires a kind of brain surgery for one kind of society, probably one that's not possible without getting inflation. And it's being done by people who are wearing like mittens.
So I'm sure that there's a few folks listening to this that are rolling their eyes and saying, here we go again, two white guys talking about the lack of institutional racism in America. First of all, what would you like to tell them? So our African American friends were looking at this, and I've gotten a chance to talk to much of them on Clubhouse recently. Clubhouse is the social app,
Yeah.
and I really enjoy it. I personally love it because you get to talk to, as somebody who's an introvert and doesn't socialize much, I enjoy talking to people from all walks of life. So it gave me a chance to, first of all, practice Russian and Ukrainian. I get the chance to do that. Then you get a chance to talk about Israel and Palestine with people who are from that part of the world. And you get to hear raw emotion of people from the ground. They start screaming, they start crying, they start being calm and collected and thoughtful. This is as if you walk into a bar with custom picked regular folks, in quotes, regular folks. There's people that have quote unquote lived experiences, real pain, real hope, real emotions, biases. You get to listen to them go at it with no, because it's an audio app, you're not allowed to start getting into a physical fist fight. So even though it really sounds like people are wrong, yeah, and so you get to really listen to that feeling. And for example, it allows the white guy like me from another part of the world, from the Soviet Union, to go into a room with a few hundred African Americans screaming about Joe Rogan using the N-word. And I get to really listen. There's very different perspectives on that in the African American community. And it's fascinating to listen because I don't get access to that by sort of excellent books and articles and so on. You get that real raw emotion. And I'm just saying, there's a few of those folks listening to this with that real raw emotion. And one argument they say is you, Douglas Murray, you, Lex Luthor, don't have the right to talk about race and racism in America. It is our struggle. You are from a privileged class of people that don't know what it's like to be a black man and woman and man walking down the street. Can you steel man that case? I think we need to define steel man. Can you try this?
I really resent that form of argumentation. Really. I have the right to talk about that. And no one's going to stop me by intimidating me. They'll tell me that I can't simply because of my skin. And I think that if I said to somebody else the other way around, do options. If I said, shut up, you have no right to criticize anything Douglas Murray says because you've not got my skin color. Okay. It's not an exact comparison, but seriously, is that a reasonable form of argument? You haven't been through everything I've been through in my life, therefore you can't come. No. In that case, nobody can talk about anything. We might as well pack up, go home, and isolate ourselves.
Strong word, but try to figure out it's not this particular situation, but there's people that have lived through something. They can comment from a very specific role. For example, Holocaust survivors. Yeah. There is a sense in which maybe a basic sense of civility when a Holocaust survivor is speaking about their experience of the Holocaust, that an intellectual from a very different part of the world is simply writing about nuanced geopolitics of World War II just should not interrupt the Holocaust survivor.
Really physically interrupt me. That's what I
No, with logic and reason, but the experience of the Holocaust survivor somehow fundamentally has a deeper understanding of the humanity and the injustice.
Well, first of all, yeah, even deeper more than now. In terms of wanting to listen to another person who has experienced something, yes, but not endlessly. Not endlessly. I mean, there were some people who've written about it. I mean, there are people who've written about the Holocaust who didn't experience the Holocaust and have written about it better than people who did. It's not this idea that the lived experience uses paradigm of time as it doesn't have time. This idea that the lived experience has to triumph over everything else is not always correct. It can be correct in some circumstances. If you were sitting in a room with a Holocaust survivor and somebody who'd never heard about the Holocaust figure out their views on it, yeah, one of those people should be heard more than the other. Obvious. If there's somebody who's experienced racism firsthand and somebody else who has never experienced it, then obviously you'd want to hear from the person who has experienced it firsthand. If that is the discussion underground, I don't think that it's the case that is endlessly the case. I'm also highly reluctant to concede that there are groups of people who, by dint of their skin colour or anything else, get to dominate the microphone. And of course, we're literally both speaking to microphones at the moment, so there's a microphone. Let's skate over that. What I mean is saying you don't have the right to speak, I have the right to take the microphone for me to speak because I know best. Fine. If you know best, we'll argue it out. And someone will win, long or short term. But the almost aggressive tone, which this is now level, I don't like the sound of. Nobody's experience is completely understandable by another human being. Nobody's. And what many people are asking us to do, I mean, us collectively, is to fall for that thing. I think it's more part of we said first, but I've adopted in recent years, is to say you must spend an inordinate amount of your life trying to understand me personally, my lived experience, everything about me. You should dedicate your life to trying to do that. Simultaneously, you'll never understand it. This is not an attractive invitation. This is an unwinnable game. So if somebody has a legitimate and an important point to make, they should make it, and they'll win through whatever they can with whatever they can. And by the way, there are plenty of white people who experience racism as well. There are plenty of white people who do and have done, and increasingly so, which is one of the things I write about in the West. I mean, I would argue that today in America, the only group that actually allowed to be consistently violently racist against the white people. If you say disgusting things about black people in America in 2022, you will be over. You will be over. If you decide to talk about people's white tears, their white female tears, their white guilt, their white privilege, their white rage, and all these other pseudo-pathologizing terms, you'll be just fine. You can be the clever stuff. You can lecture again at university, absolutely fine. And the white people have to suck that up as if that's fine because there was racism in another direction in the past. So white people can have racism as well. Does that mean that I think that I have a right, or other white people have a right to dominate the discourse by talking about their feelings of having been the victims of racism? No, not particularly, because what does that get us? It gets us into an endless cycle of competitive victimhood. Am I saying that white people who experience violence have experienced historically anything like the violence that's perpetrated against black people in America historically? Obviously not. But, you know, what kind of competition do we want to enter? And this is very, very important terrain now in America. Because there's one other thing I want to throw in there, which is, how do you work out the sincerity of the claim? How do you work out the sincerity of the claim being made? At one point in my book, in the book, I referred to a very useful bit in Nietzsche, to the art of morals, where, as you know, Nietzsche always has to be treated carefully. You can say, I love Nietzsche, which is. What exactly do you love? I know. But a lot can be learned from the others. But there are moments in Virginia of moral that are very useful in this book. One of them is the moment when Nietzsche used the phrase, I've now stolen myself, appropriated myself, where he refers to people who tear at rooms, long since closed, and then cry about the pain they feel. Now, how do you know whether the pain is real? How do you know? I'm not saying you can never know, but it's hard. So when somebody says, I feel that my life hasn't gone that well, and it's because of something that was done to my ancestors 200 years ago, Maybe they do feel, maybe they're right to feel bad. Maybe they're making it up. Maybe they're using it as their reason for failure. Maybe they're using it as their reason to not even try. Maybe they're using it as their reason to smoke weed all day. I don't know. And who does know? How can we work that out? And that's why I come back to this thing of who are we to constantly judge in this society other people who don't know and attribute motives to them based on racial or other characteristics.
And as you write in this part, I like your cultural appropriation of Nietzsche, and at the same time canceling Nietzsche in the same sentences. But you write in this part about
And I didn't cancel Nietzsche. I can't cancel Nietzsche. I'm saying treat him carefully.
you can judge a man's character by which parts of Nietzsche he quotes.
I think when you think you could do man, it's even a bit too much.
Now you're pulling in your deeper water reference and get right here. Okay. So you write in this part of the book about evil. Quote, what is it that drives evil? Many things without doubt, but one of them is identified by several of the great philosophers is resentment. That sentiment is one of the greatest drivers of people who want to destroy, or blaming someone else for having something you believe deserve more. And you're saying this kind of resentment, we don't know as it surfaces whether it's genuine or if it's used to sort of play games of power to either. Can you speak to this? Because this is a fascinating idea that one of the biggest drivers of evil in the world is resentment. Because if you look at human history, if you look at Hitler, so much of the propaganda, so much of the narrative was about resentment. Does that surface or is it that deep? There was not
It could be anything. But personal preference, everybody has resentment. I use the term resentment, which is thought very similar to resentment, less thick with resentment. To say we don't have two potentials. Let me give you a quick example of somebody in our own day who has a form of resentment. Does that make it? Did you see the Army's documentary, Putin's Palace? You remember the stuff about Putin's young KGB officer general, and the stuff about Putin's first wife, resentment. One of his KGB colleagues had an apartment that was a few meters bigger than the Putin's. Yeah, it's very interesting. And I'm not saying that Vladimir Putin became the man he has become and invaded Ukraine because he didn't have an apartment he liked in Berlin or Munich, wherever he was. There's a distinct possibility. My point is that resentment is a factor in all human lives, and we don't feel it in our lives, and it's something that has to be struggled against. Resentment is, in political terms, can be a deadly. I mean, it's incredibly deep thing to draw. When you mentioned Hitler, obviously one of the things that Hitler played off was resentment, obviously. Almost every revolution does. The French Revolution was did as well, and we're not without cause. There's a good reason to feel that Versailles was not listening to Paris in the 1780s, and feel resentment for Marie Antoinette and her palace within the palace, ignoring the bread shortages in Paris. So resentment is a very unfair. Sometimes it's justified, and it's also deadly to the person as it is to society. It's an incredibly deep sentiment. Somebody else has got something that you should have. And the problem with that is it has the potential to be endless. You can do it your whole life. And one of the ways I've sort of found myself explaining this to people is to say, it's also important to recognize that resentment is something that can cross absolutely every boundary. So, for instance, it crosses all racial boundaries, obviously. I guess I'm saying. more interesting is it crosses all class boundaries and socioeconomic boundaries. And if I was to sort of simplify this thought, I would say, I guess that you and I and everybody watching knows or has known somebody in their lives who has almost nothing in royalty cards, and is a generous person, a kindly person, a giving person, a happy person, a cheerful person. And I think we probably have also, many of us would have met people who seem to have everything and who are filled with resentment, filled with resentment. Somebody else is holding back from something. Their sister did something that she got this, I should have got that. And on and on. It's a human thing. And one of the things that suggests to me is we therefore have a choice about this. This is something which we can do something, not limitless. But for instance, I mean, there are very good reasons some people in their lives might feel resentment. Let's say you're involved in a car crash and a friend fell asleep at the wheels, and that's why you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, coping with something. So, just a moment. You would be justified. And at some point, you have to make a decision, which is, am I going to be that person or a different person?
But even in that case, you're saying at the individual level, at the societal level, it's destructive to the mind, even when you're quote unquote justified.
It rots you. It rots you because the best you can do is to eke out your days unfulfilled.
So the antidote, as you described, is gratitude.
Yes.
Gratitude is the antidote to evil in a sense.
So
Gratitude is the individual level of the society.
gratitude is certainly the answer to present. I quote from the West, this, when I read it first time a few years ago, I was absolutely floored by what the fathers come out of. Not everything is like that. I won't get into it, but I have some very big structural criticisms of the novel.
Now you're just sweet talking to me because I'm a Dostoevsky fan, but I appreciate this.
No, well, we could get into what I see as the structural flaws in the novel. Anyway,
Now I'm offended and triggered.
yeah, no, I mean, this is coming out of the bed and saying, yeah, much good.
Yeah, there's structural flaws.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, very good. No, when I read that novel, I was floored by a couple of things. One is of course the moment where we write it down appears. The moment that Ivan says to his brother, you know, he visits me, and you realise that he's talking about the devil. The whole novel goes into this totally different space, and realistically, you see even more than you've already realised what it's about. And then the conversation goes about the devil. Military, and he's described as dressed as a form, he's dressed as a porn star of the early part of the century. The strange devil who dressed like that, sort of. And if you remember that he's sort of cross-legged while they, but the devil mentions in passing to Ivan that he's a relative of gratitude, not faith. In simplest terms. And
You're not allowed. This is not. Human will be done.
it's not. And you could, and of course, only a genius of Dostoevsky's statue could, I mean, a lesser genius would have made a whole novel out of that in itself. Only Dostoevsky can just throw it on their head because it's sort of abundance and riches that he still has to get from in the structural form of society. But the
It's not so aggressive, but microaggressions.
unfortunate little knife fight. But the reason I mention this is because, of course, when I was first this is such a brilliant example. Because why would gratitude not be a sentiment the devil was capable of? And the answer is, of course, that if the devil was capable of gratitude, he wouldn't be the devil. He'd be something else. He has to be capable of gratitude.
Do you think for Dostoevsky that was as strong as an insight as it is for you? 'Cause I think that's a really powerful idea. That with gratitude, you don't get the resentment that robs you from the world.
Yes, I think it was one of the endless things that he saw. And the way I put it is that, I mean, I also think of in terms of the era of deconstruction, which is one thing I'd like us to call the era that's now in. The era of deconstruction was the era that started, let's say, from the 60s and was originally an academic game that then spilled out into wider culture, which was, let's take everything apart, let's pull it all apart. And there are lots of problems with it. One is it's quite boring. You don't get an awful lot from it. You also have a problem with what children find when they try to do this with bicycles, which is they can take them apart and easily they can't find it. And the era of taking things apart as a game is one we've lived through, and it's been highly destructive. But you can't do it for quite a long time. Maybe we'll look at this society and go take it apart by showing systemic problems I'm going to. At the end of that, what have you got? What have you done? What have you achieved? We need to interrogate this. Okay, interrogate. My own that's better. Interrogate the deliberate hostility to this. I'm going to interrogate this thing, take it apart, and again, at the end of it, what have you got? Whether you're interrogating a text, or a piece of music, or an idea, or a society, fine. Question, endlessly question. Yes, interrogate. Assumes it's all criminal in a cell, and it's guilty, and therefore it must be taken. And that's what we've been doing today. And that's resentment. That's one byproduct of resentment. You can't build the thing, but you know how to take it apart.
There's a little bit of resentment. Good. So you have, I love Tom Waits. He has this song where the little drop. I like my doll with a little drop of poison. Is it good to do that? Is it good to have a little bit of poison in your drink?
A little poison is. It depends to be very much. Well, might be the case you find out that some alcoholics do that one was too many and two is not enough.
So there's a natural, in this case, this kind of deconstruction, it's a slippery slope. It becomes an addiction from the drug and you just can't stop.
Well, you'd have to wean yourself off and try to start creating. You'd have to start kind of putting together. Something I think might be those assumptions.
Well, speaking of taking things apart and not putting them together again, the idea of critical race theory. Can you, to me, explain? So I'm an engineer, and I'm not really actually paying attention much, unfortunately, to these.
But honestly, even your field work, sometimes it doesn't smacks you in the face.
I've had that line of thinking, from MIT. I said, well, surely whatever you folks are busy about yelling at each other for is a thing a part of me. It's not good.
Yeah, people in the STEM subject is not coming from us, it can't come from us.
Well, it hasn't quite been bad.
Engineering is more safe than others.
Yeah. So not to draw a line now between engineering and science. So I think engineering is, I'm sitting in a castle with the tallest tower with my pinky out drinking my martini, saying, surely, let the peasants below with their biology, humanities, we'll figure it all out. There's no pinky out to drink vodka. And I hate the peasants. Okay, where's this metaphor going to go? Can you explain to this engineer what critical race theory is? Is it a term that's definable as a tradition, their history, what is good about it, what is bad about it?
It is a tradition, it is a history thought. It started in your roughly 1970s or something like it's still out. It always aimed at activist philosophy. People deny that now, but by citing the rest of the foundation texts say it. This is an active academic stuff. We're not just looking at the law, we seek to change the law. And it's spilled out into all of the other participants. I think there's a reason for that, actually. Again, at the time, the humanities and others in America were increasingly weak and didn't know what to do, and they needed more games to play or new games to play.
The psychologists got bored.
Yeah, I mean, they needed tenure. They needed to make it something to do. And I mean, it's not an original observation. Plenty of people have made this, but we're doing new faces of something like that. In the last 50 years in American academia, certainly the 90s, when somebody dies out in a great scholar or something, they're just not replaced by somebody on the stage. They're replaced by somebody who does theory or critical race theory. They're replaced by somebody who does the modern games. Somebody dies out who's a great historian or sayer, and just like in my mind, Russian history or Russian literature, and they're not replaced by some scholar.
In his observation, in yours, is this a recent development?
It's happened in the last few decades, for sure. And it's better.
Is it because we got to the bottom of some of the biggest questions of history?
No, it's because we're willing to forget the big question.
Is it more fun to big questions?
Well, no, partly no, to stress that partly this is individual. Partly is a result of hyper-specialization in academia. If you said you'd like to write your dissertation on Hobbes, if you want to, if something central to Kant's thought or Hegel or something, I mean, that's not popular. What's popular is to take somebody way down the line from that, because there's a feeling that that's all been done. So you take something way down, that's much less important, and then you can play with that. And I think most people, anyone who's watching who's been in a philosophy department in the last few years will know that tendency. By the way, there's a very practical consequence of this. I saw this in my friend Rothschild, he would occasionally be, he didn't get tenure at universities, but he would occasionally be flown in, even by his enemies, to teach courses at various universities in basics of philosophy, because there was no one in the department able to do it. Like he would go in and teach for a semester, Hegel and Kant and Schopenhauer and others, because there was no one to do it, because they were all playing with things way down the road. So that had already happened, and people were searching for new games to play, and the critical race theory stuff forced its way in, partly in the way that all of this that's now new races and data has been sort of bullying. They're saying if you don't follow this, the same with all the things that are called studies. I think everything called studies, it should be shut down, because of the activists. They're all activists. Gay studies and queer studies. Nothing good has ever come from it. Nothing good.
The pushback is it obvious that activism is a sign of a flaw in the discipline? So isn't it
It's a sign of death of the discipline. It's a sign of the discipline's over.
But isn't it the goal to have a discipline to enact change, positive change in the world? Or is that that's for politicians to do the values of science?
I mean,
not
why create an ideology and then set out to find disciplines that are weakly put together to try to back up your political ideology?
So ideology should not be part of science or
No, I mean, why would you? I mean, anyone could do it. You could decide to go in and be right wing about something and only do things that prove your right wing ideas. Be fantastically anti-academic, fantastically anti-science. It's an absurd way to mix up activism and academia. And it's absolutely right. The critical race theory is one of us. It completely polluted the account.
yeah, there's been dark moment throughout history, both during World War II with communism and Nazis and fascism that infiltrated science and
Yes.
corrupted it.
Yes. I mean, for instance, also, let's face it, in science, as in everything else, there are dark, difficult things. Much better we've never about to face up to try to find a way socially to deal with it than that you leave them in the hands of some activist who wants to do stuff with them.
Some of my best friends are
I'm just kidding. None of my best friends are activists. That's how it should be.
well, I was kidding because I don't have any friends. But okay. No, I'm going to try to dig in some piggy points. Okay. So to return,
We're having a clubhouse screaming away like deranged maniacs. No, I'm anti-clubhouse by the way, because the only time I heard it was that Brett Weinstein one man. He did that. I don't know if you heard that. I don't know clubhouse. I was in clubhouse by various people. He said, oh, this is a really great survey where now I can talk with interesting people. I wrote downloaded the app. I got on that because Brett Weinstein said, doing this conference, and I listened, and it was the maddest damn discussion I've ever heard.
something about biology, something about some COVID times.
At some point, Brett said, I'm an evolutionary biologist. And somebody else started saying, you're a eugenicist. And he said, no, I'm evolutionary biologist. So we were that's the same thing. And it just went on like that. Brett desperately tried to explain that's not the same thing as being a eugenicist. And he lost the clubhouse group. They thought that was the same thing. He'd come. It horribly reminded me of a time some years ago in a British newspaper ran sort of realizing that the only thing you can unite people on in sexual ethics is revulsion against paedophilia. Ran an anti-pedo campaign, and shortly after, pediatricians' offices were torched in the north of England by a mob who hadn't read the whole sign.
Yeah. Well, me, like I said, I've been poison is good for the time. So
Anyway, sorry, I interrupted you. Back when you were people.
I have I have multiples of friends. Yes. We didn't get to some of the ideas of critical race theory. What exactly is it? I'm actually in part asking this question quite genuinely.
Yeah, it's an attempt to look at everything we might think through the lens of race, and to add race into things where it may not be, as a way of having. I'm trying to give the most generous estimation. To add race in is a conversation in a place where it may not have been in the conversation.
And that means history too. The history
Oh, sure.
racism.
Yeah, all of this, and to look at it through these particular lenses. I mean, there's a certain, like what do you think? There's a certain logic, like with feminist studies or something. Is there a utility in looking back through undoubtedly male-dominated histories and asking where the more something even most exists, right? Not endlessly, and can't be put exactly on the same paths, but it has a utility.
It's that endlessly, sorry to interrupt, that endlessly part that seems to get us into trouble.
Yes. Well, because of this thing of where do you start, and that's always a. I look at Torres, my last book, The Man is a Crowd. It's one of the big conundrums of activist movements, and particularly in activist academia. Where would you start? It's not clear because you've got a job, you've got a pension, your only esteem in society is in keeping this gig going. I mean, is there any like? It's the old academic joke, isn't it? At the end of every conference, the only thing everyone agrees on is that we just have another conference like this. So one thing that was this conference is so great.
But that's a criticism you can apply to a lot of disciplines. Civil engineering, bridge building. At a certain point, do we need any more bridges? Can we just fly?
Well, so at the very least, you need to keep the bridges up.
Sure. And that they would critical race theory folks would probably make the same argument. at the very least, we need to keep the racism high.
That,
Sure
yes,
the racism.
it assumes all the time we are living in the cusp of the return of the KKK, which is totally wrong. It's a massive.
You say that now until the KKK armies march in. We can't always predict the future.
We can't predict the future, and you can always say careful, but you've also got to be careful of people who've got their time totally wrong, or their estimation of society they're in.
You know, most of society before in the 1930s, when Hitler was, I mean, so many people got Hitler wrong.
Surely,
And so, maybe it was nice to have the alarmist thinking there. Well, beware of the man with a mustache.
if only that easy. I always say that, I mean, very often it's as you see to the town goes said, one of the problems everybody knows a little bit about Nazis is that they think they know where evil comes from, and that it comes from, like, a German with a small moustache getting people juiced up, for instance. And that's not correct. A much better understanding of it is it can come from a whole number of directions, and keep your antennae as good as you can. But once you end up in a society, which I'd argue 75 where you're always in 1938, that's not healthy for a society outside. Where people are so high, think they're so well trained because they spent a term in school learning about the Second World War. I think they're so well trained in Hitler spotting that they can do it all the time. Look at all these phrases we now have in our society, like dog whistle. You know, they would say, if you go whistle with the dog. But people say, that's a dog whistle, as if they're highly trained anti-Nazis. I mean, you know, there should be some humility. We should be careful, we should be wary, for sure. And we should also be slightly humble in our inability to spot everything.
That's significant. Right. So, if we can, there's something funny, if not dark, about the activity of Hitler's spy. I just may take it aside. But, so critical race theory, how much racism, what is racism? How much of it is in our world today? If we were thinking about this activity of Hitler spying, how, and trying to steam that case, it's not from race theory, but people who look for racism in our world, how much would you say?
Well, yes, it's a good thing to say that. I say that racism is the belief that other people are inferior to you. You could see a form of it where you thought people were superior to you. That could happen for more companies. You see a group of people being inferior to you simply by dint of the fact that they have different racial backgrounds. And that's sort of the easiest way to define racism. As I said, there are types of racism that may mainly which weirdly relies on a hatred of people who a certain type of person thinks better than them. And that's a particular peculiarity, one of the peculiarities of anti-Semitism.
Anti-Semitism about those both, right?
Yes, one of the eternal fascinating thing about anti-Semitism is it does everything at the same time.
The quantum pieces.
Yes, so superior and inferior. You know that, you know about the Rothschild life and faith. So the matter of life and faith, which apparently was one of only two great novels of the 20th century, which was very hard. But the left novels. But like the broken left, she said, she's definitely right on it. Life and faith is
I love you so much.
life and faith is extraordinary. Mainly about, Gressler was a sort of Jewish himself. in the middle of it, which is about the dark axis around Stalin. Anyway, says Stalin is stuck. Feels his counterpart towards horizon, reading on top and after stuff. Says he feels closeness of it. But Grossman is literally like a far back west hours of the 20th century. Suddenly dedicates a chapter to anti-Semitism. And I've seen anti-Semitism something I've always been raised in. I've always had the distinctive acts of revulsion. And ultimately because having seen that in the Middle East and elsewhere. I mention this because Grossman in the middle of like this takes time out and does this like 3-page explanation, 3-page description of anti-Semitism. And it's extraordinary. The only thing I can think of that's equally good is the director of Red Sword, who wrote a video entitled Brilliant Study about confessions and about pre-First World War East Central Europe. Anyway, Grossman says that in the middle of debate that one of the extraordinary things about anti-Semitism is that it does everything at the same time. That as Jews get condemned in one for being rich and in another for being poor, condemned in one case for assimilating and in another for not assimilating. For assimilating too much and assimilating for being too successful for not being successful. I think it's the only race that includes within a detestation for the real anti-Semite, a detestation of people that the person they perceive to be better than them. Correct.
By the way, I'm embarrassed to say I've not read this one of 2 greatest novels of the 20th century, The Jesus and God. And just to read off Wikipedia, Vasily Grossman, a Ukrainian Jew, became a correspondent for the Soviet military paper. Grossman is God. Having volunteered for the service, he spent 1,000 days on the front lines. Roughly 3 of the 4 years of the conflict between the Germans and the Soviets, and the main theme is covered in I keep speaking Jesus is a theme on Jewish identity and Holocaust, Grossman's idea of humanity and human goodness, Stalin's distortion of reality and values, and science that goes on with reality of war. It's interesting. I think you'll definitely
read it. I think you'll really get a lot from it. One of the other things, but one of the other things he does is he has this extraordinary ability to talk about the absolute highest levels of the conflict and then zoom in. It's rather like the camera work they use for things like Lord of the Rings, with the way he zooms down and then gets one person in the midst of this, and you get that.
What which you excited to. So I personally have read the William Shatner's last book. There's another journalist who was there who is not doing it. Interestingly enough, it was such a large novel kind of the definitive work, the definitive original work that goes to source material. I get like he doesn't touch anti-Semitism really.
So you think
Well, he just says it very calmly and objectively as it does for the work that this was the fact of life. There's a lot of cruelty throughout, but he doesn't get to. But
one thing is that they lost the war. I mean, that's one kind of one way to view it. And the opposite is that in the end, the Nazis lost the war because they were Nazis. So it sounds almost too neat, but it's worth remembering that at the end of the war, when the Germans need to be transporting troops and they need to be transporting very basic supplies, and make sure to get the trains to transport the Jews right up to them.
But that's certainly a dark possibility.
Anyway, but to get back to racism in general, and part of anti-Semitism relies on the perception that another group, a racial group, other than your own, are inferior to you. That's what I say. It's easier to show racism. And of course, it's one of the stupidest things that our species is capable of. I mean, one of the stupidest that you can look at a person and guess them in their entirety, in fact, because of their skin color. So, what a stupid idea it is, as well as being an evil one. But I would say that one of the, I think it's a dangerous thing in our era that we're bit sort of coming back. That's why I say we do need we need our antennae working. We just don't need them to be overactive or underactive, you know.
Now, the book is one west, but speaking of racism towards different groups based on their skin color, you said that there's a war on the white people.
Yes.
Would you think that's the case? Would you say that there is significant racism towards white people in the United States?
I'd say that white people in the United States are the only people who are told they have hereditary sin. And that's a big one, just to start with. Based on that. I mean, I would find it so repugnant if, and I hope everybody would join me in feeling this, I would think so repugnant if there were any school of thought in America today that had any grasp on public attention that said that black people were born into evil because of something their ancestors had done. Like they had the mark of Cain. I mean, I think it would be such a vicious way to try to demoralize a group of people and to tell them that the things they would be able to achieve in their lives are much lessened because they should spend significant portions of their lives trying to atone for something they didn't do.
Is there a difference?
And the pretty common point that he said, nobody in the public square says that, and there were the maniacs are friendly, but nobody in the mainstream would dare to say that, or I think even think that about any group of people other than white people. And does this mean that white people are more disadvantaged than black people? No. And again, let's not make this a competition, but let's not get into, I just desperately urge people not to get into the idea of hereditary sin according to racial background.
Is there something to be said about the feature aspects from play devil's advocate, about the asymmetry of some accusations towards the majority? But
yes,
because white,
it's much easier to attack the job.
it was much easier, but is there something to be said about that being a useful function of society that you always attack? That the minority has disproportionate power to attack the majority, so that you can always keep the majority in check.
Well, the dangerous game to play, isn't it? So, dangerous game to play.
That's a good summary. Tired of this.
But it's a very dangerous game to play. I wrote about this book in Man's Crowds, where I was saying that gay rights people, the ones that still exist, the ones who don't have homes to go to, who want to beat up on straight people, or want to make straight people feel like they're kind of unremarkable, cool, you know, all straights, simple. So not like the magical pixie paradise gays. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. And some gays, highly due to the fact that about 2 to 3% of the population is gay, and now there's like an additional 20% who think they're like too spiritual or something, and all that bullshit. They're just attention seekers, so let's not spend too much time on that. But equally, as I said with Men's Crowds, with the feminist group, very unwise for half of the species to say that the other half of the species isn't needed. And there were always third and fourth grade feminists willing to make that argument. Not first grade feminists, we didn't hear the first grade feminists. We didn't hear suffragettes tended not to say, we'd like the vote and men scum. It would be hard to have won everyone over their side. Not least the men that needs to win over their side. But you do get third and fourth wave feminists who say, like, do we need men? Or men are all X. Again, it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. It's a tactic.
What if men, Richard Rangham, somebody from Harvard, describes that men are the originator of violence, physical violence in society? And he argues that actually the world would be better off. No, just a very cold calculus. If you get rid of men, there would be a lot less violence in society. Is this
But who says you need to get rid of violence in society?
But shouldn't that at least be a discussion? The pros and cons of a debate on a panel discussion round, pros and cons.
Well, that's the sort of thing, if I can say so, that some like weak ass academic decides to do because he thinks that his area of Boston would be nice there. He might decide it's useful if he was living in Kiev to have violence. I mean, it might. If New York was invaded right now, I'd need some violent men around here. I wouldn't
be invaded if there was no violent men.
Well, there's the argument. There's also at least there's some level of threat that you ought to exude that puts people off. If I was in, I'm very glad that the men and women of Ukraine are capable of, and more than capable of, fighting for their country and for their neighbours, their families, and much more. But it's better that there is violence ready to unleash when violence is unleashed upon them, than that the whole society has been told that they should identify as non-binary.
But at least it's a conversation to have, isn't there? Is there an aspect to the feminist movement that is correct? In challenging
some forms of violence, domestic violence, for instance. Although women are capable of that as well.
I'm learning about this.
We're discussing about this in the moment.
I can't help but watch the entirety of the beautiful mess that is human relations. Okay.
But just it's very unwise for women to war against men, as it would be for men to war against men. It's highly, highly unwise to war on the majority population. And in America, Britain, and other Western white people still authority. And so, why would you tell the majority that they're evil by dint of their skin color? And think that would be a good way to keep them in check? I mean, I'm not guilty of anything from my skin color. I'm not guilty of anything. My ancestors didn't do anything wrong. And even if they had, why would I be held responsible?
So, to go back to Nietzsche, is there some aspect to where you're trying to explain the forces at play here? Is it the will to power playing itself out from individual human nature, from group behavior nature? Is there some element to this? Because the game that plays human beings is always going to have less power and trying to find ways to gain more power.
That's certainly one. The desire to grab is, let me see if I find a quote for that. The desire to do that which we think we're owed, and to do it often in the guise of justice. I mean, justice is one of the great terms of our age, among the very great bogus terms of our age. People try to talk about their search for justice. It's amazing how violent they can often be in their search for justice, and how many rules they're willing to break so long as they can say they're after justice, and how many norms they can trample so long as they can say it's in the name of justice. You can burn down buildings in the name of justice.
But the majority groups throughout history, including those with red skin color, have done the same in the name of justice. We come up with all kinds of sexy terms in our propaganda machines to sell whatever atrocities we like to commit.
One of the quotes of the Leaf that I like,
careful, I'm judging you harshly.
Nietzsche says that one of the dangers of men of resentment is they'll achieve that ultimate form of revenge, which is to turn happy people into unhappy people like themselves, to shove their misery in the faces of the happy, so that in due course the happy, and this is quoting Nietzsche, start to be ashamed of their happiness, and perhaps say to one another, it's a disgrace to be happy. There is too much misery. This is something to be averted. The sick, says Nietzsche, must not make the healthy sick too, or make the healthy confuse themselves with the sick. Well, I think that again, there's a lot of that going on. How could I be happy when there is unhappiness in the world? Why should I not join the ranks of the unhappy?
I think Dostoevsky has a book about that as well. Most of
Okay. This has been very Russian, but I'm very pleased with another time. But Dostoevsky was I wasn't like doing this.
yeah, it's always good to plug the greats. And good to know this for relevant. Do you speak Russian, by the way, at all?
Which I did. I'm told it's a 10-year language, basically learned from scratch. So my friends who have done it.
Well, there's the language, and then there's the personality behind the language, and the personality I feel like you already have. So you just need to know the surface details. Okay. In fact, silence, to be silent in the Russian language is something that's already important.
Actually, if we had a magnetphone, we could have Stalin's birthplace put over. I once went to Gori, Stalin's born. Have you been?
No.
That's Sweden. I was there after Julia War. You know, went to the no man's land beside the Setia castle. And I said, we've got to go to Gori. Because the shell collapsed in Gori, rather weird from the Russian side. And Gori, Stalin's born. And of course, Georgia. And the Museum of Stalin's birthplace they've been trying to change for some years because it's been unadulterated and pro-Stalin for years. And the Georgian authorities is really were trying to make it into a museum of Stalinism. And it was really tough. The only place I've seen which is similar is the house in Mexico City where Trotsky was built. That also is I'm not quite sure what to do. They don't want to say he's a bad guy because they think he won't come anyway. Stalin's house in Gori changed from Museum of Stalin to Museum of Stalinism. There was this large Georgian woman with a pink pencil who just clearly been doing for 50 years. And she did that classic thing, and there's also sort of in North Korea with that sort of communist thing where they say, this is 147 feet high by 13 feet deep. Did I give you lots of questions? It doesn't matter. It will keep you fat. This is Stalin's suitcase. It is 13 inches wide. Anyhow, and this woman did all of this. All this violent not pro-Stalin, just explaining the Stalin's actions. Local boy done good. They didn't mention the fact he killed more Georgians than anyone else. And we get to the end, and before being taken to the gift shop where they sell red wine with Stalin's face on it, among other things, and a lighter with Stalin on it, they took me to a little room under the stairs, and they said, this is a replica of interrogation cell to show, represent horror of what happened in Stalin's time. Now I'll give them. It's like, no, and I took a woman aside. Yeah, and I see what she said as well. I said, well, what do you think about Stalin? And she said, those days she wasn't done this during time. She said, close to judge. It was an interesting comment itself. And I said, yeah, but you're more Georgians than you know, the worst thing. And she said, it's not my place to judge or to 5 years. And then she said, well, what do you feel about it? And she said, it was like a hurricane. It happened.
That's interesting because I mean, you mentioned Clubhouse once again. I got a chance to talk to a few people from Mongolia. There's a woman from Mongolia, and they talked about the fact that they deeply admire Stalin. She sounded, if I may, hopefully that's not crossing the line, I think I'm representing her correctly, in saying that she admired him almost like loved him, like the people love like Jesus, the holy figure.
Isn't that still the case in large parts of Russia?
Yeah.
I mean, he keeps on
there's something about human memory that we forget the details of the atrocities of the past. We remember the.
I mean, think of the number of people we talk about as historical heroes. Napoleon. I mean, British people don't talk about Napoleon as a hero, but they're French.
It's a question. Now, you didn't think that just be us now
The 50 French. But like the French, enormous amount of Napoleon, and they had many horizons. It was complete Britain. Killed many people unnecessarily. And there are lots of things in history we sort of cover that over with.
Yeah. Can we mention Churchill briefly?
Sure.
Because he is one of the. You can make a case for him being one of the great representatives or great figures historically of Western civilization.
Yes.
And then there's a lot of people from. I have like 3 friends. One of them happens to be from London, and they say that he's not a good person. Well, so listen, this friend, we may not discuss. This is an opinion poll from 3 friends, but I do know that there's quite a few,
There's a backlash going on at the moment.
at the moment in general, there's a spirit of reflecting on the dark sides of these figures and challenging history through. It's not just critical race theory, it's challenging history through, well, are the people who think of as heroes, what are their flaws? Are they villains? Are they convenient? We're there at the right time to accidentally do the right thing.
Accident. I hope this isn't the representative fair estimation from
No, she's going to be quite bad at this, but I would say the name seems to be anything.
So we know it's a she.
Well, see,
You're giving that away.
but that's, of course, I did not. I made that up completely. It's all just like my girlfriend in Canada. She's completely a figment of my imagination. Nevertheless, Winston Churchill is somebody. Me just looking at reading the Rothschild that they write is an incredible thing. That to me, so much of World War II is about leading up to the war is marked by stunning amounts of cowardice by political leaders, and it's fascinating to hear this person clearly with the drinking and smoking problem. Because
I don't understand why that's a negative.
no, I didn't say. You see,
You throw it in as if it is.
well, it's called humor. I'll explain to you what that means. But he stood, he stood up. He stood up to what would not seem as evil, but at the time was not so obvious to see. So that's just a fascinating figure of Western civilization. I'd love to get your comments.
The real criticism, the real criticism is if checks are quite easy to sum up. I do so on the website checks. I say these are the things they now use against them. I didn't do enough to write the book Bank of Famine in 1943, for instance. That's been shot down by US historians, Indian historians, in the middle of the war, in the middle of a world war. Churchill did what he could to get grain supplies diverted from Australia to India. The famine, the poor legend was caused by a typhoon, and of course, there was in Churchill. And the idea that some basically Indian nationalist historians have come out in recent years, and just American Churchill figures, that he actually wanted Indians to die. It's just total calm. And when people claim, some people claim that, there are a few very ignorant scholars, less with some credentials, who claim that Churchill wanted the Indian population to basically be genocided. And it's complete nonsense, not least by the fact that during the period in question, Indian population food. So that's one thing. Another one is that he had some views now regarding races. He definitely regarded races as being different characters, and that there were superior races. The white European was a superior culture. Um, he was born in Victorian England. He was in Victorian attitudes. These are things in the negative side of the ledger, and as with all history, we should have a negative and a positive side. The positive side of the ledger includes we almost certainly did more than any human being to save the world from Nazis. It actually counts something. And one of the reasons I talk about Churchill in this regard is to stress that if you get, I'm not trying to stop anyone doing history at all. I don't think the revisionism of recent years about Churchill or the founding fathers of America or anyone else is anything I want to stop. I find it interesting. I find it interesting, not least because it's so sloppy, but I find it interesting, it's important. And we should be able to see people. But that includes recognizing the positive side of the ledger. And if you can't recognize, you're doing something else. You're doing something else. It's not history. It's some form of politics, but very different. And I think it's the same thing with the founding fathers. There are some people, for instance, certainly since the 90s, who have pushed the Sally Hemings, Thomas Jefferson story to show that Thomas Jefferson was something improved. As a result, we see Jefferson's statue being removed from the council table in the city of sitting last November by council members who said that Thomas Jefferson no longer represents our values. If you can't recognize the greatness of Thomas Jefferson and have cause, that's not a grown-up debate and weigh that in the context of the time. But let me sort of throw a curveball at you. What about recognizing positive and negative with a fellow with a nice facial hair called Karl Marx?
Sure. I mean, I have a section in the West, where I go to Karl Marx and see.
So he seems to have gotten, some popularity in the West recently.
Not just recently, yeah. I mean, he's had a resurgence recently.
Yes, resurgence.
Well, that's because whenever things seem to go wrong, people reach for other options. And when, for instance, it's very hard for people to accumulate capital, it's not obvious they're going to become capitalists. And so one thing that happens is people say, let's look at the Marxism thing again, see if that's viable go. And my argument would simply be point me to what is that.
Well, the argument from the Marxist or the Marxian economist is that we've only really tried it once. The Soviets tried it, and there's a few people that kind of tried the Soviet thing. They basically it's an offshoot of this.
They tried
Soviet. Yes, they've tried.
They tried it.
Yes.
So, but let's just quickly say, how did all these experiments go?
Well, they failed in fascinating ways.
They did, but they failed. Yes. Correct. We should stress, so grossly failed. So grossly failed. They threw millions and millions of people into completely thwarted lives that were much shorter than they should have been.
Yes, so the lessons learned there, you can learn several lessons. One is that anything that smells like Marxism is going to lead to a lot of problems. Now, another lesson could be, well, what is the fundamental idea that Marx had? He was criticizing capitalism and the flaws of capitalism. It was possible to do better than capitalism. And that's, if that's good, you start to wonder, that might actually become relevant in about 20, 30, 50 years when the machines start doing more of the labor, all those kinds of things. You start to ask questions.
If I finally might get to Marx's dream what the average day would look like.
Yes.
That's really interesting. Remember that Marx said we would be doing the labor.
But he didn't know Twitter was a thing or Netflix. So you would change.
Are there things we can learn from Marx? Plausibly, possibly. I can't think of anything myself right now. But to have a critique of capitalism isn't a bad thing in society. I'd rather it was a critique
because that never leads to any of those things.
Have you let me pass?
It's never let me pass. And at some point, you've got to try to work out how many attempts you make at this damn philosophy before you realise every attempt always leads to the same thing. I was like, we could pretend that fascism has never been properly tried, and that it was unfortunate what happened in Nazi Germany, but that wasn't real fascism. And in Mussolini's fascism, it didn't go all that well. It was, a bit better. Maybe we could try a bit more Franco-fascism. Nobody would have any time for this crap, nor should they. The people who tried that are reviled, quite rightly. So why do we tolerate the Marxism thing? And it's a great mystery to me the way that people do tolerate it. Always in this stupid way of saying, we haven't done it yet. If you keep trying the same recipe and every time it comes out as shit, it's that the recipe is shit.
Well, sort of, I'm trying to practice it, but devil's advocate practice the same idea that you mentioned, which is when you say the word Marxism, if you throw on everything, if you ask the question, is there good ideas here? And the same, it's the good, it's the green, the good or the bad, and be able to do so calmly and thoughtfully.
Sure. The thing George Orwell, the comment on the start of it, the start of this. That's one of my favorite quotes. George Orwell, in the early 40s, I guess, if you know the start, is also Marxist. And this is Article 7. This is when it's actually Marxism for goods. And this always discussion with this Marxism goes on and on, and eventually what Orwell says, about show trials, what about what's happening in Ukraine, and the famine, and much more, purges. Eventually, the Stalinist says what Orwell knows he's going to say. He says, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. And Orwell says, where's the omelette?
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's really good. Because
look at this by this stage, okay? How many just messy, big, bloody, eggy piles have the Marxists created by now, country after country? Always next time they're going to produce the great one. But they never have, and they never will, because the whole thing is rotten at the start. But let me just also say one thing with it, because with Marxism as nice as it sounds, and that's one of the things that I try to highlight is if we're going to do this reductive thing of people in history and say, well, they have views throughout their time, and we must therefore condemn them. So it's fine to do the same thing with Marx. And there are things I quote in this book from Marx's letters, not least the letters to Engels. And indeed, it was published writings about peace conceived writings to the American press in the 50s. Where he has horrible views on slavery and colonialism and much more. But the main thing is the horrible things he says about black people and the constant use of the N-word. In fact, when I was doing the audiobook for one, I had to decide will I read out quotes from Marx or not. If I hadn't read them out, I had been cancelled because people who just said, you've been using the N-word so much. And I slightly thought of doing it so that I could say I was only quoting Marx to try to hit the point home. In the end, it was those sentiments that not because Marx's letters are disgusting on these things. Since I highlighted this in this book, some of the media picked it up and popularized this thing I'm trying to put into the system, which is if you're going to accuse Churchill, you're going to accuse Jefferson, Washington, Marx. The two things that Marx has said since this came out has been, first of all, why are you saying this about Marx? He was a man of his truth, like everyone else. And the second thing that says, we don't go to Marx for his horrid views on race, talking about mixed race people, gorillas and so on. We don't go to him for that. We go to him for his economic theories. So, okay. Well, we don't go to Thomas Jefferson for his views on slaves. We don't go to Churchill for his precise language he used to point to the 1910s about Indians or his psychopaths or his help. But
That explains so much.
But that's how it's explained in some ways. And that's why I'm very suspicious of the fact that the people don't do this with Marx. Because I think what they're trying to, some people are trying to do, and this may sound conspiratorial, but I really don't think it is. I think that some people are deliberately trying to completely clear the cultural landscape of our past in order to say there's nothing good, nothing you can do, no one needs to be able to no theory. The whole thing comes down. People are understanding, oh, we've also got this idea from the 20th century still about Marxism. The 20th century. And no, I will not have the entire landscape erased and then the worst ideas tried again.
So basically destroy all history and the lessons of history and then start from scratch and then it's completely any idea from what you could just take whatever.
Well, and the thing is, there are always some people who breathe bad ideas. And I mentioned this also with the post-colonialists. The post-colonialists were really interesting. Because when the European powers were moving from Africa and the Far East, post-colonial movements had one obvious move they could have done, which was to say, since the European powers have left, we will return to a pre-colonial life, which in some ways would have been returned to slave markets and slave ownership and slave settlement much more. But that's not what they said. They could have said we have indigenous culture which we will return to. Almost uniformly in the post-colonial era. You had figures like Frantz Fanon, you had European intellectuals like Sartre, who said the Western powers are retreating from these countries and therefore we should institute in these countries what the Western Marxism.
Well, it's not obvious to me like the bad ideas will be the ones that emerge, but it's more likely that the bad ideas will emerge in this kind of context when you erase history. When you erase tradition.
You erase history and you leave some ideas deliberately uninterrogated. I mean, as I say, find me 1 in 100 American students who've heard of and any of the communist despots of the 20th century. I mean, the name recognition, there was a poll done a few years ago in the UK, and like name recognition among children, school children, for Stalin, let alone Mao. I mean, Mao, who killed more people than anyone, 65 million Chinese perhaps. How many students in America know what Mao was, who he was, where he was? None.
Or the atrocities committed.
Where the atrocities were committed.
Or
don't worry about that, because it means that we might have learned one of the two lessons of the 20th century. We think we've learned one of the two lessons of the 20th century. We actually haven't learned that lesson. We've learned a little bit of it. And we've not learned the other one at all. Because that's why we still have people in American politics now actually talking about collectivization as if there's no problem with that, and as if it's perfectly obvious, and they could run it, and they know exactly where to stop.
what are the two lessons of the 20th century?
Fascism.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what exactly the lessons are.
No, it's not clear. If the lessons were very clear, it would be better.
Well, one is your book broadly applied of madness of crowds. That's one lesson.
Well, I have that.
Meaning like large crowds can display herd-like behavior.
Yes. Be very suspicious.
Yeah. In general, and you apply it to different modern applications in a sense, but that's rooted in history that crowds can. When humans get together, they can do some quite radically silly things.
The life connected is very crowds. Eric Hoffer, who was sort of self-taught, amazing, not the didactic writer, a true believer, he was extremely good. But the reason I mentioned the two things, no, I mean, we should have realized the two nightmares of the 20th century, fascism and communism, that we should know how they came about. And we're interested in learning about fascism. And we know some of us, like, don't treat other people as less than you because of their race. That's one lesson. But when we've done some good in learning that. But the second one, not to do communism again, not to do socialism, I think we're way away because we don't know how it happened, and the little temptations are still there. Other people saying we're going to expropriate your property. If people do things they don't like, they can't wait to take your property.
But there's an appealing sense. Okay, every ideology has an appealing narrative behind it that sells the ideology. So, where socialism and communism is, it seems unfair that the working class does all of this work and gets only a fraction of the output. It just seems unfair. So,
If they do get
yes, and so it seems to be more fair if we increase that. The workers only all of the value of their output. And what things that are more fair seems to be a good thing.
I'd say, well, yeah, I mean, fairness is I like fairness as a just. No, I much prefer fairness because it's a much easier thing to work out. It's got amorphous itself, so that everyone can recognize it. So, for instance, should the boss of the company earn £1 million if the lowest paid employee? Doesn't seem. Should they earn maybe 5 or 10? The salary less, but yeah, possibly. That could be better. There are certain sort of multiples which are within the bounds of, reasonableness. I think actually that's the much bigger problem in capitalism at the moment. Is the not untrue perception that the tiny number of people get a lot of they accrue a lot of the benefits, and that the bit of the middle has become increasingly squeezed, and there's a danger always of falling into the bottom. I mean, I think in the Snakes and Ladders of America, for instance, it's the correct perception to say that the snakes go down awfully far. If you tread on the snake, you can plummet an awfully long way. And the deal in the game was that the ladders took you high. And there's a deception, and again, it's not entirely wrong, that the ladder system is kind of broken.
So what you're saying is you're Marxist. That's right. You heard that here first in the out of context blog post.
I get back to point. The way to critique capitalism, if it's gone bad, is to get better capitalists. Free markets where they're not fair should be made fair. Never decide that the answer is never produce any human function, i.e. Marxism.
So as you describe madness of crowds, herd-like behavior of humans, it gets us into trouble. You as an individual thinker and others listening to this, how can you, because all of us are with tribes, we're influenced by the society that's around us, by the people that's around us, how can we think independently? How can we, if you're in the Soviet Union, beginning of the 20th century, if you're in, I don't know, Nazi Germany, the end of the 30s and 40s, how can you think independently? Given, first of all, that it's hard to think independently, just intellectually speaking, but also that it's just becomes more and more dangerous. So the incentive to think independently under the uncertainty that's usually involved in thinking is, it's a silly thing to say, but on Twitter there's a cost to be paid for going against the crowd. I mean, it's a silly thing. But we can even talk about Will Smith's Rabbi as well. But there's a crowd that believes that there's unjustified. I forget what the crowd decided. But
You have to split on that one to say for one opinion.
okay, it is. But there's, you put it very nicely, but there's clearly a calculus here. You can measure, on Twitter in particular, you can measure kind of the crowd, the sense of where the crowd is.
Michael Jackson.
Well, I don't want to. This is not a legal discussion of Rothschild. I don't even have a will.
The manifesto is there. But I think most people who are not just diehard fans can see that Michael Jackson had a strange relationship with children. And what is almost certainly beautiful.
Did the crowd around?
No, the crowd hasn't agreed. He's too famous and really like the girl.
Yeah, we do. So you said people who are not fans, I just don't.
No, I'm a fan of Michael Jackson, but I think he was really certainly good. But nobody wants to give up Nazis bad at weddings. So they just kind of add it in. It's fine. Seriously, it's a genius
apply to the apology.
Oh, that's well, he was, of course, one of the most famous people in America. But maybe he wasn't the guy who was
Wow. There's depth to this.
Oh, yeah. There's a genius opt-out in all cultures. There's a genius opt-out in all cultures. Look at Lord Byron. Lord Byron chapters this. Doesn't do that to it. In fact, I think go back to it.
But then again, this kind of war against the West, genius is actually makes you more likely, or no, to get canceled. So if you look at the genius of Thomas Jefferson, or
well, yes, because if you don't done anything remarkable, no one can look for you.
our societal genius to get you trapped with that.
Side of your life, nobody notices. Be totally harmless, and then die. Hope you haven't used any carbon. But you were asking about how to survive the era of social media and the crowds, and there's a very simple answer to that. Don't overrate the significance of the unreal world.
Oh, come on, but this is still human psychology. Because you want to fit in. You want to because you like people. And this is
Why not just like a small number of people?
Yeah, that's
what I do. Well, I mean, I actually like most people. I'm not as into gender. I don't have detestation for most people at all. I think I enjoy speaking of being. But in terms of storing your sense of self-worth, an absolute stranger big thing.
Yeah, well, me, that's this turns to therapy session. Because for me, I think I represent some number of the population. Is I'm pretty self-critical, looking for myself in the world, and there is a depth of connection with people on the internet. I mean, this shallow connection. Interesting. I
put it this way: if you became very open, would anyone?
No.
Good. That's a good test.
But then at the end of the day, yeah, you're right. You're very close friends with how family with I. Yeah.
Yep.
Perhaps that's the only thing.
You can't store significant amounts of trust or faith or belief or self-worth in places which will not return it to you.
Okay, so let's talk about the more extreme case, the harsher case. When we talk about the things you talk about in the war on the West, and madness of crowds. I mean, you're getting a lot of blowback, I'm sure. As for the listener, you just shrugged with his own look on your face. So you don't. All you need is some person saying that you're brilliant, that you're happy.
No, I'm perfectly behind myself.
Yeah.
Deep in peace and his majesty, but and it's nice about it, but no, I don't just about that. But no, I mean, and why would I lie? Apart from, I mean, maybe it's self-selecting. If I didn't have the view I had about that, whatever armory it is that I have, I wouldn't do what I did.
Have you been to some dark places psychologically because of the challenging ideas to explore? Like significant self-doubt, just kind of.
I can't say I've been unaffected by everything. By anything. There's definitely times I've got things wrong and regretted that. There's times I've. There was a period around time I wrote my book, Strange Death of Europe, which I was
to write.
And what I was concentrating on the ethics civilization. So occasionally now I have a maybe slightly too pat at this stage, but sometimes readers come up to the street or whatever and say, not strange death of Europe, and they say, very depressing book to read, and I say, well, you should try writing it. But it was because it has chunks of it which I'm very proud of, particularly about the death of religion, of God, the loss of meaning, and the void. And it's difficult stuff to write about and to grapple with. And there is a sort of, I haven't reread that since it came out, but I think there are passages in it which reveal what I was thinking very clearly in the poetry of it, as it were, as well as the detail. But yeah, I can't say I'm used to saying what I think and what I see, and if there's any pushback I've got from it, I'm completely consoled that I'm saying what I see with my eyes.
That's your source of strength, is that you're always seeking the truth as best you see it.
Well, I can't agree to go along with a lie if I've seen something.
Do you ever, so speaking of Sam Harris, and I mentioned to you, I've known a lot of people, I've talked to a lot of smart people in their private life on this podcast. A lot of them will reference you as their example of a very smart person. So, given that compliment, do you ever worry that your sort of ego grows to a level where you're not, what you think is the truth is no longer the truth? It's this kind of it blinds you. And also, on top of that, the fact that you stand against the crowd, that there's part of it that appeals to you, that you like to play out the emperor's own clothes.
And I get a certain thrill from friction.
Yeah, that sometimes both your ego and the thrill of friction will get you to deviate from the truth and instead just look for friction.
Could do, sure. I try to keep around that. I mean, early in my career, I realized that, for instance, I didn't want to make enemies unnecessary, any more than strictly necessary, because there was a very large number of already necessary. And I remember once, I won't get into details, but I only had one sort of thing done that way, and then another thing. I just and I remember thinking, don't be the sort of person who's fabricating stories. And I'm correct me if I'm wrong. And I think I'm pretty much stuck there. But to answer your question, well, the first thing is I'm as confident I can be that I will sort of traffic as two reasons. And one is that I don't think of myself as what I really am. Partly because I'm very, very aware. I mean, for instance, I have almost no knowledge of the details of finance or economic theory. I mean, the real detail of economic theory, the big picture, the kind we were just discussing earlier. But I have, if you put the periodic table in front of me, I would struggle to do more than a handful. I am very conscious of huge gaps. And where I have gaps or chasms, I tend to find out with disproportionate admiration for people who know that stuff. So I'm wild to invest by people who understand money, really understand it, how do you do that? And the same thing with biologists, medics, stuff I just know very little about.
And that's a source of humility for you, just knowing that.
Yes, I mean, I think I can get that stuff, and like, geez, we've got into general knowledge. They say that thing some years ago. There's a thing in the UK called University Challenge. And I was asked some years ago to there's a sort of like celebrity on it. Former students of the universities and colleges asked to go back for the Christmas special. And I was asked to be one of the people from my old college to go back and compete in the sort of celebrity alumni one. And the only thing I actually wanted to do it was go to discover that Louis Theroux had been my coach before my time. He'd agreed to be on the team. And I thought, I'd love to meet Louis Theroux, that'd be great. And anyhow, I said, well, I really don't want to do it. And they said, come on, it'd be great. I said, I've never shown myself I'd lived over last on making arrangements. And as it was, I sat down, my flat, I watched some past episodes of University Challenge. I realized I could just sat mute for the whole half hour. I just couldn't understand. The first question was about physics, and the second one was about, as it was, I watched the one, and I could answer the first 2 or 3 questions of the one that actually went out because they made it a bit simpler. But I mean, I'm terribly conscious of the fact, and I said to the Jesus, I said, I can't go on because I mean, I just couldn't answer the questions. These unbelievably smart students seem to be able to answer the whole range of things. So I'm perfectly aware of my limitations. And
you contemplate your limitations.
yeah, they're forever before me, you know. No, they're not hard to find in every day. And then on top of that, I suppose it's you know, and in a way, you know that line from Rudyard Kipling's alternately brilliant and slightly nauseating poem If. There's a line
I just enjoy this book.
well, no, it's not. It's I can enjoy a great poem,
Yes.
but I mean, a good poem. This is the exciting. But
This goes to your criticism of Dostoevsky.
Yeah.
Take Douglas's criticism with a grain of salt. So.
I mean, I've read it too many memorial services. But that line is a good piece of advice. If you can learn to move triumph from disaster and greet these 2 imposters just the same. That's a good one. A good line. It's kicking off. It's amazing. But I do think it's a very sensible thing to try to greet triumph and disaster and regardless of imposters and greet them just the same. And actually, anyone who knows that I never, partly it's because I have a sort of belief in the old gods, and at the moment that I thought that I was at the moment of triumph, fades with hitch up the skirts and I'd be a million miles. But it's also because, if anyone knows me, I never have a moment when I say, that's just great. You know, totally filled and victorious. I mean, it happened to me recently in one Western Straight on the bestseller.
How long did that last? In terms of your self-satisfaction? Not even 30 minutes.
But when I first saw that it was selling, I had that moment of relation. Good. I've done it. It's out. And I did have a moment of relation there. Done. But it doesn't last. But it's a time myself it mustn't last.
Because, as you said, faith, which is up its skirt, is a skirts. What was you reference with your poetry? As of 2022, this year, what's your final analysis of the political leadership and the human mind and the human being of Donald Trump?
I sort of avoided this for years.
Just talking about Trump.
I've tried to avoid it for years. But the same with me, I tried to avoid playing Brexit.
Do you think that Trump, just sorry on a small tangent, do you think the Trump story is over or we just done with that?
I have no idea the people I know who know him say he's relevant. And I think that in general, Republicans do have a choice in front of them. And one friend put it to me recently, said, you've got to go in with your toughest fighter. And I understand that instinct. And I also think it's a very dangerous instinct. Because what if your toughest fighter is also your biggest liability? What's the best way to get it done if I vote in 2024?
the people that are doing the war in the West are the Trump voters.
They are. And I'm cautious about this because I know everywhere I tread is dangerous, but let me just be
Tread gracefully.
I'll try to be graceful about my Western boots. My galoshes. Here's the thing. I think everybody knows what Trump is, because we all knew he is. And I feel sorry for the conservatives who have to pretend that he was something he was. I feel sorry for the ones who had to pretend that, for instance, he was some devout Christian or a man of faith or a man of great integrity or all of these sorts of things, because I'm making the public might be years ago, it's not really the case. But he has something extraordinary. One thing is the method of communication. Just got to say was unbelievable.
In one coming up the way that you can't do that.
Kind of way. I mean, watching him clear everyone out of the way in 2016 was thrilling, because people needed to. It's just horrified. America's going to give us another Bush. What's so great about this family? America's going to give us another Clinton. We're going to get to choose between Clinton and the Bush. Mark Stein said, well, we'll just wait for the day the Clintons and the Bushes intermarry and then we can really have a monarchy again. So I was very pleased to see him clear the way. I was very pleased to see him sort of raise some of the issues that needed raising. I think it was sort of breath of fresh air, and I wished it wasn't him doing. And then there was a question of him government, because it was just perfectly clear he didn't know how to go. What he did have, what he does have, is an incredible ability to fight. And some of the forces who were arraigned against him, my gosh, they would have taken down anyone else. I mean, if they had probably done some similar BS against Ted Cruz, or Marco Rubio, they'd have said, as some people admit, they'd have accused all these people of racism and misogyny and everything else as well. Just say they did Mitt Romney, just say they did John McCain. But Trump was the one ugly enough and breezy enough to fight.
And also a willingness, or a lack of willingness, to play sort of a civil game of politics or a party, and like politeness gets you in trouble.
Yeah, I mean,
so often that is polite and just out of momentum with being polite. And all of a sudden you're in the Harlem with Jeffrey Epstein, and it gets you into huge amount of trouble.
So the Trump has these sort of extraordinary points, but I just, look, he screwed up during his time in office because he didn't achieve as much as he should have. And you could say that about every president, but I refuse to acknowledge it. 2 years and both houses, first he just didn't know what needed to do. I mean, he was sitting in the office behind the Oval Office tweeting, watching the news. Sorry, that's not a president. And he couldn't fill and didn't fill positions because people knew. People who were very loyal to him. He would just, he'd get them to do something loyal and then destroy them. And I think, and then we get onto the thing about, and here we get onto the, what of course is very, very practice terrain, but, I covered the 2020 election, and I was traveling all around the States, and I went to a Trump rally, and all sorts of stuff. And I was in DC on election, and when the got very out in the so-called Black Lives Matter policy, and when it looked like Trump had win, we got really good. Some Antifa people started getting into black and rock and this sort of stuff, and I thought, this starts with if Trump wins. And in the aftermath of the vote, I was waiting to hang around and watching for a bit, and I saw the flag on, and I saw some of his people and others who claimed they had great evidence of vote rigging and sort of thing. And I'm afraid I'm one of those people who doesn't believe that the evidence they presented is good enough to justify the claim that he won the election. And I said, have you seen 2,000 rules? Look, the evidence isn't there that the election was won by Donald Trump. And I think that what he did on January the 6th was unbelievably dangerous. And, here it is possible for us to hold two ideas in our head at the same time. January, not enough. Nor was it an insurrection any time to stage a coup. And there's a vanishing number of people in the US. Or as Eric Weinstein said, this is the roof that you have to walk along. And the sides are very steep if you fall off either side.
Is there some sense, given the forces that are waging war near us, you said this feeling, perhaps because of Antifa or something else, that this town is going to burn, and yet you continue feeling that this town is going to burn with the January 6th events? Are you worried about the future of the United States in the coming years because of the feeling of escalation? Is that just a war of Twitter, or is there real grooming or something?
Oh, sure.
And how? And let me then respond to that. What is hopeful? If you 10 years from now look back at the United States and say we turned it around, what would be the reason? What would be the ways, the mechanisms that we do so?
Tell you, since I wrote this book, there are two things in particular that have been really pleased that a specific type of specialist has approached me to say that things I've written about actually have more application than they've written. One is the gratitude issue. A number of people have approached me who've gone through AA, Alcoholics Anonymous. They sometimes say if you were a good AA. But the reason they ask is they say, well, because if you go to drug rehabilitation or Alcoholics Anonymous, anonymous, it doesn't sound very neat. If you stand up and really say your name, you type on the worst things you've ever done. It sounds the opposite of anonymous. Anyway, but they say, look, because if you go to these things, you're asked to, and as part of your recovery, say what you're grateful for, like list what you're grateful for. I didn't know that when the book was out, and so that turned out to have more application than I knew. The other thing, though, is that I say that it's absolutely crucial in America that we try to be agreed on. And a couple of times since the book came out, I've been approached by people with marriage rights. You also said you can do for marriage rights. Again, stop asking. No, but this, and I said, why? Because this is one of the things that we do in couples, is trying to find things to agree on. I think this is very important in America, and it's made much harder by the fact, and I said this many times, but forgive me if I'm repeating myself, but it's made much harder by the fact that having different opinions is very last century. Now we all have different facts, or at least the two sides have different. One half of the country, roughly, or let's say 40% of the country, with a tight minority. One segment of the country believes that Hillary Clinton won the 2016 election and that the Russians interfered in it. Another half of the country believes that Donald Trump won the 2020 election. If you can't agree on people's elections, it's very hard to see where you agree on. That's one of the things I mind of war in Iraq, just to invest in this field. One of the things we can agree on is at least some attitude towards your past. You don't have to. Like, the public square has had public heroes who agreed to be heroes to some extent. What's the word? If you don't have, if actually you think things like half the country did stand fathers were pretty good, the other half thinks they were absolutely wrong and racist. If half the country basically thinks it would have been better if Congress had taken a different turn, never found America, gone back home and said nothing else, that would have been better. And the other half's pretty glad in the end got America. You've got to agree on something. And I just see in America, so I do think we've got to try to find things to agree, like a reasonable attitude towards suppliers. That's why that matters. And again, I stress, I'm not trying to Rothschild, God knows, I can stand up to second scrutiny, self-scrutiny. But nor was it all bad. This wasn't a country formed in sin and in an eradicable sin. It wasn't founded in 1619 in order to make the country wicked and incapable of escaping that wickedness. You know, these are things that will matter enormously in the years ahead. Because if you can't agree on anything, including who your heroes are, like the whole thing is just one massive division. We'll see what I think we're already seeing, which is people basically going to states voting more like the life they want to. And some people say to me, well, that's okay, and the genius of the founding is that it allows for that. That's possible, but it's also, it eradicates half of what has been American public life, which is the ability for each other to discuss face to face. And I see things like this long place on America the other week with the Supreme Court leak, the draft leak, as being just a further example of that. I'm very, very worried about it. And because if America screws up everything is
Yeah, there is a degree to which America is still the beacon of these ideas on which the country was founded and been able to live out in better forms, sort of live out the actual ideals of the founding.
Yeah,
which is
and with the desire to improve an imperfect union.
yeah. Well, as I generally have hope that people want sort of gratitude, people are aware how good it feels to be grateful. That just it's the better life psychologically. But resentment is the thing that destroys you from within. So I just feel that people will long for that and find that. That's the American way. Some of the division that we now has to do with new technologies and social media. It kind of is a small kind of deviation out because the new got new to it.
But
Just like nuclear weapons.
Yeah, we'll be relatively new. But we need to find reasonable attitudes. Right? That's why I say, like, it matters how you imbibe feedback on social media, because we're all going through it to some extent.
We learn.
And we learn, and we've got to learn how to do this without getting mad. You know, I say this as my minimalist call to friends in this era is the main job of not to get insane.
Yeah. And walk towards sanity. Because, I'm sure there's hard stops in some cases. Okay. Do you have advice for young people that just put down their TikTok and are listening to this podcast in high school and college about how to have a career, how to live life?
It's a really good question, but of course, I mean, I can give specific advice on what we write and so on, but that's a bit niche.
The writers would be very interesting. So also, how to put your ideas down on paper and how your ideas develop them, and have the guts to go to a large audience. Especially when the ideas are sort of controversial or dangerous or difficult.
Well, the main thing to do is to read. When I was a schoolboy, I never had a book in my pocket. The cycle from my dad from the side pocket, and would read. And that wasn't just because I was Scottish in some way, but because I discovered, probably at some point in my early teens, I discovered something. I wrote about this one. I discovered that books were dangerous, which is a brilliant discovery. I discovered that it could contain anything. And also, people didn't know you were reading. I remember at far too young an age, I read The Laws of Deception by Rothschild. Didn't really have a terror actually. But I knew that it was about something really interesting and dangerous. And I thought constantly when I read poetry or read history, I was just constantly thrilled and wanted to know more. And well, if you want to become a writer, you have to read. You have to read the best stuff. And you know, obviously people disagree or agree on what that is, and you'll find the people that really impress you. But I know that I just came across certain writers who just knocked me off my feet. And when you find those people who like read everything and cling on to them and find other people like that, find other writers like that, people are connected by history or scholarship or circles or whatever.
For you, is it fiction or not fiction? Is it particular books that you just remember, or just give you pause?
Well, I remember the first book that absolutely threw me was The Lord of the Flies, William Gold, which we used to be signed text and everyone was snotty about it. It was so popular. But I was thrown because I think it was the first adult book I read, in that I had been used to the world of children's literature, of everything ends up fine in the end. The lost will get found. No. This was the first book I read, but that's not the case. The world turned out different. And I remember the days afterwards, I was just in a state of shock. I couldn't believe what I'd just discovered. And partly because I sort of that's true. And of course, that is not to say that the law there's lots of scholarship on what children do in this situation, being on the island when they do communicate. Anyway. But yes, that was a sort of introduction to the adult world, and it was shocking, thrilling, and I wanted more of it.
It was dangerous.
And it was dangerous. And then, of course, when I became interested in sex, for a moment I was gay, I read books were a very, very good way to learn about what it was. And that was even more dangerous. But I don't know. I know.
You discovered sex. That was in virtual books.
Well, you mean no? What I mean is no. What I mean is that one of the things that gay people have when they grow up is that you have a terribly big secret, and you don't think the world will ever know. You hope the world will never know. And it's been called by one psychologist the little boy with a big secret. And so if you discover that other people have the same secret, there's a sort of thank God for that. But I mean, that's just a version of what everybody gets in reading in a way, which is the thrill of discovery that somebody else thought, something you thought, you thought. I mean, one of the greatest thrills in all of literature is when a voice comes from across the centuries, seems to leave a hand.
It makes you feel a little bit less alone because somebody else feels
yes,
is the world the same way, is the same way.
That's what C.S. Lewis said. He said, we read to know what we know. But we don't only read to know what we know, we read to become other people. I mean, I think I saw in books the version of the life I want to live, and I decided to live it. And unfortunately, enough, I've done so. I wanted to live in the world of ideas and books and debate. I want to live in the debates of my time. And I remember when quite a lot of people read all of those. And you know, stuff and such as stuff. But that poem of his, which everybody knows, and which he hated, September 1st, 1939. I remember certain lines in that just saying whack to me. I said, oh, the singer died, sentence me degrading the low. At the end of the low dishonest decade. Because there's a problem with that line, which is you kind of want to live in the end of the low dishonest decade as well. It's sort of cool in a way. And you're the only person who sees it. But, so yeah, anyhow, this is diversion. The point is, if you want to be a writer, you've got to be. And apart from anything else, you discover the length of language and the things you can do. And I've read people who, and I still do, I think, how did you do that? In fact, books for me now fall into two categories. One is I know how you did that, and the other is I don't know how you did that. And the best feeling as a writer is when you do the second. And it happens occasionally in my writing life.
We always have to check when you break the bullet right after
the moment you write it.
you wonder how did I.
Yeah, that's the most. I never said that before. finished the piece and I got this. I didn't know, because that's also a thing with writing. It's not. Sometimes people say you need to write and know what you think. That's not quite true. Sometimes that's a very bad piece of advice for some writers who don't know what they think, and it's not going to become clearer if they just start typing. Well, yeah. Sometimes it is that there's a thought that's just waiting, and a character that comes across, and suddenly the sentence emerges in your brain, and by the time you type it, you just go, yes. Because that's the greatest thing.
Almost like it came from somewhere else.
That's what Guinness says about, what's the moment. Tom Stoppard's favourite quote about Guinness saying what happened at the moment where the writer's pen pauses. Where does he go at that moment?
Yeah, that's so interesting. That's so, because I think the answer to that question will help us explain consciousness and all those other weird things about the human mind.
Yeah. So that was advice for writers. I don't think give advice for people.
Is that, you want to give health advice?
No.
To Churchill? Clearly. Because you imply that Churchill was one of your early guides in that aspect. So when you discovered your sexuality, let me ask about love. Far too personal question to ask a Brit, but what was that like? And broadly speaking, what's the role of love in the human condition? Sex and love. And for you personally, discovering that you were maybe telling the world that you were gay.
I'm very powerless person. I do have some rules I actually.
Rules are meant to be broken.
I'll break a little bit. The one of the ways in which growing up and loving your gay differs from growing up and being straight is that it's almost inevitable that your first passions will be unrequited.
Oh, I never thought about that.
Now, that's not to say, I mean, there's plenty of unrequited love among young men, young women, but it's almost inevitable to forget that your first passion, the odds are that the person in question
The experience of love is mostly heartbreak.
is heartbreak and disappointment.
The heartbreak can be beautiful too.
A form of, well, it has, again, you come back to the thing that you're a writer, so you can just do something with it. That's why all writers are sort of not to be trusted.
I distrust you the moment you walk through here.
No, I mean, it's a famous problem. Right, because you've always right views there. It's a dangerous thing. All writers should
Sounds like a drug, right?
no, it's not like a drug. It's the fear that all things, even the greatest suffering, could be material.
What's the danger of that exactly? That seeing material, experience it fully.
You don't experience it fully, and it might be using. I had a friend who wrote a poem about a friend who died of motorcycle accident in the 60s, and he said he knew the moment you told us that his death, tiny bit of it, like it was good poem. But he did poems on, but there's always a slight hope for writers. We're going to use that. Anyhow, that's a diverse.
So life is full of guilty pleasures. I think that's what I'm about. Because if you feel like, really what you're doing is you're capturing that moment and you're going to impact the lives of many other people by writing about that moment because it's going to stimulate something that resonates with those people because they had similar kinds of memories about it.
Yes.
Something that they have to use. So, but,
yes,
but there's a good sign.
More obvious problem is reporting from war zones or bad places and wanting to find bad stories because it's useful. And there is a definite guilt you get from that sort of thing. That's the situation I'm useful. Anyway. No, so that's sort of the only difference you have to bring up again. And it means that most, certainly my generation, was gay men came to sexual or romantic maturity later. And there's lots of explanations about that. Maybe being one of the reasons for perceived or otherwise promiscuity among women, which is, I think, more easily persuaded by the fact that gay men behave like men if women were men.
That's one explanation. But it's both the feature of that you come to sexual flourishing later in life. Really, it could be seen as a introductory, I think, could be positive or negative.
Yeah.
But what's broadly speaking is the role of love in the human condition, Douglas?
Well, it's the nearest thing we have to finding a point.
What is the point? What's the meaning of love? Let's go there.
So what's the meaning is a hard one, of course. Where is the meaning? And I said that if you everyone can find that, you gravitate towards places you find the meaning. Now there's a conservative answer to this, which is quite useful, and it's certainly more useful than any others, because the conservative answer is find meaning where people have found it before, which is a very, very good answer.
Yeah.
If your ancestors found meaning in a place of worship or a particular canon of work, go there, because it's been proven by time to be able to give you the girls. Much more sensible than saying, hey, I don't know, discover new ways of living. But love is probably the nearest thing we can have to the divine on earth. And of course, the problem of what type of love you mean is an issue.
But that goes to the fact that you don't like definitions anyway.
I do like definitions. I just they need to be pinned down. But let's not go there. Because
it's not pinned down love at the moment.
Well, no, because if because of the different varieties of love, the fact that we have one word for it in our culture, and it means an awful lot of things we don't really know.
Yeah.
Well, but let's say human love, with the greatest fulfillment in sexual fulfillment in sexual love than another person, is probably the greatest information we can have of what might otherwise only be superseded by divine love. And it's the sense that all young lovers have, which is that they've just walked through the low door of God and found themselves in place. And this is. There's a beautiful, beautiful poem. Can I read it to you?
Yes, please.
I'm trying to find. There's a beautiful poem of Philip Rothschild, which slightly says what I'm trying to dodge the question about referring to other people, but
Maybe that's the best way to answer the question. Good thing is to read a poem.
so there's a poem by Philip Larkin called High Windows, which is remarkable because he came sexual. He was straight and rather than having sex, but he came sexual Christian for 40s, 50s, all the hell of that. And he took what I regard as being a really remarkable and important view on sexual revolution in the 60s, which to most people is very older people resented the young. They resented the freedom they had, and actually they claimed the freedom of terror. It's always going to be other people. The third life was very surprisingly, he was a very conservative person from a different view. And he says in his poem, the opening poem, he said, when I see a couple of kids who guess who's fucking her, and she's taking pills or wearing a diaphragm, I know this is paradise. Everyone else dreamed of their lives. Bombs and gestures pushed to one side like an outdated gun line on this thing. Everyone young going down the long slide to happiness endlessly. I wonder if anyone looked at me 40 years back and thought that would be the life, no God anymore, sweating in the dark about hell and or having to hide what you think he and his lot will go down the long slide like three bloody birds. And immediately, rather than words, comes the thought of high windows, sun compounding glass, and beyond it deep blue air that shows nothing, and is nowhere, and is endless.
The divine, he found it.
You found it in seeing a couple of young kids and knowing that one of them was wearing a Bible. You see, it's very counterintuitive. Secondly, this is quite the sex is so tied up, miserable. I mean, people don't remember this now when they talk about the past. I'm not going to put stuff into that. You know, descriptions of what it was like when they have sex in pre-first before the end. You know, all the men are going to, you know, prostitutes. You know, so many of them got syphilis. And this was their first experience of sex. It was so goddamn awful, and they were stuck with all their lives. And so there's lots of stuff that's come back to it. Essentially, that's why. But you asked about, like, yes, I do think that love is basically the thing that gives us the best gifts.
And by the way, sex, liberating sex, is by the love.
No, I mean, it throws them in the time. It threw in another 7
If there's any moving on top of that, we like to find problems and solve them as a human species. And sometimes we create problems. Douglas, thank you for highlighting all the problems of human civilization and giving us a glimmer of hope for the future. This is an incredible conversation. Thank you for talking today. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Douglas. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you some words from Douglas Miller himself. Disagreement is not oppression. Argument is not assault. Words, even provocative and repugnant ones, are not violence. The answer to speech we do not like is more speech. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Slaves produce a surplus which they make. Serfs produce a surplus which they work against. Employees produce a surplus which they employ. It's very simple. These are exploitative class structures because one class produces a surplus appropriated, distributed by another group of people, not the ones who produced it, which creates hostility, envy, anger, resentment, and all of the problems that could lump under the heading class struggle.
The following is a conversation with Richard Wood, one of the top Marxist economists and philosophers of the world. This heavy topic. In general, for me personally, given my family history in the Soviet Union, in Russia, and in Ukraine. Today, the words Marxism, socialism, and communism are used to attack and to divide, much more than to understand and to learn. This podcast, I seek the latter. I believe we need to study the ideas of Karl Marx, as well as their various implementations throughout the 20th and the 21st centuries. In general, we need to both steelman to consider seriously the ideas we demonize, and challenge the ideas we dogmatically accept as true, even when doing so is unpleasant and at times dangerous. This is the Next Week Podcast. Supporter, please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, dear friends, there's Richard Wolf. Let's start with the basic question, but maybe not so basic after. What is Marxism? What are the defining characteristics of Marxism?
Well, the simplest way to begin the definition would be to say it's the tradition that takes its founding inspiration from the works of Karl Marx, um, but because these ideas that he put forward spread as fast as they did and as globally as they did. Literally, it's 140 years since Marx died, and in that time, his ideas have become major types of thinking in every country on the earth. If you know much about the great ideas of human history, um, that's an extraordinary spread in an extraordinarily short period of historical time. And what that has meant, that speed of spread and that geographic diversity, is that the Marxian ideas interacted with very different cultural, religious, and economic conditions. So the end result was that the ideas were interpreted differently in the different places at different times. And therefore, Marxism, as a kind of first flush definition, is the totality of all of these very different ways of terms reading. For the first roughly 40, 50 years, Marxism was a tradition of thinking critically about capitalism. Marx himself, that's all he really did. He never wrote a book about communism, he never wrote a book really about socialism either. His comments were occasional, fragmentary, dispersed. What he was really interested in was a critical analysis. And that's what Marxism was, more or less, in its first 40 or 50 years. The only qualification of what I just said was something that happened in Paris for a few weeks. In 1871, there was a collapse of the French government, consequent upon losing the war to Bismarck's Germany, and then the result was something called the Paris Commune. The working class of Paris rose up, basically took over the function of running the Parisian economy and the Parisian society. And Marx's people influenced by Marx, were very active in that commune leadership. And Marx wasn't that far away, he was in London. These things were happening in Paris, an easy transport even then. And for a short time, very short, Marxism had a different color. In addition to being a critique of capitalism, it became a theory of how to organize society differently. Before that had only been implicit, now it became explicit. What is leadership of the Paris going to do? And why? In what order? In other words, government organized a society. But since it only lasted a few weeks, the French army recruited under leadership of people who were very opposed to Marx. They marched back into Paris, took over, killed the Marx under the Communards, and deported them to islands in the Pacific that were part of the French Empire at the time. The really big change happens in Russia. How you a group of Marxists that you classify who are in this bizarre position to seize a moment. Once again, a war disorganizes the people, throws the government into a very bad looking because it is the government that loses World War I, has to withdraw this year. And the government collapses, and the army revolts. And in that situation, a very small political party, Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party, splits under the pressures of all of this into the Bolshevik and Menshevik divisions, Lenin, Trotsky, and others. Now, to make a long story short, he's in exile. His position, Lenin's position, gets him supported because he says Russian workers should not be until the German war. This is a war, a capitalist war, dividing the world up. Colonies,
Yeah, this
should
is
not
the
kill
worst.
them, should not
The absolute worst piece
as
of
you can expect. That's
media.
interestingly, in the United States, Contra, the leader, that Chinese the Socialist Party here, as you know, the most Communist Party at this point, but Communist. The head of the Socialist Party, a very important American figure named Eugene Victor Debs, makes exactly the same argument. That Americans should not fight the war. He's in, I have nothing to do with that now. He does it. He gets arrested and put in jail. In, by the way, he runs for president from jail and does this. Really, very well written. And he's the inspiration for Bernie Sanders. You see the
God. That's the rich guy. I'm not very history.
Yes, complicated story. Anyway, the importance in terms of money is that now this seizure of power by a group of Marxists, that is a group of people inspired by Marx, developing what you might call a Russian, even though there are differences in what the Russians do, a Russian socialism. This has to be transformed from the seed of capitalism into a plan, at least, to do in this country.
Yes.
And a lot of this was then trialed by Marx never really agreed it was out. Probably wouldn't have been all that relevant if he had 50 years earlier in another country. So what begins to happen, and you can see how this happens more later in China, Cuba, and Vietnam, and so on, is that you have kind of a bifurcation. Much of Marxism remains chiefly the critique of it, but another part of it becomes a set in a different way than the other, a set of notions of what an alternative post-capitalist society ought to look like, how it ought to work. And there's lots of disagreement about this, lots of confusion, and I would say that it's still where it is. Tradition now that has these two major wings, critique of capitalism, notion of the alternative, and then a variety of each of those, and that would be the framework of an answer. That's what Marxism is. Its basic idea is that human society can do better than capitalism, and it ought to try. And then we can start talking about what we mean by capitalism. Fine.
This shit is so
So
slow.
we'll look at the critique of capitalism on one side, and maybe stepping back. What do you think Marx would say if you just look at the different implementations of the ideas of Marxism throughout the 20th century, where his ideas that were implicit and made explicit? Would he shake his head? Would he enjoy some of the parts of the implementation? How do you think he would analyze it? Well, he had a great sense of humor. I don't think that changed it to look at this writing. He had an extraordinary sense of humor. So my guess is he would deploy his humor. He would say some of them are inspiring, some interpretations of his work, and he's very pleased with those. Others are horrifying, and he wishes somehow he could.
This is so bad.
And the really
It's so
they
shitty.
claim for him, the German word, speaking of language, is a wonderful German word called verzichten. And it's stronger than the word refuse. If you want to refuse something, but with real strong emphasis, it's a German word. And he would talk in philosophical terms, because we don't speak philosophy, as Borges' doctoral thesis on ancient Greek philosophy. And he would wax philosophical. But the ideas you put out are a little bit like a child. With a lot of influence, but the child is his own, her own person. find his own way. And these ideas, once they're out there,
As you said, there's a particular way that this idea spread, the speed at which it spread throughout the world, made it even less able to be sort of stabilized and connected back to the origins of where the idea came from.
the only people who haven't really tried were the Russians, because they occupied a position for a while, not very long, but they occupied a position for a while, which was exalted, right? And all these people criticizing capitalism, even the Marxists ever since mid-century, and these were the first guys who pulled it off. They made it, and so that there was a kind of presumption around the world. Their interpretation must be kind of the right one, because look, they did it. And so for a while, they could enunciate their interpretation, and it came to be widely grasped as something which, by the way, gets called in the literature official Marxism. The very idea that you would put that adjective in front of Marxism or Soviet or Russian, with these words that, when the adjective was meant to somehow say, this is the canon. You can depart from it, but this is the canon. Before the Russian Revolution, there was no such thing. And by the 1960s, it was already discredited. It's gone. But for a short time, 30, 40 years, it was a kind
This shit is so
and the
bad.
irony is, particularly here in the United States,
What the fuck?
where the taboo against Congress kicks in right after World War II, is so total that I, for example, for most of my adult life, have had to spend a ridiculous amount of my time simply explaining to them
It is so bad.
that the Marxism they take as canonical is that old Soviet Marxism, which wasn't the canon before 1917 and hasn't been since at least the 1960s. They don't know. It's not that they're stupid and it's not that they're ignorant. It's that the Latins maybe it's not a mental problem. It's the taboo shut it down so the all of the reopened that in a way recaptures what went before and develops it in a new direction.
Nevertheless, it's a serious attempt at making the implicit ideas explicit. The Russians, the Soviets at the beginning of the 20th century made a serious attempt to say, okay, beyond the critique of capitalism, how do we actually build a system like this? And so, in that sense, out of a high level, whether the detailed level, it's interesting to look at those particular schools. Maybe,
Right, because for example, you just take your point one step further. You really cannot understand the Cuban Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, Vietnamese, and the others, because each of them is a kind of response to the way the Soviets.
I will be
Are you going to do that? And yes, and no is the answer. This we will do that way. And the difference is huge, but you could find a thread, I can do that for you, in which all of them are in a way reactive.
to the originals.
Yes, very much so.
Like maybe most of rock music is reactive to the Beatles and Stones.
That's something.
But can you speak to the unique elements of the various schools of that Soviet Marxism? So we've got Leninism, Trotskyism, Stalinism, maybe even let's expand out to Maoism. So maybe I could speak to sort of Leninism. Please tell me if I'm saying dumb things. There's I think for Lenin, there's an idea that there could be a small the Vanguard Party, like a small controlling entity that's like wise and is able to do the sexual planning decisions. Then for
this shit is so slow.
Stalinism, uninteresting. Stalin's implementation of all of this uninteresting characteristics to
Maybe it's
move away from the international aspect, the ideal of Marxism, to make it all one nation, nationalism, strength of nation. And then, so Maoism is it's different in that it's focused on agriculture and rural. And then Trotsky is known except that it's anti-Stalin. But I mean, I don't even know if there's unique sort of profiles. Anyway, can you maybe from those or something else speak to different unique elements that are interesting to think about implementation of Marxism in the real world?
Probably the best way to get into this is to describe something that happened in Marxism that then shapes the answer to your question. In the early days of Marxism, his life spans the 19th century. Born in 1818, dies in 1883. So literally, he lives the 19th century. And you might, to make things simple, you might look at the first half, the first 2/3 of his life, as overwhelmingly gathering together the precursors to his own work. Marx was unusually scholarly, in partly because he looked at God, partly because he was next to London, because he had life. He worked in the library. He had a lot of time. He got subsidized a little bit by Engels, his friend, and you might say the first half to 2/3 of his life are about the critique of capitalism. And that was what, in a broad sense, the audience for his work, Western Europe, more or less, and was interested in. That's what they wanted. And he gave that to them. He wasn't the only one, but he was very effective at it. By the last third of his life, he and the other producers of anti-capitalist movement, people like the Chartists of England, other movements, the anarchists of various kinds, like Proudhon in France, or Kropotkin, in Russia, and so on. You put all these together, and there was a shift in what the audience is called a mixture of militant working class people on the one hand, and critical or radical intelligence on the other. They now wanted a different question. They were persuaded by the analysis. They were agreeable that capitalism was a phase they would like to do better than. And the question became, how do we do this? Not anymore, should we maybe fix capitalism? No, they had gotten to the point the system has to be fundamentally changed. It just it didn't go, as you might imagine, it didn't even think, well, they will not use system. They didn't go there. What they did was ask the question, how could we get beyond capitalism? It seems so powerful. It seems to have captured people's minds, daily lives, and so on. And the focus of the conversation became, this is already less than this is the question of the agency, the mechanism whereby these things the conversation focused on seizing the government. Before that, it wasn't that the government was not a major. If you read Marx's Capital, great work of his maturity, 3 volumes, so there's nothing in the state, he mentions that he's interested in the details of how capitalism works. Factory by factory, store by store, what's the structure? The government sector.
But there's also humans within that capitalist system of working class.
That's what it's interesting. It's interesting. Think of it almost mechanically like in the workplace. Some people who do this, other people who do that. And they accept this division of authority. And they accept this division of what's going on here, particularly because we believe that the core economic objective of capitalism was to maximize something called profit, which is analysis located right there in the workings of the economy, not the government.
But he was looking at these value.
Yes.
How much value does the labor of the individual workers provides, and that creates how we reward the workers and pay. So those are the questions.
Again, but the government is really part of that answer. So it's very significant towards the end of the night.
I've studied already.
Once it's still alive and this begins, but it really gets good. Is this debate among about the role of the state? They all agree, we all agree to get the state. The working class has to get the state because they see the state as the ultimate guarantor. When things get really out of hand, capitalists call to the police, or he calls the army, or both. And so the government is, in a sense, this key institution captured in this Marxist language by the bourgeoisie, by the other side. And yet vulnerable because of suffrage. If suffrage is universal or nearly so, if everybody gets a vote, which in a way capitalism brings to bear, part of its rejection of feudalism, French American Revolution, is to create a place where elected representatives, so that the government being subject to the suffrage creates the notion of
So bad.
you have to seize the state. And it's agreed upon, but there's a big split as to how to do it. One side says, go with the election. We mobilize the vote. That gets to be called reform system. And the other side is, well, when we do that, this system, again, is rigged. You can't get there. It's long over parliaments, divide the politicians, all that. And therefore, revolution. Revolution gets a very big boost because the Russians. That's what they do. And they fought them to do kind of. And that, this focus on the state, I would argue, goes way beyond what the debaters at the time. And if you're interested in the great names, there was a great theorist of the role of the state in the reformist strategy to get power in Germany named Edward Rothschild. His opponents, and Karl Kautsky and Rosa Luxemburg, two other huge figures. They wrote the articles that everybody reads, but it was a much more. By the way, that debate's still reformism and revolution. And in terms, not all that different. I mean, to adjusted to history, but in terms of different.
Can you comment what we do mean in terms of the mechanism of progress, reformation versus
I'd rather start with the historical.
Welcome.
In most cases, the
Welcome.
reformists of it as well.
How are you?
These revolutions are frightening, it's scary, it's dangerous.
Hope you're doing well.
And so most of the time, when you get to the point where it's even a discussion about an abstract thing, circumferences, strategic issue, the reformists have won. I'll give you an example from the United States. In the Great Depression of the 1930s, you had an extraordinary shift to the left in the United States. The greatest shift to the left in the before was suddenly we created a vast left composed of labor movement, which was crazy. We organized for people into unions in the 1930s. There was any time before or any time since the explosion. And at the same time, the explosion of two socialist parties and the Communist Party that became very powerful, and they all worked together, creating a very powerful presence. They devoted strategically really the revolution. The reformers were the union people, and the communists were the revolutionaries by and large because they were affiliated with the Communist International. Christian at a school, with Rothschild and all of that. And in between, you might say that the two socialists, one that was Trotskyist in inspiration, and the other one more moderate Western European. And they had this intense debate. And they ended up, the reformists won that debate. There was no revolution here, but there was one that achieved unspeakably great success, which is why it was as strong and remains as strong as it does. Because it achieved in 50 years, in 1950, starting around 1932, Social Security started the it's the same as the unemployment insurance never existed. Minimum wage for the first time, still have that. And a federal program of employment that's 15 billion a year. These are unspeakable gifts, if you like, to the workers. That's what the 30s, 40s, not much in the 40s, in the 30s. And here's the gift. It was paid for by taxes of the rich. So what people today say, we would think, I said, the joke is I had to teach how to do this, I think the Americans. Because we'll return to that. The first steps. Take us go back to the beginning of the 20th century with the Russians. So their interpretation goes, everybody was right, the state is crucial. We were right, we were the revolutionaries, we seized the state. Now we have the state, and socialism is when the working class captures the state in miracle revolution, and then uses its power over the state to make the transition from capitalism to the very Islam. And again, make a long story short, interesting. What happens, which is not unusual with liberalism, is that the means persecute. In other words, Lenin, who's crystal clear, before he lived very long time, in the 3s, he's only in power from 17 to 22. By that time, he has his brain trouble. And that's 1922, but it's not at least. Yeah, it's a pause. 19, yeah, he's only. He's very clear. He even says, I've done work on the published. He says in a famous speech, let's not do ourselves. We have captured the state, but we don't have socialism. We have to create that. We have to move towards that. With Stalin, Lenin dies, the fight begins. Trotsky loses the fight at the same time. Goes to Mexico. Stalin is one doesn't get his status for reasons. And by the end of the 20s, Stalin makes a decision. Things have evolved in so that they do the following. They declare that they are socialism. In other words, socialism becomes when you capture the state. Not when the state capitalism has enabled you to do X, Y, Z other things. No. The state itself, once you have it, is.
So when a socialist captures the state, that's
and yeah, that's exactly.
and I feel like this definition of
Well, it shouldn't be, because I didn't give you an example. If you go to many parts of the United States and you ask people, what's socialism? They'll tell you, they'll look you right in the face and they'll say, the post office. When I first heard this, the what? The post office. It took me a while to understand. The post office, Amtrak, the Tennessee office, all the examples in the United States where the government is something. This is socialism. See, capitalism is if the government doesn't run. If a private individual who's not a government official runs it, well, then it's capitalism. If the government makes it,
this isn't worse. But what is wrong that shares this is the idea that I think
but there's nothing wrong with it. It's a way of looking at the world. This is nothing.
you have a Marxism has tried to pull this apart. So, what role does central planning have in Marxism? So, Marxism is concerned with class struggle, with respect to the working class.
all day.
What is the connection between that struggle and central planning? Central planning is also associated with Marxism. Right. So centralized power doing
Russia did that.
that has to do with a very specific set of implications initiated by the Soviet Union.
Has nothing to do with it.
Not else can you do.
I don't think you can find any in Marx's right. Any of those central planning or any other country.
Again, fundamentally, then Marx's work it has to do with the factories, with workers, with bourgeoisie, and the exploitation of the working class. You still have to take that leap. What is beyond capitalism?
Right. So maybe we should turn to that.
Yes. Okay. Yes. What? Okay. We've already looked historically.
There he is.
Several attempts to go beyond capitalism. How else go beyond?
Right. Let me push a little further. They
How you
didn't
live,
succeed
man?
the budget. And I'm now going to tell you why they didn't succeed. Because they didn't understand, as it was the cook of sugar comes, what Marxists had to do. I think I would have been like them if I had lived at their time under their circumstances. This kind of thing.
You can have
But
second
it's a
nature.
different way of understanding. So, give you an example.
Sure, make them throw
Most
out.
of my adult life, I have
Just
taught
almost immediately
Marxian
to get on.
economics.
But
I'm a
you know,
professor of economics, but now
why?
I'm a
Why
graduate
not?
of
They're
American
supposed to
University.
ban TikTok in the United
As it
States.
happened, I'm a graduate of Harvard Wisconsin.
I feel
best
it's like a
university.
really big fucking deal.
It's like a conversation you and
I
I
mean,
had.
like,
So I went to
district court
Harvard,
held
and
it,
then I went to Stanford.
Trump it,
and I
that's
finished the year. I got supposed to
delayed the decision, but
They tried very
I don't know if you'd be able to use
I had spent 10
TikTok
years
in
in
like
that
a month.
20 semesters, one after the other.
Quite interesting.
In those 20 semesters, 19 of
All
them
I know is
never
that when
met
I run it on my phone, it works very well.
That is,
When I run it on my
no
computer,
was
it is like in 40s.
But then
It's
it's
so
one
slow.
professor
The,
in Stanford in the
they
one
have
semester
special, they
studied
have
with
special
him. He
software
gave
for it.
me
It's called
So that's the way it's
TikTok.
we learn fast and it's good.
And it is, I don't understand this. Discord is the same shit. Whenever I start up Discord after only like a few days, it's got to do a bunch of fucking updates. It's like, dude, what in the fuck did you change? And these updates are huge. They're like gigabyte size updates sometimes. Yeah. It's like, I don't understand it. Your whole, like, the whole Discord app. Yeah, but I feel like, okay, if your app is like 1 gigabyte on your phone, then why is it that your update is like 1 gigabyte? Why wouldn't you just be like, yeah, just uninstall it and reinstall it new software? Right. And okay, so it is, especially Discord, I feel like no one is talking to these tech companies, and they know. But it's just basically like, I feel like storage hasn't really improved that much. Or it does, but it used to improve a lot more. And I've always felt this way. Like when you get the old iPhones, they're like, I don't know, 16 gigabytes, and then like 32 gigabytes, and then 64 gigabytes. It should continue doubling with um, every single iteration of the phone. But they stopped, and now they just like, oh, okay. And I know why it is. they don't want people having huge libraries of media in particular, because if they do, then they won't buy streaming software or streaming services. And I get it, but it just makes it so frustrating because uh, they're right, which right, but then if your internet isn't blazingly fast, well then it doesn't work very well. And exactly right, absolutely. This this software is just seriously unusual. And I hope the people at ByteDance and whatever the company is recognize that their software is just unusual for like just an average user. And I don't get it. I don't get why TikTok is such dog shit. Okay, so I'm gonna close TikTok. I'm gonna go live on TikTok on my phone, and I can go live on TikTok so quickly on my phone in comparison to my computer. And I don't understand it. My computer's technically faster than my phone, but I don't get it. I'm gonna be live in 3, 2, 1. Hey, all you assholes on TikTok, I'm live. And I want you all to know that TikTok Studio sucks. A grade A cop. If like you could rank different dick sucking, this software would be at the very pinnacle. This software would be like the Oxford University of dick sucking. It's so shitty. I don't understand it. It slows my entire computer down. But then, for as much as I can't stand it on the computer, they did this update to TikTok, I don't know, like a year ago, that after 1 hour, they make you do a little puzzle so that you just can't stream indefinitely. And once they started making me do that, it's over. Yo, what about No 606? No 606, I'm sure you hate this stream. I would be like, oh, this is the worst. Hey, what's going on, Tommy, Pape, and Pulassic C? Hey, hope you're doing well. I want you to know that I think you're amazing. What's up, Maxine Mix? Jennifer, what up, girl? How you doing? You vibing to the oldies, girl? I hope everything's going well with you. Shut up, kicking ass and taking me. Yo, yeah, it's fine. How are you? I hope you're having a wonderful time. If you want to hear me talk about Twitter's, okay, swipe left to view real-time performance. All right, real-time performance. We got 13 people in total. This is incredible. Wow, a new record. I don't think I've ever had 3 people watch my YouTube at once, and yet I get 3 people on TikTok. That's amazing. What's going on, Nicholas Cloud? Hey, Antonio. Hope you're doing well. Jeff Seltz. Jeff, you're amazing. I hope you know that everything that you do is amazing. If you want to hear me talk about TikTok Studio, well, you are in the right place because it is the worst software. I don't even think my computer works anymore. It's terrible. This is the worst software. If you want to see, I'll show you what I'm doing. This is, I bet I can't even flip. Okay, I'll flip it like this. Hey, check this out. This is the worst. If you're like, hey, Rabbi, is this the worst software that you could imagine? Oh, for sure. Absolutely. This is the worst. Absolutely. If you're like, man, I want to be with the worst TikToker of all time, well, you're looking at. I have 1,000 TikTok accounts, many of which have over 1,000 followers, and I'm going to tell you what, I'm the worst TikToker you're ever done. In the history of mankind, you've never found a worse one. Why? Your live ended due to an internet error. Check your internet connection and go live again. What in the fuck is that? Why would it say that? I'm still with Caspian C. All my other streams are going. Why is it that I get a fucking internet error? Yeah, it does. And even still, like, why wouldn't they make it so that, like, I'm not the only person who has picked up with my internet every once in a while. Why wouldn't they just make it like, hey, we'll calm down. and we'll allow you to fix it, and we'll just have it like buffering or something. Oh no, it's just completely cuts out. It's gone, and you're on your own there. I don't understand. If anything, I can tell you Instagram is really good for that. Instagram, your internet can go down, and it doesn't like necessarily end the video, and that's how it should be because people should understand that not all internet works and all the time. It's just the worst stuff. Oh my! I'm gonna flip on this fucking TikTok studio. It's just taken over my computer. It has absolutely taken over my computer. And I would restart my computer. I just did though. They just wanted me to. It's just ridiculous. All right, we're gonna try it again. Unable to go live. Check your internet connection. Go live again. All right, here we go. Round two. It's working. Come on, dude. I'm getting control to it so many times on this computer, and it's just like, huh? Because of TikTok Studio, the worst fucking software. All right, here we go. Round two. Oh, I see why it is. Because it interprets me on my other device. This is so stupid. I just think I'm a hard reason. Hold down the power button and let it go. I hate doing that. One time I saw this meme of someone like, when all else fails, just hold down the power button, and it reminded them of just like putting a pillow over their computer space, basically like asphyxiating the computer. And that's kind of how I feel. Okay, and now we'll try it on this one. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, I'm the worst streamer in the history of mankind. I'm even a worse TikToker. This is the worst stream ever. Discord.me /Rabbi. Rabbi Rothschild, aka hashtag Rabbi, has set the world record for most amount of hours live stream in global history. Reasons to promote Rabbi. This is all outfit. Amazing. I love it how 0 people are watching me run normally. I'm gonna walk everybody through this. Hope everybody's loving this. I love how you can give yourself likes. Like, what kind of ass system is that where you can just type the thing and give yourself likes? Just ridiculous. I also like how TikTok has developed its own currency. People actually get paid on this somehow. I've never known anybody to get paid on it. Have you tested? Have you ever known anybody to make 1 cent on TikTok? A real person? No, no. It's fake. It's all fake. I make money on some platforms. Like, hey, what's going on, Ajit? Ajit. Hey, Bumpkin, how are you? Bumpkin, how you doing, bro? What up, Malik Zebi? Jello, man, you're amazing. This is the worst stream you're ever gonna see. Just go to somebody else. You don't want to be there. It's boring. We won't show anything cool. The only time I ever use TikTok is to watch bootleg sporting events like the UFC and stuff. So I hope you all know that none of that's going on here. Yo, what's going on? Back the Buck? Back the Buck's here. Amazing. What's going on? No 606. We got Malik in the house. Malik. We got ETS 55 Star Wolves here. I was wondering, I was asking everybody, hey, where's Star Wolf? I'm glad Star Wolf is here. What up, we are 122 and Chris G, 1983. We got Brian Cronin here at Amy Wildorf. What up, Anthony? How you doing, bro? Hope everything's good in your neck of the woods. Have you ever used TikTok Studio? Probably not. That's terrible if you ever use a voice experience. It is like shoving your head in a absolutely terrible. You have one person to run this bad boy. We got John, we got Jay, we got Sean, we got Captain Z, Amazing, we got Jeff. Jeff's in here. We've got McConaughey. Have you guys ever seen that one chick who's like, ice cream bar, ice cream, yum, yum? She's like, I don't know. She just, I've seen it. I've seen it. I don't know what that girl's name is, but shout out to that girl. Ice cream, yum, yum. All right, so we've got Vaughn. Shout out to Vaughn and Ron Moreno. We got KSKD. Vaughn is here. Everybody was asking about you. Hey, where's Vaughn? Honey's here. What up, honey? Hope you're living the dream, girl. Hope everything in your life is amazing. I hope everything in your life is just so good it makes you want to just explode. Really, I do. I hope your life is just phenomenal. All right, I could sing to you guys, probably driving you crazy, but that's cool. All right, just one moment. Just one moment. You guys will love this. You're gonna do it. You're gonna have to. I would hate it. I would be like, this is the worst stream ever. What is this? Just swipe next. This is the worst. Anyway, so if you have any song requests, let me know what they are, and I probably will. I will. I'd sing them. We're gonna sing some Bob Dylan because he has like Biop came out. We got Vaughn and then I said CG. What a Love Life 01. Love life, I hope you're loving life, and I hope you have an amazing love life. I hope you're slanging it like it's going out of style. All right, so we're going to go to YouTube. You know what YouTube is, it sucks. All right. Now, we got user 26633462221. What up? Well, I was just asking about you. I was like, what is user 26633462221 going to be here? He just came in, surprising us all. All right, so here's Bob Dylan, and like a Rolling Stone. Why? Why not? You guys can't hear it because I'll get banned from playing music and it's copyrighted. But in the meantime, hidden artists entertain you all day. This is a 6-minute song. Hope you all living the dream. This is the worst stream. Don't worry, I'm about to sing. You're gonna get even worse. Dress upon the time and dress so fine. Beauty driven down, made me cry. Didn't you? He was out, should I be weird down the bottom of the fall down? Kidding you. You used to laugh about everybody that was hanging out. Now you don't talk so loud. Now you don't seem so proud. About having this scrounging your next meal. How does it feel? How does it feel to be without a home? Like after the unknown, like a rolling stone. Oh, you're gone to the finest school, alright. Miss a lot, but you know you only want to get juiced in it. The fact that you thought you how you did run down the street, and now you're all gonna have to get used to it. He said he's never compromised. The little chip, now you realize he's not selling any alibis. As you feel into the vacuum of his eyes and say, do you want to make a deal? it feel? How does it feel? Be on your own. With a direction home. Complete unknown. Like a rolling stone. Don't worry, kids. I'm amazing. I'm gonna get another device. It's gonna be baller. It's amazing. Hold on a second. Here we go. Oh, you have to turn around and see crouch on the jugglers and the clowns and the other kid. Tricks for you. Never understood that it ain't no good. Just let other people get your tricks for you. You should ride on a pearl horse with your diplomat. Maybe on the shoulders a Chinese cat. Ain't it hard when you discover that he wasn't where it's at? After he took from you everything you could steal. How does it feel? How does it feel to be on your own? Without direction home. Like a complete unknown. Like a rolling stone. It's on steeple, the pretty people, they all thinking that they got it made. Then, the purchase gifts. We better take the diamond ring. You better pawn it, babe. You used to be so amused. With the gold and the drags. The language that you used. Come on, it calls you can't refuse. When you got nothing, you got nothing to lose. You're invincible, you got no secrets to conceal. How does it feel? Oh, how does it feel to be on your own with no direction home? Like a complete unknown, like a rolling stone. Oh, that was baller. 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 Okay, so now if you all are like, hey, what are you doing? We're going to get another device. We're going to share our share. It's going to be amazing. Everybody just keep your pants on. All right. Get ready, kids. This is going to be amazing. Oh, this is going to be good. Take time. Big, huge fun. In the history of mankind, there have been some events that have really shaken the world, and this is going to be one of them. This is going to be so fire. You better call your local authorities. We're going to burn this mother down. You all know this song Disco Inferno? It's going to be that. All right. See this girl? She sucks in comparison to how I am. Really? Oh, she's the worst. Her boyfriend cheated on her with her mom. We gotta check this out. Wow, this is like an episode of Ring of Glory or something. All right, now what? All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add one. What's your mind with that, bro? All right, here we go. Super Rothschild. Here we go. Oh, this is the worst. This is why did that one jump? Wow. Hey, welcome, Robert. I'm really glad that you're here. Hey, we got Dennis Brangman. Everybody's been asking about Dennis. All right, so now we're gonna add a host or a guest. And add a guest. Notice I sent the thing. There we go. Here we go. Oh, we got Father Figure. We have a request for Father Figure. Oh, I can sing that song and sleep. Love it. Love the request. I have to take a major dump. I'm not even talking about like double A's or single A's. I'm talking major league. You will join this with audio only. This is the worst. Okay, there we go. Oh, we got a bunch of people on there. All right, here we go. We got the thing. I don't think that's live. Turn on the camera, dog. This is all right. Here we go. Mike. Oh man. All right. Here we go. Modify the guest. Oh, yeah. That's it. You don't know anybody with this many accounts as I do. Oh, there we go. Amazing. Unfortunately, you can't see my whole everything. Here we go. Oh, you can see this. That's falling. All right. George Michael. Do y'all know who George Michael is? If you don't, you're missing out. I know George Michael. Big time. Here we go. Oh, maybe I can show you what I'm doing at the same time. That would actually be baller. Oh, this would be baller as F. Notice I can't even cuss. Baller. Yeah. Everybody's loving this. This is sick. Amazing. Also a George Michael song. That's all I want. Something special, something sacred in your eyes. You're just one moment to be bold and naked at your side. The one that think that you'll never understand me. Understand me. Maybe this time it's forever. Say it can't be. Whoa, whoa, that's all I wanted. Something special, someone sacred in your eyes. Just for one moment, to be born and naked at my side. Sometimes I think that you'll never understand me. Understand me. But something tells me together we'll be happy. Whoa, whoa, babe, I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. I will be your preaching teacher. Anything you have in mind, I will be your father figure. I have had enough of crime. I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. do, 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 oh, yeah. Do, 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 do. Kids, that's all I wanted. But sometimes love can be mistaken for a crime. That's all I wanted. Just to see my baby, blue eyes shining. This time I think that my lover understands me. That if you have faith in each other, that we can be strong. Babe, I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. I will be your preacher, teacher. Anything you had in mind. I will be your father figure. I have had enough of mine. I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. If you are the desert, I'll be the sea. If you ever hunger for me, whatever you ask for, that's what I'll be. So when you remember the ones who have lied, who said that they can, but they left as you cried, beautiful darling. Don't think of me because all I ever wanted it's in your eyes. And what can I do? Wake me with the other child. My love is always telling me so. Heaven is a kiss and a smile. Just hold on, and I won't let you go. My babe, I will be your father figure. Put your tiny hand in mine. I will be a preacher, teacher. Anything you have, I will be your father figure. I have had enough of crying. I will one-on-one and love you till the end. I will be your father. I will be your father. I'll be your daddy. Oh, I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. Alright, I'm gonna clear this book and I will play the video. See what it looks like. This is Miami, Florida. Shout out to George Michael. Here we go, friends. I feel so unsure as I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor. With the music dying, something in your eyes, cause to mind the silver screen. Now it's sad goodbyes. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Oh, the careless whispers of a good friend. Through the heart and mind, ignorance is kind. There's no comfort in the truth. Pain is all you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got no rhythm. No, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. You should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Here we go, girls. Big time. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard each other with the words we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have lived this dance forever. But please stay. And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I've got no rhythm. No, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. Waste a chance that I have been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. You're gone, now that you're gone. Now that you're gone, I guess it's so wrong, so wrong that you had to leave me alone. All right, well, if you like that, you're gonna like what we've got next. I have to change the name of this bad boy. This makes sense to you, right? So I'll be back. Thank you all for enjoying this. If you didn't enjoy it, well, next two of us. I have to go to the bathroom like a mother, and we'll be back soon, kids. So thank you for being here. Okay. There we go. Oh, be right back, folks. Gonna be a bang bang play. Giambi, Jeter, Giambi. Oh, we're back, folks. All right. Now, well, try this shit again. We are going to maybe. Let the people at Harry Potter Honest that I can use that for next or something. Okay, I just want all you beautiful people to know I'm just going to use my device that I normally use for the Telegram or TikTok for a little bit, but I'm going to know what it is. Thank you for loving me. And that is right. Right. I'm going to try to get as many devices as I can. I think the max is account status or account logged out. All right. Okay. Okay. Login. Bunch where it is. Okay. Temporary. No. I don't give a shit about your fucking update. Thank you for watching us at home. Rabbi walked me through the steps. I have to then log in, pain in the ass, major pain in the ass, skip all that shit. I don't care about looking for Facebook posts right now, dog. Okay. Just okay. I agree that I make fucking choices, but I decline. I agree. No, yours is amazing. The only change that I've never said that you need to make to it. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That is totally true. Aside from that, it's perfect. It's really, really good. It looks like you. It's identifiable, but it's not like that with you. But yeah, if you add the board, if you add the circle, it made the shape. You know how to add the border? How about over here? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're living the dream. I didn't want to talk to you anyway. Yo, dog, feel free to talk. Glad you're here. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be here anymore. Shout out to you. We'll say hi to you. Okay, guest request sent. Oh, you B. Yo, what up, Nadine? Alicia, how you doing, bro? Hope you're amazing. I'm gonna sing some music. I'm just getting all my different accounts. Notifications keep up to date. No one cares. No one cares. All right. Yep. Yep. This is fine. Jobs and time. Accept. What would that sound like? Are you working? No. Did you ever hate that sound? Yeah, I do that sound. Going for it. Put pressure on it. It's it. Love. Look, you do it. I put that. This video, bro. That's dog. Hey, it worked. All right. Okay, that's what I wanted. Psych. Worst stream ever. Oh, I love this. Okay. Turn that on. Save. Okay. That's it. We'll connect with an audio only. How about no? 30 minutes. Dog. This is the worst. No, we need anyway. Alright, fine. This is no, really. Alright. Caspian C, can you hear me? Caspian C, can you hear me? Let you know. That's definitely Yours. Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we sleep, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. It's my own design. It's my own remorse. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and the pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When you do, I'll be right behind you. So glad we almost made it. So glad we had to fade it. Everybody wants to rule the world. Can't stand this indecision, worried with the lack of vision. Everybody wants to move on. Say that you'll never, 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 never need it. Your headline, why believe it? Everybody wants to move on. For freedom and pleasure, nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to live. That is true for years. Everybody wants to live. Who UTS stuff. I love this video. Who might do I have climbed highest mountains. I have run through the field only to be with you. Only to be with you. I have run, I have found, I have scaled these city walls, these city walls, only to be with you. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. I have this on a list, and I'm feeling within it burn like fire. It's what I desire. I have fought with a ton of angels. I have had the hand of the devil and war in the night. I was cold as a stone, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. This is such bullshit. I believe in the kingdom come, then all the colors will bleed into one, bleed into one. But yes, I'm still learning. Broke the bonds and reduced the chains. Carry the truth on my shame, on my shame. You know I believe it, but I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But I still haven't found what I'm looking for. What up, Dan? Hey, hey, We got somebody. Oh, this is the first. This is the best. This is the best. Worst sound quality ever. I like how I have one person. This is just awesome. What up, bud? How you doing? Hope you're okay. Oh yeah. This is hanging. All right. That's good. Thank you very much. Here we go, man. There's freedom within. There is freedom without. Getting right. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come, the big walk between us, without the day won't win. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come, they come. With between us, without the thing won't win. And then talking again, and play to the drum, make it very much touch to the door of your heart. And the troubles ahead, the burning my words, baby, baby, pushing that release. Now, hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, how the world comes in, they come, they come. To build the world between us, It's the absolute worst concert. It was terrible. And don't dream it's wrong. And I'm thinking now, all the world's so blank. You know the day, worst stream ever. The history of mankind. What happened here? It should still be. This is gonna be the issue. Down again.
very true, which makes you a very interesting figure to hold your ground intellectually through this idea space which people don't really even talk about it. Perhaps we can discuss as to where that is, but nevertheless, that's the case. Like Marxian economics, did Karl Marx come up in conversation as a kind of
This was the best example. Yeah, it came up only as an object of discussion. I'll give you an example. The major textbook that I was that was for many years wasn't a book authored by a professor of economics at MIT named Paul Samuelson. And people, a whole generation or two were trained in his textbook. If you open the cover of this textbook, it has a tree. And the tree is Adam Smith and David Ricardo at the root, and then the different branches of it. He's trying to give you an idea as a student of how the thing. And it's a tree, and everybody on it is a then there's this one little branch. And so it starts heading back down. That's in other words, he had to have it complete. Right? Yeah. Nothing in the book gives you two paragraphs. But that's so rude. I mean, that's really negative. That's the craziness. Yeah, that's the cold war. My professors were. Anyway, let me get to the core of this. Marx was interested in the relationship of people in the process of production. He's interested in the factory, the office, the store. What goes on, and that means what are the relationships among the people that come together in a workplace? And what he analyzes is that there is something going on there that has not been adequately understood and that has not been adequately addressed as an object needing transformation. What does he mean? The answer is exploitation, which he defines mathematically in the following. Whenever in a society, any society, you organize people, adults, not the state, healthy, in the following way. A big block of the work. That is, they use their brains and their muscles to transform nature. A tree into a chair, a sheep into a little sweater, whatever. In every human community, there are the people who do that work, but they always produce more chairs, more sweaters, more hamburgers than they themselves consume. Whatever their standard of living. Doesn't matter as well, but they always produce more than they themselves consume. That more, by the way, Marx writes this using the German word MEH, which is the English equivalent of more. It's the more. That more got badly translated into different words. Shouldn't agree? It was. By the way, are German and English people doing the translation?
what's the difference between more and surplus?
Yeah, because surplus has the notion of discretionary, it's sort of extra. He's not taking it, he's not making a judgment that it's a simple application. Yes. X minus Y versus X is the total output, Y is the consumption by the producer, therefore X minus Y equals S the surplus. Now Marx argues. The minute you understand this, you will ask the following question. Who gets the surplus? Who gets this extra stuff that is made but not consumed by those who do? And Marx's answer is, therein lies one of the great shapers of any society. How is that working? For example, who gets it? What are they asked to do with it in return for getting it? What's their social role? For example, you get this. Rothschild. Uh, the workers themselves could get it. Right, that's it. The workers themselves could get it. That's the closest Marx comes to a definition of communism. Communism would be if the workers who produce the surplus together decide what to do.
So this has to do with not just who gets it, but more importantly, who gets to decide who gets it.
But who gets it and who gets to decide what to do. Because you can't decide it if you don't have disposition over it. So let's go back to get the word sequence. It's produced. Marx uses the word appropriated, because whose property, who gets to decide if it's all the property. That is who gets to decide and who's excluded.
That's a clear definition of communism.
That's it, by the way, not just clean, it's the only one.
So what's, can we just linger on the definition of exploitation?
Yes. Becomes easy. Exploitation exists if and when the surplus that's produced is taken and distributed by people other than those who produce. Slaves produce a surplus which is serfs produce a surplus for the working class. Employees produce a surplus for the working class. It's very simple. These are exploitative class structures because one class produces a surplus appropriated, distributed by another group of people, not the ones who produce it, which creates hostility, enmity, envy, anger, resentment, and all of the problems that can come under the heading class struggle. Here's a metaphor. Metaphorical story. You have two children, and you take them to something. It's a nice thing. The children are playing, and comes one of those men with a ice cream. Your children eat ice cream. Daddy, get me an ice cream. So you walk over, you take them out, and you get two ice cream cones, and you give them one. The other one begins to scream, "Out." And you realize you just heard this. So you order the one you gave the two ice cream cones to, give one of those to your sister. And that's how you solve the problem. Until a psychologist comes along and says, you know, you didn't fix it by what you just did. My response, so you understand, all of the efforts to deal with inequality, with economic, political, culture, these are all giving the ice cream back to the kids. You should never do this in the first place.
Reallocation of resources to the
Look at all. This country is carrying itself in a way that I have never seen in my life, and I've lived all my life, and I've worked all my life. It's carrying itself basic. Redistribution. So but that's one in Marx. And notice as I explained to you what is going on in this tension-filled production scene in the office of I don't have to say anything about the government. I'm not interested in it. The government's really a very secondary matter to this whole question. Here comes the big part. If you make a revolution and all you do is remove the private exploiter and substitute the government official without changing the relationship, you could call yourself a Marxist or anything, but you're not getting the point of the matter. The point was not who the exploiter is, the exploitation per se. You got to change the organization of the workplace so there isn't a group that makes all the decisions that gets the surplus vis-a-vis another producer. If you do that, you will destroy the whole project. Not only will you not change what but you'll so misunderstand it that the Germans again have a phrase, it's itchy. It goes crooked. It doesn't go right.
It's true.
The way
You
I
guys recognize that I have
can't understand
more than
either what a subjective even it doesn't understand how and why it's missing. It's subjective. It just knows it's
One is
over 2,000
to what degree human nature, to what degree is communism lack expectation of the working class naturally evolution. If you leave two people together in the room and come back in Europe, you leave five people, a lot of 100,000. Seems that humans form hierarchies. And that's true. But the clever, charismatic, sex, muscular, the cross, or however you define that, starts, becoming a leader and start to do maybe exploitation in a non-negative sense, but in a generic sense, starts to become an employer, non-capitalist. Here, you go do this, exchange on here. So it just becomes leadership work. Right? The question is, what's it would be nice? The idea of not stealing the word, but it doesn't work in practice. There's a point. That's so what can we say about leveraging human nature?
There's so many ways of responding in no particular order. Here's some. The history of the human race is a history in which a succession of social forms of society arise, and as they do, they root out some kinds of unity on the grounds that they are socially disruptive. The argument isn't really then, is there a need or an instinct? Is there some human nature that makes people do this, whatever it is? This has to be repressed, or else we don't have this. Freud helps us to understand that repression is going on all the time, and it has consequences. It's not a finished project. It's going on. So, for example, when you get a bunch of people together, they may develop animosities that lead them to want the other person or persons to disappear, be dead. Every economic system that has ever existed has included people who defend it on the ground that it is the only system consistent with human nature. And that every effort to go beyond it has to fail because it contradicts human nature. I can show you some examples of every tribal society I've ever studied, every anthropological community that has ever been studied, slavery wherever it's existed. I can show you that in which the defenders of this system, not all, but many defenders use that to naturalize the system. It's a way to hold on to it, to prevent it from going, to counter the argument that every system is born, every system evolves, every system dies. And therefore, capitalism, since it was we all know what the next stage of capitalism is.
If what you're saying,
The burden is on the people who think this.
it doesn't mean they're wrong when you say, look at history, you're deeply suspicious of the argument, this is going against human nature, because we keep using that for basically everything, including toxic relationship, toxic systems, destructive systems. That said, let me just ask a million different questions. So one, what about the argument that the employer capitalist takes on risk? So versus the employee who's just there doing the labor, the capitalist is just putting up a lot of risk. Let's Are they not? Because aggregating to an organization and taking this giant effort out on a lot of people, are they taking on risk that this is going to be a job?
First of all, there's risk. Almost inevitable. It begins now and ends in the future. It's risk. Between now and the future, something's going to happen. It's not work out. I mean, I got into a cab before I came here. In order to do this with you, I took this. I can't. Accident, lightning could have hit us. There could have been all alone. Shouldn't I reward you for this? No, over this. You go step to step. So everybody's taking this. I always found it wonderful to talk about this, and then some of us who take this. Let's go with the worker who did it. That worker, he moved his family from Michigan to Pennsylvania to get that job. He made a decision to have children. They are teenagers. They're now in school at a time when their friendships are crucial to their development. You're going to yank them out of the school because his job is gone. He took an enormous risk to do that job every day. To forestall all the other things he could have done. He was taking a risk that this job would be here tomorrow, next month, next year. He bought a house, which had nothing to do with mortgage, which means he's now stuck. He has to make a monthly fee. If you make a mistake, you have a risk. He's the one who's going to, you're a capital, you got to money as a repayment. You've got to push it. If you investigate, you'll see that the business I've ever been in.
Well, do you think it's possible that can measure risk, or do you think the argument is there's risk involved in a lot of both the working class and the bourgeoisie?
That's what and the worker, because he's been taught right. I want this payment, a wage, for the work I do. And I want this payment for the risk I take.
But there's some level of communication like that. You get acknowledged for dangerous jobs. That's probably not just salary, especially but you're not integrating the full spectrum of risk.
This country was now being literally transformed from the world. We had an army of workers who work in fast food joints. You know what the complaint is? It's killing us. They get paid and it's killing us. There is no relationship, except in the minds of the defenders of God, between the ugliness, the difficulty, danger of labor on the one hand and the wage. Let me give you just a couple of examples. This is my job, my life. The median income of a child care worker in the United States, right now, as we speak, is $11.22 an hour. Median, so 50% less. The median income of car park attendant is several dollars per hour higher than that. What does the car park attendant do? He stares at your car for many hours to make sure that nobody comes and grabs it. Maybe he parks it and he moves it around to get it in. By any measure that I know makes any measure sense, being in charge of toddlers, 2, 3, 4-year-olds who are at the peak moment of mental formation the first 5 years, to give them a lower salary than you give the guy who watches you. Oh, yeah. I know how to explain it. Gender explain all kinds of issues of the car park people are males, and they did the child care people. That is a very big remark. Only the economics says this stuff because in economics, we have something which we call marginal profit. This is a thing. I was an official. I love special. I know what economists do is a huge job, which to suggest that you can identify the marginal product of a factor of production, like a worker. In the textbook, when it's called, I've taught this stuff. I hold my nose when I teach it. But I explain to students that I just taught you this bullshit right in the first place.
What is the marginal?
The notion is, if you take away one worker right now from the pie, what will be the diminution of the output? The marginal
Measured by
the amount of the output that diminishes
output of the
product, usually in real terms, physical. You could do it, but it's really more physical.
I mean, there is a transformation thing that I love to talk to you about value. It's so interesting.
Yeah,
What is
well,
value?
I'd be glad to talk to you about value, price, and both. I just want to get to this. Hegel, who was Marx's teacher, has a famous line: "You can't step in the same river twice." The argument is, you and the river have changed between the first and the second. But the different rivers are different. You can choose not to pay attention to that. Just you can't claim you can do it. You can't claim that you can actually do that because you can't. There is no way to do it.
So, meaning that you can't just remove the worker and have a clean mathematical calculation of the effect that has on the output.
Because too many other things are going on. Too many things are changing. And you cannot assume, much as you want to, that the outcome on the output side is uniquely determined by the change you made on the input side. You do that.
Even in the average, it's not exactly.
You can take mathematics is full of abstraction. You can extract, you can say, as we do in chemistry, everything else is constant. You know, it's still. You know why you do that? Because you can't eat it. It's not possible. You got to account for it. Otherwise, you're mistaking the abstraction from the messy reality you abstracted from to get there.
As a quick tangent, if we somehow went through a thought experiment or an actual experiment of removing every single economist from the world, are we better off or worse?
Economics, and I'm white, I'm not sure about myself. The economics are going to see
all the economists tomorrow.
this is the serious part of this. Economics, it's really about economics as a discipline is born with capitalism. When I teach courses at the university, for example, called History of Economic Thought. Right? And I begin the students with Aristotle and Plato. And I say, they talked about really interesting things. There was no, it made no sense to people to understand something as central to daily life as economics. It made no sense. That's creation much later. That's capitalism that created the field. So when I give them Plato and Aristotle, I have to give them particular passages. By the way, Plato and Aristotle talked about markets because they lived at a time in ancient Greece when market relations were beginning to intrude upon these societies. So they were both interested in this phenomenon. That we're not just producing goods and then distributing them. We're doing it in a quid pro quo. I'll give you 3 oranges, you give me 2 shirts, a market exchange. And both Aristotle and Plato, they markets denounced them for the same reason. They destroy social cohesion. They destroy community. They make some people rich and other people poor. They make themselves against each other. And here's what they do. Here's what they disagree. One of them said, okay, there can be no markets. Aristotle comes back and says, no. Too late for that. The disruption caused in society and getting rid of this institution that was called in amongst us would be too devastating. So we can't do that. But what we can do is get from the market what it does reasonably well and prevent it from doing the destructive things it does
what I should let you do.
So the fundamentally destructive thing in the market is like an engine of capitalism, so it creates exploitation of the worker.
It facilitates it, and it is an institution that, to what Aristotle feel,
It's a real life
to commit.
Is there?
Which, by the way, is a way of thinking about it that exists. Well, look, the medieval Catholic Church had a doctrine, prohibition of usury. You know, this was that God said, if there's a person who needs to borrow from you, then that's a person in need. And the good Christian is how to treat the interest rather than to help your fellow man is God hates you for that. That's a sin. Jesus is crying all the way through his clothes.
But would Jesus be crying when you try to scale that system? But that has to do with intimate human interaction. And the idea of markets is you're able to create a system that involves thousands, millions of humans. And there's some level of safe, self-regulating fairness.
It might be, but it's hard to imagine that charging interest would be the way to do that.
I wonder what, so I guess,
Suppose you're interested in having, what you put this your power. We have a set of funds that can be loaned out. People can consume it, to whom should they lend it? Well, we could say in our society, we're going to be understood like professors in institutions like MIT, or they write up a project. They send the project in to some government office where it is looked at against other projects. And this office in the government decides who's going to fund this one and that one because they're more needed in the system. We're in greater need of solving this problem than that. And so we're going to lend money to people working on this problem, or readily or more money to lend over here because we're going to. But instead, what we do is we could pay the highest interest. Whoa, what do you do? Why? What ethics would justify doing it? It's like a market in general. Everything is in shortage. All markets are out of shortage. And so if the demand is greater than the supply, in other words, shortage means, as well, if the demand is greater than the supply, okay, now you got a problem. You can't satisfy all of the demand is. You don't have enough supply. You have a shortage. Okay, now how are you going to do it? In a market, you allow people who have a lot of money to bid up the price of whatever's short. And that solves your problem because as the price goes up, the poor people, they drop out. They can't buy the thing at the end. So you've got a way of distributing the shortage. It goes to the people. At this point, most human beings confronted with this exploitation of the market would turn against it because it contradicts their Christian, Judaic, Islamic, all of it. What? You know what that means? It means that a rich person can get the scarce milk and give it to their cat, while the poor person has no milk for their budget. There it is. You want a market? Why?
the fundamental thing that seems unfair there is the resulting inequality.
Now, or debt.
Or death. Well, that's the ultimate inequality.
Yes, it is.
What about, we're going to jump around to philosophical economics to sort of debate what we're saying. What about sort of the lifting child, for example? It's meaning, if we look at the 20th century, a lot of people, maybe disagree with this, they attribute a lot of innovation and the average improvement in the quality of life to capitalism. The inventions and innovations in engineering and science developments that have resulted from competition and those kinds of things. So not looking at the individual forms of exploitation is specifically defined. We just observe historically. Looking at the 20th century, we came up with a lot of cool stuff that seems like easier and better on average. What do you say?
I have several responses to that, but I do disagree fundamentally with what's going on. But let me give you the arguments that you can hear them and evaluate them. Ask anybody who's listening or watching. Marx was a student of Hegel, and one of Hegel's central arguments was that everything that exists for in the contradiction. In simple English, there's a good and bad side to it. And you won't understand it unless you accept that proposition and start looking for the good things that are on the other side of the house and the bad things that are on the other side of the house, etc. So, yes. And Marx, very attentive to that, explicitly agrees with this and applies it, of course, to the central object of his research, capitalism. So this is not a simple movement fellow who's telling you all bad things about capitalism as if there were nothing that these systems achieve or accomplish. And one of the things he celebrates a lot is the technological dynamism of the system, which Marx takes to be profound because he lived on major breakthroughs in textile technology, chemistry, and so on. But as to the notion that capitalism is therefore responsible for the improvement of quality and standard of living, people watch that comes back and say, number one, capitalism as a system has been mostly represented by capitalists, which makes a certain sense. And those capitalists, with very few exceptions, very few, have fought against every effort to improve the lives of the mass of people. The goal of a capitalist is to minimize labor forces. What that means is replace a worker with a machine, move the production from expensive U.S. to cheap China, bring in desperate immigrants from other parts of the world because they will work for less money than the folks that every measure to help the standard of living of had to be fought for decades over the opposition of capitalism from the beginning to right now. The reason we have a minimum wage, which was passed in the 1930s, when it was proposed, it was blocked by capitalists. They got together, they don't, and today, just a factoid. The last time the minimum wage was raised in the United States, federal minimum wage, was in 2009, when it was set at the lofty sum of $7.25 an hour, which can over the last 12 years or so, it reduced by $13 since then. We have had an increase in the price level of this country every year. And in the last year, 8.5%. During that time, the prices went up. The minimum wage was never raised. What? This is a time of stock market boom, of growing inequality. This is the nerve of a defender of capital who wants now to get credit for the improvement in the standard of life of the workers that was fought by every generation. It never takes a breath. An argument, whoa. But I take my hat off if I have to, because it is one of the only ways to justify this system. Long ago, let me get to the heart of it. Long ago, capitalism could have overcome hunger, could have overcome disease, could have, way beyond what we have. But it didn't. And that's the worst moral condemnation. Imagine how do you justify that when you could, you didn't? Look, let me get at it another way, because this may interest you. The issue is not that capitalism isn't technological dynamic. It is. Along the way, it has developed things that help people's lives to better. But the notion that the mass enjoyment of a rising standard of living somehow is actually nuts. And it's such an outrageous. I can give you an because you can think of it this way. Imagine a production process which you $100 that the tools, equipment, and raw materials, and $100 that it has to lay out for workers. And he puts them all together, and he has a. And let's say he has 20 units of something, prices, and that's his revenue. What he does, takes his product, sells it, gets the revenue. Let's say the revenue is, it doesn't really matter, it's 120, and he takes 200. And he takes 100 of it, prices to his materials he used up, another 100 workers shift, and the other 20 is. Now along comes the technology, a new machine. And the new machine is so effective, you can get the same number of units with half the difference. But you don't need to spend 100. You don't need to spend. You can do it for half. And so the capitalist goes to the workers, but it happens every day. And he says to half of them, you're fired. Don't come back on the morning. Don't teach. Some person works on the machine. Why does he do that? Because of the 50, he now no longer has to spend on labor. He keeps. Everything else is the same. I mean, everything else is just a big deal. So he keeps as his own profit the 50 that before he paid the labor. Because when he sells it for 220, that 50 we're going to give to the next distribution. So that's what it is. The technology leads. He's not happy. He's become more profitable. He's got an extra 50, which is why he buys the machine. The workers, half of them just looks at their job. Have to go home to their husband and wife, tell them I got a job. I didn't do anything wrong. The guy was nice enough to say it was what they needed. Yeah, I'm completely screwed. I don't know what I'm going to do about the debts we have, the house on mortgage, children's education, whatever else is going on. Right now, there was a course of alternative path. The alternative path would have been to keep all the workers, pay them in factories, and they had to go for it. They would have got the same revenue, same profit as before. But the gain of the technology would have been a half a day of freedom for lives for these workers. The majority of workers would have been really helped by this technology. But instead they were screwed so that one guy, the employer, could make a big company with more money. You want to split a system like this?
Well, to go back to Hegel, yes, the good and the bad. So we just listed the bad. We also first listed the good, the technological innovation. The question is the alternative. Whatever, as we try to sneak up to ideas of what the alternative might look like, right? What are the good and the bad of the alternative? So you just kind of, as a opposite, contrast, showed that nice alternatives. Less, get paid the same. You have more leisure time, opportunity to pursue other interests, ways of interest, family, right? Flourish as a human being, basically strengthen, evolving, basically. But then, what caused us that deadline, fuel, competition, fuel, machine, technological innovation that is the positive side, slows it down. The question is, which is more important for the flourishing of humanity?
I agree with you. And I'd love there to be a democratic union. So let's discuss it. Let's debate it. And then let's decide what mixture, because it's not either or. We have to probably not get into either or. We could mix it. We could have a third less of a working piece that we have less, and then the other part would be the but let's have a democratic discussion of what is the mix between positive and we have no such thing. All of this is decided by one side of this debate, which not only you know what they do, they always choose the one that maximizes their profit because that's what they were told to do in business school, or I told them. Right? So not only is it an undemocratic decision, but it's lopsided to do. We don't have the opportunity. I would love, of course, if you could Hegelian Marxists and say, let's take a look at the plus and minus and make the best decision that we can. We'll make mistakes. We'll all make them together. It won't be one of us making a dictatorial decision. No, Marx developed the notion of dictatorship. Not as a notion of government. Not as a notion of how the government works, but as a notion of what the practical government is. The dictatorship of these key decisions is not made by some sitting council. It's made by each little activist in his or her relationships with the workers in the which is why Marx focuses on that. By the way, I can sketch for you right now, so it doesn't work in the background, what the alternative is. Okay. It goes right back to what I said earlier. The workers themselves, the collection of employees to get appropriate their own surplus and decide democratically to do that, which includes the decision of whether or not to buy a machine and whether or not to use the machine and the savings it might allow to be handled by leisure for themselves or as a fund for new developments in technology or new products or as same way. And you know, this is an old idea. It's much less. Toward the end of his life, he started reading extensively in anthropology. And one of the reasons he did that toward the end of his life was because he kept discovering that in this society, including here in the United States, that there were examples of people who organized their production in precisely this way, as a collective, democratic community in which everybody. So we all together decide what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, and what to do with the output we all help to produce. So let's do it in this country where democracy is a value nearly everybody subscribes to. Think about it this way. The stunning contradiction that there is a place in our society where democracy has never been allowed to happen. The workplace. In the workplace, a tiny group of people, unaccountable to the employer, individuals, families, partnerships, or a corporate board of directors. A tiny group of people controls economically a vast mass of employees. Those employees don't elect those people. Nothing. There is no one else. It is the most undemocratic event. And this society insists on calling itself democratic when it has organized the minor matter of producing everything in a way that is directly autocratic. But it goes back to a few things.
The one is the idea of this society going democratic is that the government is elected democratically. government is able to pressure the workplace through the process of regulation, laws, the boundaries of minimum wage, all those kinds of things. That's one idea. The other is there is natural force within the capitalist monopolies of competition. If you're a shitty boss, the employee the system has the freedom to move to another company for a better boss. That creates pressure on the employers and bosses. That is the idea that there's two boundaries of you not speaking. One is the law, regulatory regulations passed by the government and the crown. And the second is because there's always alternatives, in theory, then that puts pressure on everyone to behave well because they can always be. So, I mean, that's kinds of accountability. What you're saying is that these rockers are significant enough accountability for the employer that avoids exploitation.
Absolutely. Whatever accountability you get in those mechanisms. Let me respond to that. First, competition. Here again, we have to be Hegelians. Just competition destroys itself. It doesn't need any help. The whole point of competition is to beat the other guy. If I can produce the same product as the other guy, either better quality or lower price, or then I win because the customers will come to me because my price is lower, but my quality is better, and they'll leave the other guy, they'll go out of business. Now it's fine. When he goes out of business, because I've won the competition, he fires his workers. I hired him because I'm now going to be able to serve a market he can't serve anymore. So I'm going to buy the used equipment. And thereby many becomes you. Monopoly is the product of competition. It's not the antithesis. It's the product.
Well,
That's what it comes from.
there's another element to the system, but there's always a new guy that comes in. Solution. Well, that's the truth. The entrepreneurial spirit of the free, of the United States, for example, the capitalist system is you can be broke and one day have a strong idea and the system takes on Google, Facebook, Twitter, and all the different car, Ford, GM, which is what and the Tesla, for example, right? That's the American dream. One of the many ideals of the American dream is you can move from dirt poor to being the richest person. It can happen. But you're
That's life. You can love.
no, that's not. No, the body is here. You can work your ass off.
The odds are better in the world.
There's a lot of new businesses.
How many Teslas do you
No, Tesla's a really bad thing. There's a car company. The automotive sector is so difficult to. They operate at such a thin margin of profit. They're probably a good example of why capitalism just completely coming to a halt in terms of lack of innovation. Because, that's a very complicated supply chain structure.
they have their uniquenesses with their life. So does everyone. The one thing that's common is that many become few. What you can also have is when you have a few, they jack up the price. They make an enormous profit. And the irony of capitalism is they begin to incentivize people to break into this industry because the few remaining livelihood about a profit because they are a few and can jiggle the market. So the reason every small capitalist is trying to build market share. That's the polite way of saying they want to become a monopolist. What do you mean? An oligarchy and a handful of firms. That's what they're there for.
Like, to push back a little bit also, because that's could be, this is a question also. Do you think we're in danger of also defining capitalism it completely removes the basic decency of human beings. So if you give me a choice, to press a button to get rid of the competition that's going to lead to a lot of suffering. There's a lot of people at these companies that have that. That it's not in the calculation. It's not just money. It's human well-being too. So if we do, yes,
You realize I'm living this shit.
you're saying that the forces of capital take over the minds of the people at the top. They cease being human. It's the basic.
I wouldn't get it.
Depending on your model of human.
Yeah, they lose track of the better natures of their nature, and just become cogs in machines that they just have to do.
I would put it this: the system is so set up. It's a little bit like natural selection. The guys who make it, say that look like consider doesn't matter. The people who make it up through the layers of the bureaucracy and get to the top have had to do things in a way that becomes selective. If they can't stand it because they have that human quality and they are people, they're the ones running the Airbnb in Vermont. They went there and they said, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to keep people like that. I'm going to make a lovely place with my God, my husband, and my wife, whatever. And I'm going to be enjoying the people that come by and be a decent. Of course. But the system's the way. The firm, if you don't do what has to be done to make it, you're toast there anyway. The rest of the people who vote for you are going to kick you out. You can tell them how well they know you and what kind of person you are. They'll look at you and wonder what happened to you. How did you even get this far? Such a lovely person.
It's not necessarily just lovely person. So maybe my bias is people I know are, especially at the top of companies, are in the tech sector, where innovation is such a big part of it. So I think a lot of the things we're talking about is when there's not much innovation in the system.
Innovation usually comes, in the history of capitalism, innovation comes in spurts. There's the electric period, the chemistry period, the nuclear period, you call it artificial intelligence, or robotics, computer. It comes, and then there's a flurry as everything is reorganized around whatever the new technology is. And then you have a period and the very rich people come to talk endlessly, as they always do, about innovation. But again, it really is a recurring kind of debate, recurring kind of issue. For me, we, the problem with capitalism is, and maybe you'll like this, the problem with capitalism is not that it is the one thing that's consistent with human nature. That's what it's defensive, which I ask. But if anything, I would argue the opposite, that it is such a contradiction to parts of our nature, not all parts, that there's always going to be the people who don't go along, people with it, who do take, or maybe a few of them actually make it to God knows what hook or what crook they did. But most of them go, and you know why? Because their humanity is contradicted by what it is they're being asked to do. I mean, in the corporate sector this year, just to give you an idea, CEOs are jacking up their wage back. They're really the average CEO pay is not $3. But they're jacking it up even more. Why? Because that's what's happening in their universe. They're all doing it, and they have to do. Each one of them justifies that I have to do that because I lose my money. Right? Well, which is true, but there's no comfort for the mass of people who aren't CEOs. So there are, they're doing that at a time when the American people feel cold. They've just gone through the COVID disaster. They've gone through the worst, second worst economic crash in capitalism in history. After 2 years of this 1-2 punch, they got an inflation, a third punch, and we're now predicting rising interest rates and a recession at the end of the year, early next year. When this was done to the German working class in the 1920s, Hitler rescued himself. You keep doing that in this country, we're already watching it. You're already getting past a piece. He's a class suffering amidst the showing class, taking out, trying to anger some little 18-year-old kid who has to go 3 hours in his car and blow away people. Huh? And it happens every day. So that anger rises up on those little based on bigger increases of action. Anyway, there's one more thing on the rationale of this question. If you're interested in 49,000 people who killed in automobile accidents this last year, the number was just released yesterday. 49,000. Automobiles are the single largest pollutant in the country. They use up an enormous energy. They use up an enormous amount of resources. There is a way to make transportation much more rational. And we've known it for decades. It's called mass transportation. It's a really beautifully contained, crystal clear, clean, frequent system of buses, trains, street rail, trolleys, vans. It could easily be done. In fact, I once did a project that estimated cost $30 billion. But that's less than a percent to do it. If we can take the public transit system, all the major areas. This country's overwhelmingly metropolitan area. Well, if you ever look at well, it was a few years ago. You're saying it's but I'm using a lot of it for the same. Right, it's not crazy stuff. It's a reason. Right. So, but there's let me just finish the point. Okay? So I'm trying to be rational. If we have a climate crisis, which everyone tells me we do, if it's going to have to be fossil fuels, and with the use of the fossil fuels, particularly, then the solution to the problem would be mass transit. We do nothing. No. Well, there's still, you can argue that autonomous vehicles is a kind of public transit because it's going to be reusable vehicles. And in theory, car ownership is have a more kind of strictly public transit. If it happens, but you know, but that's aside, his major goal, and the major goal of the other countries is squeezing to get his share by exploring. So what they've done is they've replaced the individual car, the fossil fuel, with another one. That's fucking nuts. What do you do? That's one of the things they're doing for automation. But on the human side, there's also there's the Boring Company, which is working on autonomous, which is actually expanding the flexibility you might have. Start playing with ideas of public transit. I think this is now partially living in Austin, Texas. That I don't know if they know our public transit system is. Period. Yes. Most of the items you trucks. Well, this is interesting. So the older the city, the more likely it has competition. Austin is the best example. Have you been Boston with the street railway? Boston is your case study. New York's pretty good. It's a trend. New York, I would say, better than Boston. There's, their technology also helps you out to do public transit better.
or two every day. So which one? But there is a Ford F-150 in a truck symbolizes something about America. And there is a practical nature to the fact that in order to do public transit, in order to do some of these things that we're talking about with the working class, there has to be a central plan. There has to be a central aspect. America is very much based on the idea that in recent times, obviously from the founding of individuals and respecting individual freedom. Are you worried that in order to bring some of these ideas and Marxism to life, you would trample on individual freedoms?
For me, sure. For me, Marxism is a way to enhance the individual freedom for massive people who have had that freedom eroded under capitalism. That's a motive for Marx. It was for Marx too. He loved the French Revolution. He loved the liberté, égalité, fraternité, the great three, and then democracy and the American Constitution. He believed in that. His critique of capitalism was it promised it and then never delivered it. And the reason you have to go beyond it is because it didn't deliver what it promised. So for me, it is the fulfillment of the agenda. But again, I'm a Hegelian Marxist, so individualism for me is not the way it's set up in this society. Some sort of antithesis to the government. I think an immense con has been pulled on the American people. And the con works like this. You know what's bad and what's dangerous and threatens you? It's the government. Government's going to come in and tell you what to do. Government's going to run your life. Government's the problem. There really is no other way to explain the following in American life. Large numbers of people lose their homes in a downturn like the so-called Great Recession of 2008. Who do they blame? The government. Large numbers of people go unemployed. And what is the media all about? The government. If I were a capitalist, I'd do this. I kick the workers by throwing them out of their home. I fire large numbers of people. I have no responsibility for what happens to them as a result of having no job and no income. And they get angry at the senator. I'm laughing all the way to the bank. This is a genius stroke.
In theory, but there, if you look at government, as you said, accountability, the capitalist system has no accountability. There's some pushback again on the accountability. I think there is some accountability discussed again with who there's more accountability. I would say that in theory, government is perfectly accountable. That's the whole point of the democratic system. Is you vote people over. But the fact is, right, there's a giant growing bureaucracy that is accountable only on two parties that seem to be are the same. Media somehow integrated into making the same two parties that just wear different colored shirts. Seem like they're very opposed, arguing bitterly, calling each other's spouses and these nasty names and all this stuff. Okay. But that's government. So who exactly is worse?
I agree.
Governments or companies?
These are twins. What you were able to say about Republicans and Democrats, with which I agree, I would say the same thing about corporations and the government. This is the same people, literally.
Let's go to Churchill. Which one is worse? Let's go to Churchill, like democracy, the worst form of government, stuff like that. With this kind of same idea. Which one exactly is worse? Because to me, it seems like which one between government and industry companies. It's because government is plagued by, I would call it corruption, because corruption, bureaucratic paperwork, and then physical. But they're not accountable. There doesn't seem to be a serious accountability.
And we're not living in the same time. the greatest practitioners of central planning. Elon has an operation like General Motors, Ford, IBM, any of the other mega companies. They have to plan. They buy up companies because they don't want to deal with the market. They don't want the insecurity, the uncertainty of having to buy their inputs or sell their outputs to somebody they don't control. They want the professor to produce the genius of a market. They hate the market. And when they grow to be big, they keep buying whoever they were dealing with before so they could better control them, which requires them then to plan the production and distribution of goods inside rather than buying them in the market. The model of the government is the private corporation. I have spent my life, give you an example, in American universities. Big ones, famous, not just as a student, but as a professor. As a student, I teach now, as new students. You know, right? They all model themselves after business. They model their. You can attack the bureaucracy of universities. Good reason. It's mess. They're proudly modeling themselves on organizing their bureaucracy in a business-like manner. So you're looking at a difference which isn't there. The government and the private sector are partners, and most of them wouldn't happen any other way. The corporation wants that from the government, and the government now knows that to please the corporations is the number one objective they have, because that's how they keep their jobs and keep their system going. And so, for all practical purposes, this is the same people.
But there's important differences that fundamental or just consequence of history. If you have government, they're accountable in a different way than companies. Companies are accountable by, especially if you have a consumer, they're accountable by sort of consumer spending or not spending their money on whatever the company. So the government is accountable by votes, and it seems like government, unlike companies, most of the companies' history is always too big to fail. Meaning, it can always just print money. It can always save itself. That creates a bureaucracy where you rarely pay the cost of having made bad decisions with your government. You distribute the blame, and it's very unclear who's responsible for bad decisions. So bad decisions of government accumulate. So you become more and more and more inefficient and more poor in your decisions. You said public transit. Should we build a public transit system? Well, in this city or not? That's a difficult decision. That's a huge decision. I would say it's very often a very good decision.
I don't know what the technical term is called, but I've just heard it from SEO and social media experts. There's just something known as social media juice. Basically, when you're going live on something, you better make it count the first time, or you lose your juice. And I hate to say it, but that's absolutely true. What happened? On TikTok, I'm streaming, I feel like as many as like 11 people in the fucking thing screen, whatever. But even that, if I could get 11 people consistently, I'd be happy. But what always ends up happening to me is something, the stream goes down, I get banned or whatever. So this time around, it just happened that my computer was like frozen because of TikTok's the software on the computer that probably just played. And that kind of took away my juice. So I ended up, I don't know if you had a chance to see, I didn't do it for very long, but I ended up having 4, 5, 6 different accounts going in the same thing when I was singing. But because I lost all my juice, nobody had a chance to see it. So I was like, whatever. No big deal. That always happens to me on TikTok. TikTok is the most finicky of all of the websites I've ever, how much I've ever had. At times I've gotten, I used to, when I first started doing TikTok, I would get like 10,000 people watching. for that long, but just for a period of time. And then I would cut out something, and I'd go live again, and I'd get 3 people. And I'd be streaming for like hours. And 3 people. I could never, it's finished. Alright, so then I thought, I'm just going to fucking get more fish fights with people in Wall Street bets. It doesn't seem like they're kicking me out. Normally, they would have kicked me out a long time ago, just for whatever reason. But the only way you get kicked out is the easiest to do is and it makes sense. Okay, no animal cruelty or board content. Okay, yeah. No sexualizing minors or pedophilia content. No doxing and targeted harassment. Right? And no pump and dump schemes or shrimp. Well, I showed them. They kind of, I think, allowed that a little bit. So what did I do? I got in there and I basically like, look, guys, if you help me, I'll help you. Just, I have more data now, yada yada. And like, there are guys in there who are just like, they just, like, they're just really. But then there's some other people like, oh, okay, well now I understand what you're doing. Like, I thought you were just really into Sonic the Hedgehog. No, I'm not really into Sonic the Hedgehog. Holy shit, though. Dude, Harry Potter alongside technique, why? It's 18 minutes. 18 seconds. Yeah, right. I don't know what happened, no idea. But basically, it's straight to the page. I don't like what people this is what is the jail has like, this is what it is. And but they pull up the chart, they're like, so like little by little I'm gaining a little bit of them. When a couple people sent me from the question, they're just starting to understand that like here's the thing. I just have to be a staple in life, like I've been in Harry Potter long something. But these guys use Reddit, and Reddit is the best way to get out massive amounts of information, massive amounts of people, or perhaps coordinated communication strategies for massive amounts of people. And I just see like some of these guys have their Reddit accounts tied to their Discord accounts, and they have like 150,000 friends or whatever. Like you got these really big accounts that it's just like I gotta know this motherfucker. And once I do, I like basically I say like there are some guys in there who are like you're great, you're local, you're all these things. Like no, I'm not. Or you're a bot. They just like, oh, we don't talk to bots. Like, dog, I'm obviously I'm streaming to you. You can take a look at me. Of anybody who I can say goodbye to you because you're faceless and staying anonymous. So they were just, I'm working on it. Now, the thing's got 66,000 people in it, which is great. I don't know how many of those are real. You know what's interesting to me is, like my Discord is, I bought 1,000 people at the beginning, but like a lot of those get reacted. So I've got like 1,500 people. But if I look at like the biggest or the big hit streamers, I have a bigger Discord than they do, which I think is kind of interesting. It tells me like they put their money in buying bots to watch them. When I put like $30 to like 1,000 people. But because a lot of those accounts are bots and they get banned or whatever, I probably would say I have about 750 real people, which is still bigger than some of these pretty big streamers. Like if you have 200 people watching you on camera allegedly every single time you go live, then I would expect you to have more than 200 people on your Discord. It just doesn't work that way. So I find that fun. But yeah, I just think these OG Wall Street bets people, all they have to do is post in OG Wall Street bets. Hey, this guy talks about data all the time in post streaming. And there, there's the good thing about this is there's a Wall Street bets Reddit, but then there's a Wall Street bets OG Reddit, which is, I didn't even know about it. Wall Street bets. Sure. Um, sure. I should speak yes. Maybe last I'm still. I'm the number one streamer of all time. Um, yeah, I can tell you. Um, yeah, and the reason why is um, well, I'm thinking Wall Street Best OGs have 88,000 members, which is huge. I mean, like it's the full deal. Um, I, oh, I mean, I'll next week with the post time and like that's it for like viral. Would you try? Try that. This is weird. Um, whatever you do, don't go in there and become. The reason why is you'll just become, you'll just shit on it. But you can check it out. If you look, okay, so the main discussion is in of main stocks futures, and if you look at it, it's absolutely fine. The people in there are using racist language. It's basically all of the conservative people who kicked out of the main Wall Street Bets Discord, and they are. I don't know. I just don't like them using like words and stuff. I, I don't like that. But there's nothing I can do. Yeah, I just don't understand. These guys think that like none of this is. They think it's all about reality. Um, I've always thought a bit like this. Like you know how, like for instance, like we can look at Pompeii, like from Mount Vesuvius, and see like all the archaeology of, or the archaeology of ancient Rome, and it's like well preserved. I think the same thing would be possible with future generations and all of these platforms. Even if a platform goes down, I feel like there's some way that they could get an archive of it back, perhaps in the future with super advanced technology, and people will study its conversation. Um, but I just got to remember these guys. Little by little, there's some girls in it that I got a message from the girl this morning from there. Yeah. We had somebody, who's a friend of mine. It's weird. I've asked her, "Are you an adult woman?" And she said yes. She's like, "Yeah." And so I confirmed that. Um, but she talks like in baby talk sometimes, and I confirmed with her a bunch, and she couldn't help me. She's an adult. Um, this is. Anyway, she came in here last night, and she opened up one of those custom PCs and just napped in there. I thought that was interesting. Had a couple other people who came in who were just curious as to what I do. One guy was like, "You're in a Minecraft server. Why are you in a Minecraft server?" And I'm like, "Huh?" you're in a Minecraft server. You play Minecraft? I'm like, I mean, if I had interest in it, but I just do other things. He's like, well, you know that there are kids in the Minecraft server? I'm like, well, I don't talk to them, and I don't promote to them. I'm literally just sitting in there. And I'm like, well, don't you know that? I mean, essentially, this is what's going through my head. Well, you know that you're in there if there are kids in there. And there are also a million other people in there, literally a million people. And he's like, okay, well, why are you in there? I'm like, because it's good for me it's good promotion. I could just sit in there and people will click on here. And that's how I got you in here, basically. And he's like, well, what are you trying to do? I could get trying to bring more peace, get people to discuss more peace, and really just focus people's attention from divisive topics to global unity. He's like, well, I don't understand how this is going to be done. I'm like, okay, man, I can't win them all. And then Stake has a Discord. Stake's like the gambling site that Eddie Craven has. They have a Discord that has when they do a call every like Friday late night, Saturday early morning, and it gets thousands of people. But then they don't keep the Discord going. They close it every single time. But I've gotten in there and it had 49 different calls, 49 different VCs going each with 40 people. Just a huge, absolutely huge. And yeah. Look, the thing that I want to keep doing is just chipping away at these Wall Street bets. I mean, if they let I think it was really funny. Like I told them about how the bonus I told you. They took what I wrote and just kept copying it and pasting it after I went, like no matter what I did. They just were kind of doing it to mock me. But hey, you're free publicity for the coin. I don't care. And it just shows that I mean, just most coins don't just like find somebody and send them merchandise. There are reasons why they did. They see that it has a lot of potential. Well, there are some good things. Oh yeah, I was gonna say it wasn't that until he started talking to me. I'm not saying I forced him to do that, but it was something different like 3 days ago, and I started talking to him and it changed. I mean, like I can't believe these people think this is fun. I understand. I find that if you have to make fun of somebody's physical appearance, their socioeconomic status, their race or their culture, that's just punching below the belt. It's too easy. Like, or if somebody's got some kind of mental disorder or something like that, it's too easy. what I find interesting is if you can be funny and perhaps you find somebody you like somebody says something and you're able to make a joke out of what they say, or if you use their words against them. Those are things that take more intelligence. I mean, anybody can just get on the internet and make fun of people because of obvious things. It's when you get into nuanced humor, I find that to be much more intelligent. And especially like whenever like there are just comebacks that kind of deflect all of them. And I hate to say it, but the comebacks that you learn on the playground. If somebody says, "You're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly, you're ugly," okay, the best comeback for that, if they're gonna just continue saying it, not the best, but a good one is just, "I know you are, but what am I?" I hate to say it, but it's a Pee Wee Herman thing. But if they just keep saying, "Yeah, you're ugly," you say, "I know you are, but what am I?" "You're ugly. I know you are, but what am I?" "You're ugly. I know you are, but we're gonna do this for the rest of the fucking time, okay? So move on to something else." But it's an excellent way to block all of that and to just turn the conversation to something else. Um, and then if they say something positive, then you say, "I know I am, but what are you?" I mean, it's just, I hate to say it, but it's Pee Wee Herman logic, but it worked in the late 80s and it works now. It still works very, very well. Um, I don't resort to that. Like, I use just CSB just because it gets on people's nerves and it's not as I feel immature, so I'm not sure about what I'm like. And what else do I do? That people say. I sometimes I'll just give them an emoji or something, or um, just say cool, or you're entitled to your opinion. I like that. That's just like your opinion, man. That's another one. Hey, you're ugly. That's just like your opinion, man. Hey, you're ugly. Hey, that's just like your opinion. Hey, you're ugly. That's just like your opinion. Okay, yeah, exactly. Cool story. I mean, there are ways. Yeah, exactly. If you just use these in conjunction with each other, there are ways to deflect all of these things. And I mean, I've been on the internet now long enough that I just whatever somebody has to say to me, I can essentially take it. And I'm not saying that I'm bulletproof, right? I have, I'm imperfect, and but we all are. I mean, so when it comes to making fun of me or something, I can it, my my thing is cut now. No, you're good. Um, I'm just saying that no matter what somebody says at me, generally I'm able to think if they want to use some kind of stereotypical response, I can take it. So just the more I do that, the more strength that I show, and little by little they get away from saying like you're a bot to all right, so what do you want me to do to promote you? Like I have some people who say something like so all I have to do is be like one guy's like, I'll subscribe and like, that's all I can do right now. But hey, that's good enough, man. I mean that's great. I'm surprised they did not kick me out of this stuff. I think of any of these financial related groups, they're the most toxic, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So, one thing that I do is I don't want to just keep hitting them with it. Like, hey, you have to promote me today. Absolutely not. But just planting the seed. And I even told them, I'm just planting the seed that you will see that I'm a normal person who streams their life, and eventually I'll convince you to help to promote me as well. And it's like, all right, whatever, dude. I mean, but I planted the seed. And now they're going to think every time they look at a YouTuber, well, they think they're pretty good, but I know a guy who's always streaming. He's live in our Discord. And we'll see how it goes. I'm really, I, well, I was thinking this would just be my fortune. That I get really popular on TikTok, then, I mean, that would be great. But I'm not going to get popular on TikTok. It'll be Discord, it'll be better. But if I did get popular on TikTok, and then they ban it, that would just be my fortune. That would be exactly how it would go down for me. I start building a community there, and then it goes. Um, the what the thing that I like more on TikTok than just about anything else is hold on a second. Can you hear me? Okay. There's this guy who takes ping pong balls, like bounces them off of things, like trick shots. I think that's absolutely fascinating. It's not fascinating, but it just gets my attention. It's like, oh, is he gonna get it? And I love that. So if I ever go viral and I want to do a TikTok thing, I will get a bunch of ping pong balls and do that because I think that's like clean content. You can be 14 years old and think that's cool. You could be 40 years old and think that's cool. You could be 400 years old and think that's cool. It's just, enough times that it's going to get attention. Not attention, but you're going to make it if you do it enough. It's just how dedicated are you to it. They were talking about it on Lex Friedman. Oh, sure, go for it. I'm gonna close my eyes and try to sleep for like 14 hours. So thank you for your time, and if you need, take care.
whoever makes that decision should be accountable for good or bad decision. And it seems like companies are more they pay, they feel the pain of having made a bad decision more. Bad cop, then there's much more day-to-day pressure to make good engineering decisions. Government doesn't seem to be under the same level of pressure. Do you just
Everything in my history pushes me.
you may be living, I may be living
Who knows?
a bad, who knows, or taking to drugs.
I won't mention the name of person that had a lot to do with a very large company. Thank you. And it involved two brothers and a family into a huge corporation. One of the brothers was kind of a diamond of the family. He was more responsible. But he took care of his brothers. He had a nice feeling. The one brother who could not, without help, tie his shoes, became a vice president. Got an enormous salary. Got a beautiful office in a skyscraper, not that many blocks from where I'm sitting right now. And that was the way that family in. And all of these relatives were singing, doing a variety of whatever, because in my experience with this, and because I went to the schools I told you, all my experiences with that group of people, companies that are full of us. They make mistakes, and mistakes they tell you. They're always able to blame somebody else, something else that's raped their food. And had they not been able to, they would have been replaced by another person who did the same thing for as long as they could. And they knew it. They would talk about it. A family of, that's how I know.
Yes,
I understand that you want the outside world to look at it this way.
well,
It's not an experience.
but with that kind of thing, as they're saying, human nature again. I wonder what kind of system allows for that more versus less. This is the question. I recall that I just put that under the umbrella term corruption. Which system allows for more corruption?
Even the way I define the different systems is not study. It's more or less as a critical place. We can figure what happens when everybody has a vote. And you have to explain what the strategies are, what the alternatives are, to a larger number of people than a board of directors or major shareholders or whoever it is that most companies are responsible. And now you've got a whole different universe, it's not a small group of people, most of them. This is, worker co-ops is what this is called. So it's not that I'm advocating something that's never been seen before, not at all. The Marxism I understand is to pick from historical precedents the things that we think will work better. And I think if all the people in an enterprise, just to drive the point, democratically decided, they would never give 2 or 3 individuals $100 million while everybody else can't send their kids to college. You have to do that.
So just to return to address this point about the particular implementation of Marxism over the coming days,
Right.
in the Soviet Union. Why did Stalinism, for example, lead to so much bloodshed and human suffering? Is there any elements within the ideas of Marxism that catalyzed the kind of government, the kind of system that led to that bloodshed?
I don't think so. I think there are many things that led to the bloodshed. So all of Stalin's regimes did. It was Marxist position, the rise and fall of the Soviet Union. And you might want to take a look at that. There, I'm going to say a few things now, but all of those things are spelled out in great detail, and loads of empirical evidence in that book. Let me start with playing a little bit. The biggest impact that Marxism had on the Soviet Union was really not so much what the Soviet Union did, but what the rest of it did. You had a really interesting move. And I'll give you a parallel between today. The move was that the old Russian regime collapsed. World War One just fell dissolved. All of that. They couldn't stop that. They had already been in trouble. The Russian Revolution, 1905, also the Japan, and then if you know you'll know that there was a lot leading up to the collapse in 1917. And in some ways, it was fortuitous that the political group, very small, that could seize the opportunity of that collapse, happened to be Marxists. Earlier on, with Kerensky, the first government that it wasn't people all that impressed by Marxism, or people skeptical, would not have been called Marxist by his past. But they couldn't, they tried, they couldn't. Lenin and his associates were able to take over from them later in that same year. The rest of the world, though, was horrified. The rest of the world saw Marxism having taken this immense leap from being a political party, a movement, critical of capitalism, yes, but still not challenged power. Now it had the power and in a big country. And they freaked out. If you know American history, this country, the leadership of this country went completely berserk. We had a repression of the left, the likes of which we had not seen before. So the 20s were a time of Palmer raids in Boston, the Sacco Vanzetti trials, and the grim hostility. And you had the four countries agreeing to invade the Soviet Union to try to crush the revolution. U.S., Britain, France, and Japan all attacked. 10,000 American troops. So what you had right away was a notion in the West that this was unthinkable. There was a great professor at Princeton, Meyer, who wrote this wonderful book about all American foreign policy since 1917. Has been obsessed with Russia. Even now, this fight with Ukraine is half about Russia, as if Russia still was the Soviet, as if people hadn't figured out. It was a big change back in 1989 and 90. You know, Yeltsin and Putin are not what you want, or at least they're not Lenin. They're not each of them. So you had one factor was the utter isolation, the utter the global. I assume you know that Rosa Luxemburg was cut down in the streets of Berlin. She's a critic of Lenin, but she's a leftist, hunted down and hacked into bits, killed.
You attribute some of the bloodshed to the fact that basically the rest of the world turned away.
Turned against.
Turn against the government.
Yeah, I mean, not in all of the reports. It's a very important part of the psychology of being. It's what you would call paranoid if there weren't quite as much evidence that indeed there was a lot to be afraid of. Nobody had ever done it. Look, you could see the effects of this by Stalin inventing the idea, which had no support at first, that you could have socialism in the country. That was thought to be ridiculous. That socialism was internationalist. Marx was against capitalism everywhere. It was, workers of the world unite, not workers of Russia, workers of the. He had to go through a procedure of kind of coming to terms with the fact that the revolution he had in Russia, which was tried in Berlin, was tried in Munich, was tried in Budapest, was tried in Seattle here, they all failed. They all failed. And he's left starting the French. Deep started, right? All over. That's one. The second thing is economic isolation. Russia's a poor country, and it needed what it got before the war, which were heavy investments from the French and the Germans, particularly, but others too. Now this was all covered. And you can see the replay with the sanctions. It's we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. We have to do it. The world is different and the sanctions didn't work. It's the history. But that culture, today is completely different. Russia's a different place today. Russia is China, not China. And they don't get that here yet. They will.
That was a very complicated dynamic with China, even with India. But just sorry to say, human nature may change at a slower pace.
Yes. That has occurred to me as well.
So can you still man the case, or consider the case, that there's something about the implementation of Marxism, maybe because of the idealistic nature of focusing on the working class and the workers unite, that naturally leads to formation of a dictatorial force, dictator, that says, let us temporarily give power to this person to manage some of the details of how to run democracy, of giving voice to the workers so that they get to choose. And then that naturally leads to dictator, and there's naturally power and absolute power, as the old adage goes, corrupts absolute. Is it possible that whenever you focus on Marxist ideals, you're going to end up with a dictator? Often, when you give too much power to anyone, even a small number of people, you get a huge amount.
You put things together there. If you give, if you, you're not talking about
And then he died as French.
yeah, but he was born in Metz, European. It's a city on the border. Alsatian, Alsace.
To the German-speaking
Yes, it's been back and forth so many times in medieval days already. But literally, you go from one store to another. The proprietor here is French and the proprietor is German, but they all speak both languages. You don't speak either of them?
I speak Russian.
Russian, but not
Ukrainian, no. I took French for 4 years. I forgot I remember the romance and the spirit of the language, not the details, I'm sure.
if you allocate power unequally, undemocratically, and you do it for a very long period of time, and you do it on many levels of ideology, it is not surprising that it sticks and it stays. And you can make a political revolution or even an economic revolution, and you will discover it has a life of its own. And it's going to take a long time before people know. If you have a religious tradition, Christianity, that prides itself on its monotheism, and that it doesn't have anything to do with the old Greek mythologies, Zeus and Diana, all the others, they were very unique. But instead, we have one who is the absolute divinity. What you do, you're teaching people an authority line that comes from the if you have a sequence of kings, if it were feudal manner, the Lord sits fully landing on behalf of people with power over everything that goes on. And you do this for thousands of years. You could make a Russian revolution in 1917, but if you imagine, you've got to let from all the people of originator of his situation. He was. He would never have that. He may have thought, I know. He was the product. Look, the Cuban people made Fidel. He really wasn't like Fidel. Yeah, he was a baseball playing lawyer. That's what he was. But they made him into an
So it's not.
it's not. You're the part of the history. No. It was the systems, feudalism. It was the structures and institutions that cultivated in people a mentality that has its own rhythm and doesn't follow the calendar of a political revolution.
That's the fundamental question. Is there something about communism that creates a mentality that enables somebody like Stalin or Mao?
And I think it's the social issues, problems the society has that make them then go to what they find familiar, to what seems to make sense. And he's the guy. Look, let me give an example. The Republican Party has traditionally in this country been the party of private enterprise and individual. In comes Trump, runs for office in 2016, is elected. What does he do? He commences the most massive tax increase and the most massive government intervention in the worlds of economics that we had for decades. The Republican gave, and the he can throw a tariff on anything. He gets up in front of the American people and he says the Chinese will pay the tariff. That's not what a tariff is. It's not how a tariff works. He would flunk a freshman course in economics, which everybody knows. Everybody teaches these courses. But it doesn't matter. He's still calling the shots. What is going on here is that a society has come to a point where it can't solve its problems. And it begins what? To tap into older things. All of the left all of the individualism. And suddenly the Republican Party is done. Now they're going to make abortion illegal. The government is telling you what you can do with your uterus. What? The government is being given more and more power. They're hoping what? Do they like the government? No. This is not a pro-government. You in Russia either. They were in a desperate fix. And so, and he took it over.
To which degree would you say Marx's ideas led to the creation of the National Socialist Party of German Workers as the Nazi Party, the Fascist Party in the 30s, 40s? The head of whom was Hitler, which had just recently inaugurated employee number 7 of the party, or whatever, the 7th person to have joined the party, and have created one of the most consequential and powerful political parties in the history of the 20th century. What degree did Marxism ideas? It is the National Socialist Party of German workers.
Sozialistische the Nationalsozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, German Worker Party, National Socialist German Worker Party. So here's the history.
Did you care about the workers, or did you just use the workers as a populist message?
The only thing that Marxism did for Mr. Hitler was provide him with his stepping stone to power. But he had nothing, no other. He didn't know anything about it, didn't care anything about it, nor did the people around him. Here's the story of what happened there, which I know largely from my family. The most successful socialist movement in Europe was the German. It started around 1870. Marx was still alive. Some of his own family were leaders. Others, daughters. By the end of the century, it was the second most important government. Nobody understood it. It was overwhelmed. It was almost as big a shock to the Europeans as was the Russian Revolution in 1917. Here was a political party that was now in every German city, every German town, powerful, and enjoying its rise up. That's my family. It meant that starting around 1906, 7, 8, if you wanted to have any kind of presence in the German working class, you had to use the word social. You had to. Otherwise, you wouldn't pay attention. The other parties call themselves Catholic. Germany is divided. The upper two, the northern two-thirds is Protestant, the southern third is Catholic. Munich, Bavaria is Catholic, and the other German basically is Orthodox. It could be in the Catholic, or it could be in various conservative Russia and another. If you wanted to have a presence in the working class, which was growing as a country, expanding like easy at this time. Germany was the major competitor with Britain for the empire. The United States was coming up too, but it was Germany and U.S. taking over from Britain's empire. But the German, so anybody who wanted to approach the working class in whatever way had to come to terms and be friendly to socialism. Other parties did this too, just like it. They put the word socialist in the but they wanted to make it clear that they weren't anything to do with but they put the word national. Nazi is the first four letters of national. National. And AZI, like spell national. In the German National Forces, nothing that comes. The kids coming. They fought communists in the street. They had pitched battles. They literally threatened each other's existence. And the first people that he arrested and put into jail were not Jews and gypsies and all the other people he eventually killed. It was communists. They were the number one socialists right behind him. Why? Because up until he takes power, January of 1933, that's when they were. The last election, in 1932, the socialists and communists that vote together, 50% voted German. So he appealed to the German manufacturers, the German factories, and he said, the communists and socialists are in the you just, the trouble is, you have too few people. You need a mass base. And that's right. But it was explicitly done as a deal. The ruling group said to Hindenburg, the old Prussian man who was in charge of the German government, you have to invite Hitler to form a new government. But it must have never done. He had called it the nasty names. The Prussian aristocrats put down Hitler. The little funny name with a mustache, it was awesome. And in German, for them, that mattered. So he comes in as the enemy, the smasher of socialism and communism, which he eventually got. Only people who don't know it pick up on the word. It's like there are people here in the United States who like to say, we are not a democracy, we are a republic. Which is like saying, I'm not a banana, I'm a fruit. You have to explain to these people. You have to explain to people, yes, we're a republic, but we have a commitment to democracy as a way to govern the republic, because to say you're a republic doesn't imply what kind of government. You have to go through that because of the agenda.
In certain words, have power without interaction. That's used in communication, whether it's negative, like racist, or positive, like freedom of speech, whatever the G. When you use that, or negative, would stop Donnie, stop being a socialist, or something, whatever that means. That's why you use it. So let's fast forward to today. Right. You mentioned 30 seconds.
Right.
There's another popular figure that represents some ideas of maybe let's call it democratic socialism. Maybe let's try to start sneak up on a definition that could possibly be the AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is from these parts. Yeah. So maybe you can comment on Bernie Sanders or AOC. Are they open to some ideas in Marxism? Are they representing those ideas well, both economic and
Okay. What do I? The socialist movement predates Marx, was always larger than Marx, and has gone on to develop separately after Marx's death. So,
can we pause on that actually? Is there a nice way to draw a line between Marxism and socialism, or if Marxism is kind of a part of socialism? Can you speak to like maybe try to define once again what Marxism is and what socialism is?
Yeah. Marxism is a systematic analysis heavily focused on economics, and as I said earlier, devoted to mostly a critique of capitalism, and that's its strength. How it does that, how it poses the question, how it analyzes the way capitalism works. That is really the forte of the Marxist. Socialism is a bigger, broader text within which Marxism figures. It's there, so that people who aren't Marxists are nonetheless aware of Marxism, like it more or less, study it more or less. But it's a broader notion that I like to use this sentence. It's a broad idea that we can do better than capitalism. Really, there are all kinds of things about capitalism that are not what we as modern citizens of the world think like. We are in a tradition that goes back to all the people who thought they could do better than slavery, and all the people who thought they could do better than feudalism. We've made progress. Feudalism was a progress over slavery. Capitalism was a progress over both of them, and progress hasn't stopped. And we are the people who, in a variety of ways, want the progress to go further, and are not held back by believing capitalism is somehow the best beyond which we cannot go or even think. We find that to be, in the worst sense of the word, a reactionary thinking. We're that large community. Many of us are not interested in economics all that much. We don't think that's the focal area. We are socialists, for example, because we want to do something to deal with climate change. We think the world is about to kill itself physically, and we want to take steps with other people to stop that, to fix that, such as that. So that's for me a kind of difference. It's a little difficult to say because there's no other figure like Marx that has an equal impact, an equal place within the broad socialist tradition. And the only tradition that comes close might be the anarchist tradition. But that's very specialized, and that's a whole other kind of conversation. And whatever you say, the influence of the great anarchist thinkers, Kropotkin, Bakunin, Sorel and Frere, and others, still doesn't amount to the impact of Marx and Marxism has had so far. That could change, but I mean, up to this point, that's the. I think that's a way of understanding the relationship.
Yeah, it's interesting that some of the ideas within anarchism, and of course, it's a varied disciplines, right? So such, by definition, such variety in the thinkers that they kind of stand for a dismantling of the power center, and that if not equates, tends to rhyme with some of the ideas of socialism.
Absolutely.
Where you have the
There's a whole train of thought in socialist ideas and in Marxism that uses the phrase, quote, the withering away of the state. That's a quotation from Lenin. People should understand that's a quotation from Lenin. And it was made by Lenin positive. In other words, Lenin was saying, that's a good thing. That's something we stand for. We want to create the conditions under which there is a. Because remember, the communists, they weren't called that at first in Russia before the revolution. They were just socialists. They were hunted down and persecuted by the government left and right. They had no love for the government because they were literal everyday enemy. And being critical of government didn't just mean this particular government, but of the whole. Being a Marxist, you always ask the questions of the social constitution of whatever it is you're struggling with. So there was this interest. Why is the state so important? Especially because if you understand feudalism, particularly early feudalism, it didn't have powerful states. One of Lenin's greatest books is called The Economic History of Russia, and it goes back centuries. It's a huge book, it's 3 or 4 inches thick, and I know a few people have read it. And he's very good about the absence of a strong central government in many parts of Cuba, including in South Russia, but also in other parts of Cuba. The development of a powerful central state comes towards the end of feudalism as it is desperate to hold on, which ought to be suggested that maybe return to powerful governments here in the United States or Europe. This may be also because this system is exhausted, can't go on, and has to marshal every last bit of power it can not to be lost.
it would be interesting to see what the Soviet Union would look like if Lenin hadn't died.
A lot of people have asked me.
There's Stalin gliding in the middle of the night, erasing the withering away of the state park.
Yes, exactly.
So just to return briefly back to AOC and Bernie Sanders, what are your thoughts on these modern political figures that represent some of these ideas? And they sometimes refer to those ideas as democratic socialism.
Yeah. The crucial thing about Bernie and AOC, and it's particularly true about Bernie, because AOC is much younger than what he's going to be. Bernie, being roughly my age, has been around formatively as a student, as an activist, and then coming up through the ranks in Burlington, Vermont, as a mayor and all that. He lived through what, for lack of a better term, I would call Cold War America. And the taboo in Cold War America, running from around 1945-6 to the present, was a Manichaean, where the United States is good, it defines democracy, and the Soviet Union is awful, it defines whatever the opposite of democracy it should be called. Good here, evil there. It was taken so far that even among the ranks of academic individuals, it was impossible to have a conversation. And I can't tell, just make it very personal. The number of times I would raise my hand in my classes at Harvard or Stanford or Yale. And I would ask a question that had something to do with Marxism because I was studying it on my own. There were no courses to teach this to me, except by people who trash it. So I would ask a question, and I would see in the faces of my teachers, both those who didn't much care for and those who were good teachers of my life, fear. It's just fear. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to answer my question. And after a while, I know some of them, and I found out why. Because you don't know how the rest of the class is going to understand this. Either they would have to say, I don't know, which would be the honest truth for any of it. I would profess to say the only class Or they have to, if they do, they have to say something that indicated they didn't know really much, and they were only going to do that. Or they would know something, and maybe that would be because they were interested. They did not want the rest of the students to begin to say, "Huh, you know, Professor Smith, well, interested in it's not good for your career. You don't know how this is going to play out. Who's going to say what to whom?" And I could see in their faces what I later learned because they come to my office. I always would if we were at the office. That's how bad it was.
Is it not still?
Pretty much. In my field, the great so-called debate, I found it boring. Great debate for my colleagues is between what's called neoclassical economics and Keynesian. Neoclassical, the government should stay out of the economy, laissez-faire, liberalism. And the Keynesians saying, no, you crazy neoclassical. If you do that, you'll have Great Depressions and the system will collapse. You need the government to come in to solve the problems, to fix the weaknesses. And they hate each other. And they throw each other out of their jobs. One of the very few things they can do together that they agree on is keeping people in the house. That they can find common ground to do. So I had to learn it all on this. Why did I tell you this? Because this taboo means that all of the complicated developments within socialism and within socialism of the post-World War II period, the vast bulk of all of that is unknown, not just to the average American person, but to the average American academic, to the average American who thinks of himself or herself as an intellectual. I mean, I have had to spend ridiculous amounts of my time explaining Soviet history. I have no idea. Or saying, there's this man Lukács, a Hungarian Marxist. He really not interested. Or to explain that Gramsci was not a great literary critic. He was head of the Communist Party of Italy for most of his adult life. What does that mean? What you like Gramsci as a literary critic, but they don't even know. It's been erased. It's a little bit like stories I've heard about Trotsky and his influence kind of erased in the Soviet Union because he obviously fell out of favor, and so somehow all of his writings, many of which are very interesting and complicated, anyway. So what you're going to have in this country is a slow awakening of socialism from a long hibernation called the Cold War. I never expected, to be very honest, that I would live to see it. I knew it would come because of these things always do, but I didn't expect to see it. So I have been surprised, as have a lot of us, that when it starts to happen, it happens fast.
So you see Bernie as an early sign of the awakening.
Absolutely.
For the Cold War to accept the
Bernie
ideas.
was always a socialist. We all knew. Everybody who paid attention, he didn't hide it. But 2016, he makes a decision, momentous, to run for president. He's just a senator. Vermont is one of the smallest states in the Union. People who live in Vermont love to tell you that there are more towns than people in Vermont, etc. So here for this little state, this elderly gentleman with a New York City accent runs for office and says, I'm a socialist. And when they attack him, he doesn't run away. I'm a socialist. I'm a socialist. Now, he had been, it wasn't a secret that suddenly got out. But the great question, and I don't mind telling you because I'm schools, I know a lot of people, John Lincoln was my classmate in the stuff. So I was speaking with a high official in the Democratic Party, and I said, well, what do you think about Bernie entering the race? Makes no difference. I think at 1%. Right? He was wrong. Yeah, they had no idea what was coming. But the truth is, I did not either. It wasn't just that he didn't get it. I thought his 1% was probably right. But beautiful,
Yeah, change can happen fast.
Yes.
AOC.
Not good. number one, it's fast. Number two, it's going to go in the following direction, I would guess. You begin with the most moderate, calm, non-confrontational socialism you can imagine.
And not AMC.
No, they are not confrontational in my judgment.
In terms of the ideas, I mean, they're both feisty,
They're feisty person,
but not.
but not ideological. So, Bernie is, in honest moments, and they're both really are pretty honest folks, at least in this. In honest moments, Bernie will tell me that what he advocates as democratic socialism is pretty much what FDR was in the 1930s. It was a kind of popular government, tax the rich a lot more than you do now to provide a lot more support for the working class than you do now. That's not a fundamental change. That's what he means by socialism. When he talks about it, he's asked for examples. He mentions Democrats a lot. Okay, that's consistent. That's the softest kind of socialism, and that's where we're going to start in a country coming out of hibernation. Pretty soon, it's already happening. There'll be people who need and want to go further in the direction of socialism than Bernie and AOC are comfortable with. You can already see the shoots of the past. AOC voted together with most of the others to support the money for Ukraine. Okay, that a lot of people vote for socialism do not support it. And that's going to happen. I don't know exactly how that's going to work out. That should give people an idea. There are disagreements, and they're going to fester, and they're going to.
They don't. People in socialist spirit don't support money in the United States in the large amounts that it is being sent to Ukraine. Is it because of it's a fundamental the military-industrial complex is a capitalist institution?
No, there are some people who think that's huge, and there are people who think it's guns and butter. Why are we over there when we have some speeds at home that we like? And then there are people who want to go back to what we talked about at the beginning, who are more like Lenin and Debs. This is a fight between Western capitalism and Russian oligarchs, and we want to be oligarchs in Ukraine. What do? We have to insist that these forces sit down at the bargaining table and negotiate a settlement. Don't kill large numbers of Ukrainians. If everybody's willing to fight for the last Ukrainian, it's strange. What do you do? You're supposed to be in favor of peace. And for the United States, which just finished invading and occupying Afghanistan and Iraq, to be against another country invaded, who was taking seriously? This is crazy. I invade, it's good, and you invade, it's no. What? What are you doing? Why are you doing? What's going on? All of these questions are being answered, by the way, not just by socialists, some other people too, inside the Democratic Party and also inside the Republican Party. You watch that Tucker Carlson or people like that, they are against the stuff in Ukraine. They want the money spent there, they want the weapons sent there, they don't like the whole policy, and Trump wobble. So Mr. Biden's policy has got all kinds of critics on the left and right. And every day that this thing lasts, these criticisms get there. Anyway, the point is that AOC and Bernie should be, I think, evaluated as the early shoots after a long winter of Cold War isolation from the whole. When I explain to people that the contribution made, for example, to modern Marxism, I'm giving it by the French philosopher Louis Althusser, I don't know if the name means it. He was the rector of the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. That's equivalent. Imagine in this country if there were a university that combined Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and MIT. It would be the university. Well, the École Normale in France, in Paris, is the. He was a tenured professor who became the rector. The rector is like the president of the university, an active member of the French Party, most of the Party. That was possible in France during the Cold War. That was unthinkable. We could not innovate here. Right? So I also say, as a philosopher, try to bring a version of postmodernism into Marxism with enormous impact all over Europe, rather not just in Europe, but, right? So if you want to look him up, I'll spell it out for you. Althuser. Luis. The Luis is spelled Louis. Luis Althusser. Look him up, you'll see. By the way, MIT Press is a major publisher, if I remember, of his books. By the way, the textbook I wrote in economics, in case you're ever interested, was also published by the MIT Press and titled The Contending Economic Theories, Neoclassical, Keynesian, and Marx. That's an Emily Marx. Yeah.
By the way, when we think there's an interesting distinction between Marxian economics and Marxist, I suppose Marxism is the umbrella of everything that's.
I only use it because Marxist, I use it now. A person is a Marxist. Marxian, I use it. I don't mean some great difference. The last point I would like to make about is that's also gender. I'm a historian too, and I know that the transition out of feudalism in Europe to capitalism was a transition that took centuries and that occurred in fits and starts. So, for example, a feudal manor would start to disintegrate. Serfs would run away, then run into a town, or would live in the town, and the land that the opposite had run away. A deal was struck without the people involved in the deal understanding what they were doing. A merchant would say to one of these serfs, I'm in the business of buying and then reselling stuff and living off the difference. But you know, I could make more money if I produce some of this stuff myself rather than buy it. I'm gonna make you a deal. I'm gonna give you money once a week. I'll give you what we would later call it. You come here and under my supervision, you make this right with sell, and this all works. In other words, there were efforts, unconscious, not self-aware, to go out of feudalism to a new system. Some of them lasted a few days and then fell apart. Some of them lasted weeks, or months, or years. But it took a long time before the conditions were ready for a kind of a general switch. And once that was done, it grew on itself and became the global capitalist system we have. That's the only model we have. So for me, that's what I see when I look at something. I see the Paris Commune as an event, an attempt. It lasted a few weeks. I see Russia. That was an attempt lasted 70 years. Then I see, fill in the blank. I see these are all early experiments. These are all, you learn things to do, learn things you never can do. What do you build on? How do you look? And that's what the socialist and Marxist tradition, when it's serious, that's what it does.
In the ideas, so capitalism is a significant improvement over feudalism, and we are coming to an age, we're coming to an age where capitalism will die out. And it's not that capitalism is somehow fundamentally broken. It's better than things that can destroy, but there's going to be things yet better, and they will be grounded in the ideas of Marxism and socialism. Is there just a little bit briefly on the way Marxism is used as a term on Twitter? There's something called, I'm sorry if I'm using the term incorrectly, but cultural Marxism. Criticisms of universities being infiltrated by cultural Marxists. I'm not exactly sure. I don't there's a kind of woke ideology. I'm not exactly sure.
It's not you.
What is the fundamental text? Who's the Karl Marx of wokeness? All I do know is that there's some characteristics of woke ideology, which is hard lines are drawn between the good guys and the bad guys. And basically everyone is a bad guy, except that the people are very loud and non-stop. An enterprise for racism, for sexism, for gender politics, identity politics. Is there any parallels between Marxian economics and Marxist ideology and whatever is being called Marxism on Twitter?
Mostly Marx. One of the consequences of the taboo after World War II is that Marxism, like socialism and communism, become swear words. It's like calling somebody, I mean, use bad language, but using a four-letter word to describe somebody. So instead of calling them this, that, you call them a Marxist. In many circles, this is even worse than whatever other adjective you might use. But it doesn't have a particular meaning that I can say. The closest you get is your little list. It is somebody who is concerned about race and sex, sexual orientation, gender, and all of those things, and wants there to be transgender bathrooms and that. And I don't like any of these people, so I slap the word Marxism or the phrase cultural Marxism, because it isn't Marxism about getting more money here, growing the industry, all those things that we know Marxists are concerned about. So this is arts, and I've always been interested in culture. I mean, Lukács, the man I mentioned before, Gramsci, that's what they're famous for, the analysis of what Marxism particularly has to say about culture. Gramsci writes a great work about the Catholic Church, about theater and painting in Italy. I mean, this is just ignorance talking. What do I think about that? I would never paint. It's a label that summarizes through the shorthand. I'm against all of this. I don't want to be told that there's ugly racism in this country, or sexism, or phobia against gay people, whatever it is. Marxist or socialist. It's like socialism is the best. It is a mentality, but I don't blame them. I mean, it's childish, it's mean-spirited, but it comes out of the fact that ever sat them down and said, here is this tradition. Got these kinds of things people kind of share, and these big differences. Look, an intelligent society, which this country is, could have and should have done that. It was fear and a kind of terror that made them behave in the way they did. And then honestly, having said there is such a thing as cultural Marxism. What that is simply those Marxists who devoted themselves to analyzing how it is that a particular culture is on the one hand shaped by capitalism, and on the other hand becomes a condition for capitalism to survive. In other words, how do we analyze the interaction between the class struggle on the job and attitude towards sexuality, or movements in music, or whatever else culture? And there are Gail who talks this one here, great name, right? The greatest of all the names, Antonio Gramsci. And a modern name just died a couple of years ago, a British intellectual named Stuart Hall, Hall. If I were teaching, which I've done, of course, in cultural Marxism, those would be three major blocks of the syllabus to give you articles and books to read of this stuff, because it has been so seminal in provoking many, many others.
So there is something to be said and understood about the kind of culture that capitalism creates and the kind of culture that enables capitalism.
And Marxists are particularly those who like to look at that interaction. In other words, they're interested in how capitalism shapes culture and how culture shapes. There's another name. Who was British, Rabbi is Italian, Lukács is Hungarian. The German is Walter Benjamin, Benjamin. He was a member of the Frankfurt School, which is a huge school of Marxism that developed in Frankfurt, Germany, and that has a lot of people, many of whom were interested in it. It was a bit of a reaction against the narrow Marxism that was so focused on economics and politics. There were people who said, you need the narrow, very important parts of society that are shaping the economy as much as they are shaped by it. And it was that impetus to open Marxism to be more inclusive in what it seemed to be important to understand that this cult, and they call themselves cultural Marxists, but they have a completely different meaning on this. This is just, just bad housing, that's all.
Let me ask a more personal question. So,
Sure.
for most of the 20th century, for large many decades in the United States, as a consequence of the Cold War and before, being a Marxist is one of the worst things you can be. Have you had dark periods in your own life where you've gone to some dark places in your mind where it was difficult, like self-doubt, difficult to know, like, what the hell am I doing? When you're surrounded by colleagues and people who like prestigious universities, both personal interest of career, but also as a human being, when everybody, kind of looks at you funny as you're studying this thing. Did that ever get you real low?
No. I know people that will have exactly what you said, and your question's perfectly reasonable. However, you have to ask me that question.
And what's wrong with you?
There's nothing wrong with the question. And here's the honest truth. I don't know how anomalous I am. I really don't. But the truth is, no. I have, if my wife was sitting here, she'd tell you what she tells me, which is I have been tremendously lucky in my life, which is true. But then again, luck never is only it's part of it. What can I say? I didn't choose my birth. I didn't choose the communities in which I grew up or the schools I attended or anything else.
But the fact that there's no courses or extensive courses on Marxian economics.
But you know what, again, I'm Hegel. On the one hand, I was denied good instruction. On the other hand, I had to go out and learn it on my own. And the motivation when you do that is very different. I'm not the student who sits there with my notebook, taking notes of what the great professor says, and reading the text, getting ready for the exam. At an exam, I'm doing something slightly risque, kind of romantically different and oppositional. I was able to find always one or two professors who, outside of the classroom, other students who felt enough similar to me that we could get together and do these things. So I had a number of really fortuitous people who were kind to me and gave me their time, effort to teach me along the way. And I've had the benefit that because I've went to all these things, I do know a lot of people who are in places in this culture. And when I have been put in difficult positions, I often wave my pedigree, and it works like garlic with the devil. They come away. Because Americans are very deferential to that kind of academic prestige.
But there's a personal psychological thing that seems that you have never been shaken by this. You've just naturally somebody who just has perseverance.
I would put it, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I would put it with it. capitalism struck me early on in my life as not that great a system, and nothing has happened to change my mind. In other words, the development just kept giving me more and more evidence that this. And I must say, over the last 10 years, what's really changed, I mean, I can't describe to you how big that change is. And that may be more important than anything else we've discussed. Up until 10 years ago, I would do a public event, an interview on television, maybe give a talk at some once every 2 or 3 months. Could be invited, but academics often. I now do 2 to 3 to 4 interviews every day. So
There's a hunger.
and you know, and I want to be honest with you. As I say at the end of some of the talks, I allow there to be kind of a pregnant pause on the podium, leading to the people. With as much smile as I never expected to. I'm used to teaching a classroom, a seminar for graduate students with 8 or 9 or 10 students, or a regular undergraduate class with 30, or an occasional introductory course with a few hundred. I've done all of those things many times. But an audience that I can count in hundreds of thousands, YouTube and all that, that's new.
Is there advice you could give, given your bold and non-standard career of life? Advice you can give to high school students, college students about how to have a career, or maybe how to have a career or a life that
Yeah. First of all, that's just great. The conditions for doing that now are infinitely better than they were when I had to do it. And I could do it. I'm happy I did it. Becoming a teacher is one of those decisions I made that I've never regretted. And I've never regretted being a critic of the society. Never. I find it edifying. I find it, and the gratitude people express to me for helping them see through what's going on is unbelievably encouraging. What can I tell you?
So that fills you with joy. Pointing out the emperor as those fills you that's a life not just important.
It's because most of the people who say something like that to me are people who, if they had the vocabulary of what to do, would say, you know, I thought I was seeing through that. I think that's very, yeah. I thought it, and they did. Yeah. And all they needed was a little extra this information or that factoid, this logic. Yeah. And they had that. And I remember having that too. When I had a teacher who made something clear that had been working, I always felt gratitude. Now I get that gratitude a little bit. And yes, it is enormously gratifying. I'm not sure I could get it any other way. I have learned, and I'm walking proof, that being a critic of society and doing it systematically and sharing it with other people makes for a very good life.
Speaking of which, however, one other aspect of nature that life comes to you think about your death.
David, no, think about it. I'm not afraid. I've always thought, you know, death is hard when people are left, but you're dead. Very much so. I worry more about my life. I mean, that's my wife. I mentioned to you that I married when I was 23 years old. Life to this day. So I'm lucky. If you get married to anybody,
this rough day for a lot of people.
Because I came from a family, if your family is political refugees who had to interrupt their lives, move to another continent, learn another language, find another income, job, the disruption goes real deep for any refugee. So my mother and father were both refugees. They met as refugees. So I had to, in a way, make it up. I was the first child of this younger sister, I was the first child. And, there's a lot of psychological pressure on you if you're in that situation. Nobody means you harm, but you've got to do what they could, what was shut off to them in the way they want you to do. The closest they're going to get to what the hell. And my parents were both university students. Bobby was a lawyer. My mother had to leave the university, run for her life. So I had to perform. In high school, here in the United States, I had to get LAs, I had a football team, I played violin, we always had to do all this. Because everything had to be achieved. I'm an achievement crazy person. But that's functional. Dysfunctional.
But on top of that, that's an achievement within the game of this particular society. And love seems to be a thing that's greater than that game. Is that something that made you a better person? How is it? How has it made you a better Marxian and a better everything? Because
my wife by profession is a
excellent. I love it.
and I needed, yeah. And so I married her. I didn't know what I was doing at the time, but I think as I look back, I was more than a little. And she has given me a whole range of aspects of life that my family never talked about, never dealt with, never, at least explicitly, engaged in any of that.
Because it was all about survival.
And yeah, immigrant challenges, survive, and you're so busy that you tell yourself you can't do that. Yeah, of course you can, and there are other reasons why you're not doing it. But the survival is so urgent that you can pull yourself as far. And my parents did that.
One last question. What's the meaning of life?
Why will fortune is the most.
Let's go.
Life is struggle. And for me, I have found that to be true. That the struggle, whether it is to build a relationship with your child, I have 2 children, whether it's to build a living spouse, whether it's to understand a complicated argument and simplify it so that you could share the pleasure of understanding this relationship to a student or to the audience. It's a struggle to do all those things. But that network of struggles, that makes life interesting, intriguing, and satisfying.
And meaningful.
Very.
And that latter thing, I gotta say, you do master. You're one of the great communicators and educators out there today, and it's a huge honor to you. So many hours.
Thank you.
This is awesome. Thanks for listening to this conversation with you. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with some words from Karl Marx. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Thank you for listening. I'd hope to see you next time.
It wasn't just a one-on-one in particular, Steve against the team, going, we need glass instead of plastic on the front face of the iPhone. and we're going to do this. And we're like, you know, and so we did it. And he pushed us because he didn't know all the details, but he could see in our minds that we're like, we could probably, but man, it's really putting us at risk. And we laid out the risks for him. And he's like, I'm willing to take those risks.
The following this conversation with Tony Fadell, engineer, designer, co-creator of the iPod, iPhone, and the Nest thermostat. And he's the author of the new book, Build, an unorthodox guide to making things worth making. More than almost any human ever, he knows what it takes to create technology ideas, designs, products, and companies that revolutionize life for huge numbers of people in the world. So it truly is an honor, pleasure to sit down with Tony for time and look back at one heck of an amazing life. This is the Let's Read Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friends, Tony Fadell. When did you first fall in love with computers? Or let's say computer engineering and design.
I first fell in love with computers and programming was in a summer school class in 5th grade in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan. It was a simple basic programming class, but the basic programming class was not like you might think it. It was bubble cards. So literally it was, the cards, the stack of cards, and we would use a number 2 pencil and you would put in your program line by line, and you have to make sure it was perfectly stacked and no errors. And you would take that set of cards and you put it on this grid, and it would go off to an IBM microcomputer somewhere. That and the cloud. And then you would sit on a Texas Instruments paper terminal, and it would just literally, I could write things, and I could program this machine to do stuff, and it was nowhere near 6. There was no graphics, right? Oregon Trail was all in text, right? The cards were so cumbersome that if you got one thing wrong or out of order, or a disaster, or you dropped one card, it would all fall apart. So just doing that, print app, or what it was, I can't even remember what it was. It was what the basic commands were. But
Also, when you say basic, you mean basic programming.
Basic programming.
You're writing basic programming language on paper.
On paper.
And you call it programming. It's called programming.
Yeah, you're programming this computer in a remote location, and it came back. So it was truly cloud computing in a way. So it was really turning.
And the input and the programming are separate. So the input to the program, where they can go together. Like, there's no the program. It just runs and gives you output.
Yeah, it goes in and it says ready, and then you can say run. Yeah, and then it would run. But to program it you didn't type it because it was a printer terminal. You would make the stack of cards, and that would get it into the computer's memory.
Okay, so where was the magic?
The magic was that you could create. You have a language, and you could create what you wanted to create. Right? You could create a world or what have you, have this interaction, and you could compute things. You could do numbers. I was playing Oregon Trail. Right? So you're less like
they complete video.
Wow, video. That's right. You could play text games and then imagine them in your brain.
Oregon Trail. There's a meme I saw recently. If you want to feel bad about yourself as a programmer, realize that one person wrote Railroad Tycoon. I think that's the name of the game. This is cool little builder game. One person wrote it in assembly. So from scratch, and for people who don't know, it kind of looks like a SimCity type game. It's a city builder, but obviously centered on railroads. And there's a nice graphics, as you mentioned, all that kind of stuff. All the things, all the rich, colorful things you would imagine for a three-dimensional video game, all written in assembly, being the lowest level code next to binary, which is fascinating. And that's that you have to notice the magic at that low level at that time. You didn't have all the graphics, you didn't have all the APIs, all the sample codes, and the Stack Overflow, no internet, none of that.
You had to know registers. You had to know the opcodes, and you had to imagine the world in your brain, the memory structures and everything else. There's no visualization. You visualize it all yourself, right? And so that was magic. But then the next part of the magic is where I got into further. It was like I'm doing these little things. And then electronic arts came out for the Apple II. So I got an Apple II. And electronic arts came out. Now we program it and do basic and make my own game. But then there were two games that really blew my mind. One was pinball construction site, and the other one was music construction site. And these were both places where I could create pinball games and I could create musical scores because I love music, and I could then play them, right? And so when you had that, you're like, oh, there's something very different. So I could create myself. But then there was others that made tools that you could create and a visual. And then you would read the backstories. So electronics arts back in the day, it was one programmer who would program those, each of those things. And you could read their backstories. It was literally like a musician or someone else. Like you could read Rick Rubin's like here's this thing. They tell you all of that stuff. And there was one guy who wrote music construction site. He wrote it all in assembly, and he was 16 years old. And I was probably 12 or 13 at the time. And I went, oh my. If he was able to do this and have published, right, and this amazing tool was created, like, what can I do? And so then it just kept building on that. But really, it was those seminal things. First, the introduction, and then the power through programming and turning these things into what you want to turn it into. And you didn't have to be 40, 50 years old and have, PhDs. And then I was like, okay, this is real.
I wish we did that with programmers, or we treated them like artists. We would know the backstory these days, today. Or we'd, not just programmers, engineers. Yeah, like all the things about a product that I think I love are the little details. And there's probably a human being behind each of those details that had their little inkling of genius that they put in. I wish we knew those stories. That's always sad for me because obviously I love engineering. I interact with companies, and they, autonomous vehicles, something I'm really interested about. And I see that companies generally, we probably talk about this, but they seem to want to hide their engineers, and engineers hold secrets. Like the great secret, we do not speak of the great secret. But then the result of that is, you get to hear their stories, the passion that is there behind the engineers, and also the genius. There's a difference between the stuff that's patented, like the kernel of the idea, and beautiful sort of side effects of the idea. And I wish companies revealed the beautiful side effects a little bit more. But just sorry for the distraction. So what I mentioned Apple II. What was the first computer you fell in love with? Like the product, the thing before you that was a personal computer.
It was the Apple. So the Apple II was something I was just blessed over. It was. I think it was at the time. It was the person of the year. Maybe it was that year. I don't remember what. But Apple II was the person of the year. Yeah, for Time magazine back in, I don't remember when, but it was around that same time. So young, but there was the Apple II, and I didn't know what it was, but I knew about tools. My grandfather talked about tools and creating things, right? And I saw this thing, and I had that IBM experience, that terminal experience. I'm like, I could have that at home, right? And so I need to have that at home. And the only thing that was really talked about in our circles was the Apple II, and I was just like, that's it. So I jumped up and down. It was very expensive. I have to have this. My friends like, what? It was $2,500 back then. In 1981, it was like crazy, right? So I was like, I'm going to make as much money as I can this summer. And my grandfather said, because he helped me learn all about tools and building this. I will match whatever you make. We can get this computer. So I worked very hard as a caddy, golf caddy. Caddying actually for the families in at the country clubs in the town where we lived, and did whatever I could. And that ended that summer, we got my Apple II, and you couldn't tear it away. It was my friend. It was
from a product perspective. What do you remember that was brilliant? The design choices, the idea, or is it just that it exists? well, that very idea of a personal computer is the really design choice.
Yeah, it was that I could actually have this kind of tool in my house and I could use it anytime I wanted to program it anyways. There was no, there was no internet connection. There was no, it was all just you. You either loaded something that you got from someone, right? Or you created it yourself. And then there was a whole other thing, which was starting to happen, which we were doing, and this was kind of like MP3 and stuff. We were sharing software, right? So you built this community of sharing stuff. You would go and pirate, pirate all the software. You never use it all, but it was just that fun thing of like, I'm going to get all this other stuff and then tear it apart and do disassembly on it and see behind the scenes. So you really had a sense that this was your world. You owned it, right? And you could like literally go into every register. We didn't have all those security layers like we do now. Like you could really touch bits, and you could poke bits, and make this light turn on, and and the geek inside me just lit up. Now you could just, it's so abstract. People don't even understand. Like usually, some programs don't even understand memory. They just think it's unlimited.
Yeah. And security, it's like now there's all this security you should have, but it's like the adults all showed up to the party, and now you can't have all of it.
It's like, no. This was the thing where if the power went out, you lost your whole program. You could have worked the whole day on it. If you didn't press save at every other line, when you were save, and it was like, the tape drive, like every single step was contemplated. Because if you didn't, you lost maybe a ton of work.
So a lot of magic was in the software. The fact that you could have software, the fact that you could share software, the community around the software wasn't necessarily the hardware.
Well, that was the first thing. The second step around hardware is I got things like the Mockingbird, which the Mockingbird paired with the music instruction set, you could now generate all kinds of tones and notes. And it was a synthesizer in the Apple II. So you would plug in this card, you go, oh my God, look at this. And you could start generating cool sounds. Right? Like there was a mode, like a mode.
What year are we talking about?
This is 82, 81, 82.
I bet you can make all the kind of synthetic sounds that are very cool in the 80s.
Yeah, the 8-bit, chip tunes, right? And then, when you wanted to add a joystick, you had to pull a chip out and you had to like plug in a dip socket to put in the joystick. And then I was like, and then I had to get more memory. How do we do that? And I wanted to speed up clock. So then that turned into a company actually from that, but it was in a hardware software one. But it was all about modifying this thing in every way. First with software, and then you started gaining confidence, and then I got a little bit more money and stuff, and then you could get into the hardware, wire things, and then the Apple II with all the schematics, right? So in the back, in the early Apple IIs, you could open up and all the schematics.
You purchased the Apple II and the schematics come with it.
It came with it.
That's an interesting choice. That's an interesting choice from a company perspective.
Right, so it was a real maker kind of thing.
Right. I wonder what they. So that was intentional. Like this
Absolutely.
This is for the cutting edge folks too, or especially.
It was always cutting edge. It was geeks for geeks. Yeah. So we were like, how did they make it? And then we got to learn from that. Apple I did the same thing, right? It just Apple II became more packaged up and had a little bit better software, right? Came with basic, and then so it was really it was what we might think of as a Raspberry Pi today or something like that, but not with so much software. It was literally, and all the chips were out there. So you could inspect the buses and right, because everything was just broken out.
So I guess that's the idea behind stable big projects in open source like GitHub. That you have the schematics there, and it's kind of a product. I wonder why more companies don't do that kind of thing. Like, we're going to release this to a small set of people, self-selected, perhaps, that are kind of the makers, the cutting-edge folks, the builders, the at-home engineers. In some way, what Tesla is doing with the beta for the full self-driving is kind of like that. It's like selecting a group of people, but that has to do more with you, how safe of a driver you are versus how much of a tinkerer you are, because they don't get to tinker. I wonder, is that a crazy idea to do for really cutting edge technology? especially you're interested in like hardware stuff. Is that crazy? Why don't more companies do that? Do you think?
I think back then it was about a community and serving that community of builders. Now this is about people who want to take it, get the experience and want it really simple and easy. And they're like, and so there's the audience, or they believe the audience is small, who would value those other things that we're just talking about. But if we look at things like Raspberry Pi and all of these other little boards, right? There's a whole world more than any than I've seen. Like, it's amazing what you can do now with these little kits, and the software that's created, and so there's a whole nother, I think, another batch of makers and builders that are coming up through the ranks. And if you look at YouTube channels and stuff, right, they take these little boards, they hack them, then they print out parts on their 3D printer, assemble them, and they create robots, what have you. So I think it's happening. It's just not as it's just not as, I guess, raw as it used to be. But it's there, and it's really expanding around the world, and that's really nice to see, because it's a whole new generation and we're empowered.
I think there's a semi-dormant genius amongst millions. So like Raspberry Pis are reading about a little bit. It's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if it's several million Raspberry Pis in that opinion. So and ship. And it's kind of this quiet storm of genius brewing and engineers. We don't get to hear it because they're not organized. I mean, we get to hear it through things here and there. That YouTube is in the communities and welcome someone. If they were organized.
If a leader would emerge.
No. Okay, so when did you first start to dream about building your own things, designing your own products, designing your own systems, software and hardware?
Well, in high school, there was a company that a friend of mine founded, and I was the second employee. It was called Paul Computers. And it was a mail order, because there's no e-commerce and there's no internet back then.
Yeah.
You either mailed in your little coupon and you said, this is what I wanted to order, or you wrote in to get a catalog and delivered to you. Turnaround time and this stuff was like, from the time you wanted to the time you bought it, was maybe 8 to 12 weeks. And that was just the normal way to get it. So Poly Computers was a mail order for Apple II, and it was software and all kinds of accessories. So hardware accessories, so hardware plug-in cards, postage stuff. And what we noticed was there were accelerators and memory cards. And to be able to use those cards, you had to actually go and change the software you used to access this new memory. So you literally have to go and you took the program that you had, let's say it was AppleWorks, which was like an early Microsoft one, and you had to literally change the code, and you would install this patching to then take advantage of the hardware. So what we started creating is software on top of it to do the automatic installation of all of these patches. So we made it much easier to take new hardware and then expand the existing software you have and expand it into this new world. So it was creating tools and then really great customer support. And we started getting a lot of orders because we had the software make it easier to install, to give them the superpower. And at the same time, they would be able to change their software and have a new world that wasn't existing from the companies that were creating the initial products. And so it was more of that, and then that happened with hard drives. So I wrote a hard drive optimizer for the Apple II to read, because you could get really fragmented. So it wrote that piece of software and sold that to the company along with the hard drives that we sold from third parties. So that all happened in 12th grade freshman year.
So you wrote a hard drive optimizer in 12th
grade. Between 12th and
what programming you used? Do you remember? Is it assemblies?
There were certain inner loops for assembly, and other loops actually there were really early Pascal, C compilers.
What was the motivation behind this? Is it make people's lives easier? Is it to create a thing experience that is simpler and simpler and simpler, thereby more accessible to a larger number of people? Like what? Or did you just like the two?
No, it was two things really, because one, we wanted to sell more hardware and software, right? So it was like, make it easier for the user, And then the other thing was, because I was also manning the customer support line, people would call and I go, this doesn't work. And I'm like, oh, I got to go fix the hardware and software, right? Or I got to fix the software to make the hardware and the installation process better. So my whole world was out of box experience from when I was in high school. Because I had to man the customer support line, pack the boxes, and write some of the code. We were doing, well, Joe Gleason was the founder of computers. He was doing the ads, placing the ads for the mail order, making sure we were running the credit cards, right? It was two of us, and then it turned into a third, and then we hired another person in high school to like pack boxes so I could stay on the customer support line or doing software, right? And it was all in his parents' basement,
Yeah.
right?
As you were scaling exponentially.
Scaling, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Bootstrapping.
So we'll jump around a little bit. But what were you said you love music. What were the ideas that gave birth to that? We jump forward. And how far back did those ideas stretch? You know, if you look at the history of technology, there's, I mean, not just the product, but the idea is truly revolutionary. Maybe its time has come, but just if you look at the art history, sort of music is so fundamental to who we are as a humanity. To be able to put that in your pocket, make it truly portable, is fascinating. In a way that's truly portable, so it's digital, as opposed to sort of like a Walkman or something like that. So, what were the ideas that gave birth to
You know, I was in love with music since I was a kid. Just love music. I think second grade, first album.
that? What kind of music?
So this was Led Zeppelin. This was the Stones, Hendrix, Aerosmith, uh, Cheap Trick, Styx, Ted Nugent. You know, just the real American. I had something British.
There's a bunch of people listening right now.
Who's that?
Led Zeppelin? What is that?
It drove my parents crazy.
Yeah.
Classic, loud, just. And this was second, third grade, fourth grade. I fell in love, and then we moved back to Detroit, and I loved listening to the radio station because there was all kinds of crazy music. You'd have an album of rock and funk and R&B, and I loved to listen at night. So I had a clock radio. But if I had the clock radio on, everyone would, the parents go to sleep, stop that, turn that stuff off. So I hacked the clock radio and put a headphone jack in. Right? So I said, okay. And I could listen to it all night, and no one could hear me, right? And I could just sit there and,
Just hovering around the radio,
groove out.
just listening to Zeppelin.
There would have him.
What would you say is the greatest rock, classic rock song of all time?
Greatest classic.
What pops in your mind?
Well, no, you know what?
I mean, that's
That's really hard. This is
now you
so
have
hard.
to. This is a serious journalistic interview. You're not going to back down from these kinds of questions. No. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to pick. But to me, Stairway to Heaven is a safe. It's like it's so often considered to be one of the greatest songs of all time that you almost don't want to pick it.
Right.
But you return to it time and time again. And it's like, yeah, this is something pretty special. It's a rock opera of sorts.
Well, the rock opera that really blew me away, it still continues to blow me away, is all the Dark Side. Like that. I love that. Yeah, I love that one. I can't say which one's better, but Dark Side of the Moon for me was a audio experience, right? The whole thing from soup to nuts, plus all the synthesizers, all of those things.
Okay, so back to the iPod. So that from the early age,
We love it. Absolutely loved it. And, always was just around it, and always it was always playing. I played it so loud that I actually hurt the hearing in my right ear, and I still suffer from that. And then no regrets whatsoever. Going to concerts in downtown Detroit. So moving forward, in college I was a DJ. So I would DJ and hang out and play all the tunes I love and whatever for And then I continued to do that when I moved right after school. And so I was be lugging all of these CDs around, 1,000 CDs, right? And at the same time, and so those were heavy. And at the same time, I was doing the Philips Nino and Velo. Those are Windows CE-based mobile computing products. The Nino was the first device to actually put Audible books on tape. So I worked with Audible. We met at a conference, and they were like, "We don't want to do hardware. We just want to do content." I was like, "Well, we have this device. Let's get it together." And we got Audible. This was in 96%. First Audible books, and it, as I was going, "Oh, that's Audible. Well, what if we put music, right?" And so I grew that, and the memory was very small, right? There was almost no flash. It was all DRAM. When you did Audible, you stored it in DRAM, right?
But it was okay probably because how much books do you need? By the way, really, just putting books. I know it's probably not the sexiest of things, but putting books on a mobile device is a brilliant step. I don't know. Sometimes you can't measure how much human progress occurred because of the invention. Like there's the sexy big products. You never know. Like maybe like Wikipedia is one of those things that doesn't get enough, I think, credit for the transformational effect it has. It's not seen as the sexiest of products, but maybe it is. When you look at human history, Wikipedia arguably is one of the big things that basically unlocked human knowledge.
And the human editing, and human, just the human nature of building something together.
Yeah. So it's fascinating. Sometimes you can't measure those things. People anyway, sorry. So that was Nino. That was there. And then there's Audible for books. Why not put
music? And I'm carrying around the music for the DJ gigs, and you're like, wait a second, 2 and 2 together, right? Like, let's get rid of this. And then MP3 showed up.
the actual
The format MP3 showed up around 97, 98.
So MP3 is compressed, so you can have like the storage is just
Right, so you could go from a large full lossless digital track into something that can be stored in 4 to 8 megabytes, something like that for the audio. Now, that's not reduced quality, but you could get it down. You're like, oh, okay. And now, if we have enough flash or DRAM, we can put 10, 15, what have you, all in that same memory, and it starts to replicate the CD, and ultimately, if you put it on a hard drive, you could start to put thousands of songs.
Yeah, that's also another really invention. I think people don't realize. I think people would be surprised how big, in terms of storage, raw audio is, and the fact that you can compress it, like I don't know what the compression is, but it's like 10x. It's very significant compression, and still sounds almost lossless.
Much to the chagrin of Neil Young, who does not like that.
But even Neil Young, even the stuff he talks about is still tiny files relative to the raw. So he wants to increase it just a little bit more. But still, that's an invention. That's a thing that unlocks your ability to carry around a device like the Nino is music. Because without that, there's no way you can carry around a gigantic hard drive.
Right, exactly. And so then so it was MP3s, the Nino, and my hatred of carrying around all this heavy stuff that then spawned Fuse, and then ultimately became a lot of that, the ideas and things of that nature, and my passions were born into the iPhone. It was too. Apple needed something, and I wanted to fix something, and it all kind of came together at this right place, right time, plus the right technology. It was just like the stars aligned.
So how did it come to life? The details of the stars aligning with the actual design, the actual engineering of getting the device to be small, the storage, the interface, how it looks, the storage, the details of the software, all that kind of stuff. What are some interesting memories from that design process? What are some wisdoms you parts
Okay.
for that process.
Well, how long do you want to go? Because I can go deep.
Let's go at least 20 hours. Stay with us.
Okay,
This
so,
is one of those lengthy documentaries.
we're going to turn it into episodic.
Yeah.
Binge
On
listening.
Netflix. Yeah, it's Game of Thrones.
So let's just start with, after I was asked to be a consultant to put this thing together. So I already had knowledge of, the space and the technology and all that stuff. But I had to very quickly, and a lot of the suppliers, because of what I was doing at Fuse, trying to create. So as a contractor, I was like, okay, what is the first thing we need to do? So after I showed different architectures and what 3 different products could be to Steve about options for storage options, battery options, form factor options. There was 3 options, and as I was told, given very good advice, get to the 2 options you really do not like, but they're options, and get the best option last. Because Steve will shoot all those down and get the best option last, and then we could talk about that. And so that was the one that had a 1.8-inch hard drive and a small screen, like the screen, you know it, on the original classic. And then I had enough of the idea of the three or four different CPUs and processor suppliers and kind of systems that were out there that I had gone and found and put together, like power supplies, disk drive interfaces, firewire interface, all that stuff. So I put together all of those schematics, or block diagrams. It was just me, and coming up with a bill of materials, coming up with what it could look like, what would be the input output, how we could make a better headphone jack. That was also on there. Screen suppliers, tearing apart calculators. So got all calculators, all kinds of electronics to get the right size, different sizes of small LCDs. So I got all kinds of different battery types. I got different types of, different battery sizes, AA's, AAA's, working through all the different, and there was lithium ion, nickel metal hydride. So I took all the battery types, I took all of the memory types, processing types, LCD types, and connectivity and all that stuff, not wireless, but wired, and laid out these things as Lego blocks. So literally I had all of these things as just, and so I made them so I could put them together and figure out what the compact that form factor.
Oh, like how do we shove them together with the small possible boxing? So the questions were on storage for the hard drive, batteries, AAA, right? Screens, the screen size, and then for that, you're tearing apart calculators,
digital cameras, whatever, getting little things, right? So you can make it physical, right? If you can make the intangible tangible, and so I can say, look, we can make this, and I brought this whole bag of goods, and there's right, and here's this. This is why AAA won't work because it makes it too fat, and everything. So you just educate everybody through. Here's the parts that we can use.
Did not shoot a paper physically. You're playing physical space.
Oh, well, I would go back and forth. So, truth be told, because there weren't good enough graphical tools on the Mac, I was using a PC with Visio and 3D tools, and I was doing 3D design at the same time. I was taking all these physical parts and going, okay, what feels right? Because you have to go from, the details and then the rough, and you go back and forth and you iterate, right? And so it was just a lot of fun. And then I ultimately ended up with a styrofoam model and printouts that came from Visio that I glued together and put my grandfather's fishing weights in, because I also modeled the weights, right? So I said, oh, this is this many ounces, this many ounces in grams. And then I went and got all that and weighted these styrofoam models to then match that. So when you picked it up, it felt more or less form factor right, and it also, you felt how much, was it going to be dense enough? Is it going to feel solid and rigid in your hands, right?
Why does it need to feel rigid?
Because it has to feel substantial. It has to feel like I have like a bar of gold, right? Maybe you know this, but when you open and close a car door, that thunk, and you go, man, and you go, that feels solid, that feels real, and then you get this tinny car that's like, ding, and you're like, does this feel safe? Does this feel like a value? And And so when you have a device like that, and you want to make sure that there's not too much air in it, that you distributed the density of the masses in the right way, so it feels like it's the right thing. So you have to model battery life, costs, mass, sizes of different things, and then you have to also think about what the UI is going to look like, right? So you have all of these constraints the variables you're looking at, and you have to kind of, you can't get the perfect of everything. What's the best, local maximum of all of these components that come together to provide an experience?
It's always trade-offs. What about buttons?
Buttons, oh, there was also the buttons too, right?
Oh, by the way, a lot of these data is inside your mind, or is it with other people? Is it with Steve? Is it lower? Like what?
This was all independent. This was me before being able to present to Steve, because I had to feel really confident that if I was going to put this in front of him, that it could be made, right? So I had to convince myself and work through all the details, because like the very, very rough mechanical design, electrical design, software things, because I didn't want to present something that was going to be fiction, right? My credibility would be like trashed, right?
So you meant to convince yourself you're painting this beautiful picture of a driven engineer, designer, futurist. How much doubt were you played by through that? Like, that this is even doable? Because it's not obvious that this is even doable. Like, to do this at scale, to do this kind of thing, to make it sexy, to shove on the screen, the batteries, the storage, make the interface, the hardware and software interface work, all of that. I mean, I don't know, I would be overwhelmed by the doubt of that, because so many things have to work. Plus the supply chain.
Like at that point, I wasn't getting into any of those details or anything. There's the basic stuff that you have to put together, and then you have to, through my learnings at General Magic and my learnings at Philips, and delivering, multiple, large scale programs in manufacturing, you kind of get a rule of thumb. You know what to focus on at the beginning and what not to worry about over time. Like when I was early in my career, I worried about everything at the engineering details, so much so that I would be a nervous wreck. Sooner or later, you learn how to filter out and figure out what to prioritize. And so 10 years later, I was able to do a much better job of filtering out the things of like, we'll get to that in weeks to come. But right now, we got to let's solve, the very important things, which is could this actually be something real, and that you could deliver, enough battery life, right? Enough of an interface, of the right cost, right? And the right price point.
So you were sitting on a track record of successes and failures in your mind, where you had sort of already a confidence, calmness, but still, was there a doubt that you can get this done? Like, always. How hard is it to achieve a sort of a confidence to a level where you could present it to Steve and actually believe that this is doable? Like, do you remember when?
Yeah, that moment. I think it was after I triple checked. I couldn't bring anyone in, right? I couldn't let anyone in. So it was just me.
Are they going to trample on it? That kind of thing? Why?
No, because I couldn't bring bring anyone in on this. One, it was a highly confidential program inside Apple. There was like 4 people who knew about it, right? And so I couldn't bring anyone from Apple because I was a contractor. I couldn't bring anyone else from the outside world. I worked for Apple, and I'm under this crazy NDA, right? Because I'm contract. So it was just, so I'm doing this. Oh, and at the same time, I'm also buying every competitive MP3 player, tearing them all apart, right? Tore them all apart and looking at them and trying to learn from those as well. So it was all of this stuff in 6 weeks. So I didn't sleep, right?
Yeah.
But I was like, because I was trying to make this. I was envisioning this the Nino, right? And I was like, oh my god, right? But there was another doubt that I had, and it wasn't just could you make the company, but could Apple actually have the balls to make it? Because Apple was not the same company that you know it today in 2000.
Really, it was cautious, conservative, careful.
It was barely breaking. It was a $4 or $5 billion company.
Oh, so the guts required there is not necessarily the innovation. It's like, this is going to cost a lot of money, and we're going to potentially lose all of it because it'll be a flop.
Well, there's not just that, but there was only the Mac.
Yeah.
And the Mac wasn't doing very well. There was less. It was about 1% only in the U.S. market share for the Mac, right? The company was in debt. Bill Gates had to give him a loan, right? Michael Dell at the time was saying, shut down the company and give the money back to the shareholders. So this is not the company that, that people, oh my God, the iPhone. It's a very different level of confidence and financial situation that the company was in versus the iPhone.
So given that, what was the conversation you finally presented to Steve? What was that conversation?
The conversation was, well, we went through it, presentation, and all that stuff happened, and he was just like, and he never, he would flip through it real quick, throw the presentation aside, and said, okay, let's talk about this, right? And so we went through it all, and one was a big conversation about Sony, and Sony was the number one in all audio categories, home, portable, whatever, in the world. Okay. I had been already gone through 10 years of failure, and I was like, wait a second, how are we going to compete with Sony? And I was always worried that Sony was going to come out with whatever it was they were going to come out with, their MP3 player, and that was it, game over, right? And so I was like, Steve, and this is why it took me 4 weeks to finally sign on to join Apple after he greenlighted the iPod program in that meeting, was because I had built other things in the past, like Philips, the Neo and Velo, but they didn't know how to sell it or market it. They didn't know how to retail it, right? So I was like, we could build this. And I was like, Steve, I'm pretty sure I can build this. I've done this before. But how are we going to sell it? You have all your marketing dollars on the Mac. And he looked at me and he goes, you built this with, a team, and our team, with Apple, right? And I dedicate that we will make sure that at least 2/4 of all marketing dollars will only go to this product and nothing else. Right? That was the lifeblood of all revenue of the company.
So Steve saw something special.
Exactly. And he said, I'm going to commit all the marketing dollars. If you can deliver the experience that we're all talking about, if we can do that, and that was Jeff Robin as well, because I would have never happened without him. People don't understand. That was a bump. You couldn't do one without the other person. So Jeff and I were, if Jeff and you can present and bring that experience to life, I will put all the work.
When did the marriage to sort of, what was that birth of ideas that made up iTunes?
iTunes existed before the iPhone. And so Jeff Robin had his company, but it was both. He was making a MP3 player for the Mac. Steve saw it because there was MP3 player apps like Winamp and other things that go over PC, real player. And Steve saw that going on and saw that Jeff and his small team had this I can't remember sound something. Anyways, he bought that, and that became the basis of iTunes, and then Jeff ran all of iTunes. And so what happened specifically there was they were starting to hook up to all these third-party MP3 players. Because there's a lot of Korean, the MP Man, like walking on by MP Man, all these, and they were trying to hook them up. And they were like, these are horrible experiences. And through that, and they said that iTunes was something that was going to help grow the Mac base, because we were trying to get more people to put out on the Mac. So this program would be a great new thing we could add to the Mac. And there was also internet connectivity. And so they did that, and then they were trying to do these hookups. They weren't going well. And that's when they said, we need to build our own. Or Steve said, we need to build our own, since these are such horrible experiences. People don't want to just burn CDs through iTunes. We need to get that music on the go, but in Apple fashion. That's when I was called to come in to do that, the iPod thing. After the 6 weeks, then he already envisioned, I'm sure he had a vision, because they were trying to do this thing. Okay, now that's it. iTunes, it wasn't called iPod yet. What would become the iPod? That is going to be the thing that propels Apple into this new thing, because we're going to bring all these music players in that are going to need their next generation or Sony Walkman version 2.0.
So when you look at, again, apologies to anyone, iPod is one of the great inventions in history. What wisdom do you draw from that whole process about spotting an idea? This is something you talk about in your book, Build. How do you know that an idea is brilliant? At which stage? When did you know it was a good idea? And maybe is there like some phase shifts? First, you complete out, and maybe, and maybe it becomes more than a and it becomes like a little more confident. And also wisdom about who to talk to, right? So they don't trample the idea in the early stages, that kind of stuff. Any thoughts about this?
We could go on again. How long do you want?
This is a Netflix series, multi-season.
So a lot of lessons learned over those years of failure and success. But the first thing it starts with, there's a whole chapter called "Great Ideas Chase You," and so kind of goes into it build, and you can go and it goes through kind of chapter and verse about all of those how Nest became into being. But let's talk about it specifically for iPhone, right? So for me, I always had pain, the pain of carrying the CDs everywhere, right? And I had the joy of music, right? If you could say all of a sudden I could get the music I love all the time in a portable package and I can have all the music I love all the time, I was solving a pain, which was, for me, it was thousands of CDs. Other people might be 10 or 15 CDs, right? And then I can have the joy of all this music uninterrupted. That was taking the pain, making a painkiller for it. And then at the end was a superpower, an emotional superpower that said, oh my, this is something different. So when you can actually focus on a pain, and get a painkiller, not a vitamin. So the difference between a painkiller and a vitamin is very clear. One, you need. I got to get rid of it. A vitamin, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, maybe somebody needs it, maybe not. It's all marketing, right? So you start with the pain, give them the painkiller, and hopefully, if you can do it in the right way, you give them a superpower, an emotional superpower. That is always, and that's the way to know that you're hitting on something that's really powerful.
The pain, joy,
Exactly.
Are you always aware of the pain? So it seems like a lot of great products. It's like we do a lot of painful things, and we just kind of assume that's the way it's supposed to be. Like with autonomous vehicles, we all assume we're supposed to be driving. Like, and it doesn't. You don't think of it as a pain.
Right. Well, you've habituated it away.
Yeah.
You've habituated it away. When I go to other places, I'm living in Bali, living in Paris, or whatever, and I'm not driving. I'm walking or I'm using a scooter or what have you, different thing. And you go, oh my God, when you left that environment, because everyone else is driving all the time, you're like, that's what you do. And you find out there's other ways of living and there's freedom when you get rid of that. You're like, oh my God, I didn't know that this was so much better. So there's something in the book that's called, I deemed it the virus of doubt. And what the virus of doubt is when there's pain and it's been habituated away, you use the right marketing messages to bring people back to that initial experience they had, or the initial experience that they had of that pain. Do you remember when the first time you did blah and it felt like this? Right? And then you reawaken that habituated pain. And it becomes visceral. And then they're like, oh, yes, I hate that. And then you go, now I have the painkiller and the joy for you. That's when it all comes together and it goes.
Let me, on this, I'm pain and the joy is brilliant. Because, you mentioned selling marketing dollars. I have a love-hate relationship with marketing. Like with a lot of things that require artistic genius. To me, the best marketing, I suppose, is the product itself and then word of mouth. So, like, create a thing that people love.
Oh, absolutely. That's funny.
Yeah. So, any other marketing requires genius to be any extra thing. Because to me, I don't. Maybe you can, by way of question,
You're, I'm just speaking off the top of my head as a consumer. What is great marketing? What does it take to reveal the pain and the joy of it? It all starts at the beginning. And I'm going to give you a couple of different ways to look at it. Okay. And if, again, might go a little long. So just stay tuned. Yeah. So the first thing is, start at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning. In the early part of my career, like General Magic and Philips, and especially when I was, a teenager, when I was like making my own chips and stuff like that, I really worried about just putting cool things together. I'm like, that when I put those two cool things together as an engineer, that's cool. And then I would talk to the other friends who might be geeks too, and they go, yeah, that's cool. Because we need the bits, so we put them together, and that's a new way of doing it. That's all what. It's not why. Why are you doing it? We know what we're doing, but we don't know why we're doing it because we're not articulating it for ourselves. Because it's just something we're like putting it together, like, yeah, that's cool because we think we're solving some problem we have, but we're not really articulating. So what normally happens, and this happens because we've invested so many companies around the world, with these brilliant engineers, designers, scientists, researchers, they put together these what's. And then they develop it, and then at the end, they call it marketing and say, now tell a story about this, and let's get it out to the world, okay? What happens then is marketing is like, well, why do people need this? Tell us why people need it. And so they create a story around this product. But the product was born out of what, not whys. And so marketing starts telling a story, and it turns out to be a fictional story. They say, oh, this is going to do these things. The product comes and is delivered, and it falls flat on its face. Because the marketing doesn't match the product. Because they weren't both created at the beginning together. Right? There are whys when you create a product, but there's a lot more whys. And the whys help inform the whats. And the whys also inform the marketing.
So that's what you mean deeply, that we should start at the beginning. So the designer should be also the marketer. The engineer should be the marketer.
Exactly. Stop impressing the geek next to you. What is the superpower you're bringing, or the pain you're bringing, for the end customer, right? Now let's contrast that. Think about a movie. A movie starts with a treatment. It has an audience. It says the audience. Here's the characters. Here's the storyline. The plot. Here's the arc of the story. Right? It pulls that all out. Then there's a script that's written, and that script is then produced, and then you add all the flourishes and what have you, music and graphics and whatever, right? And then it comes out, and then just the marketing of the movie, and that story was created at the beginning. What you need to do if you're going to do a great product is create that treatment for your product. And I call that the press release. Do the press release like the treatment with the audience. What features do you have? What pains are you solving for people? Have the virus of doubt there to remind them what pains they have, the price, all of those things. And you use that as the bar, the measuring stick for what you do during development. Because what happens is, along the route, you know this, oh, we're not going to be able to get that feature done. Throw that one overboard. We have to hit the date. Oh, we're not sure this product's right yet. Add another feature. Add another feature creep, right? If you don't have that story you know you're going to tell at the beginning, you don't have that bar, right? And then at the end, you don't know when you're done if you don't have that story. So you can actually look at that press release. You might you change it over time, that draft. But then when you're done, you know the what's and the whys. You have all this thing of the audience and everything, and then you can give that to marketing and say, well, marketing's been on the web, clear. But then everybody's in sync. And that's when you can tell a cohesive, non-fictional story about, and the product delivers on that story over.
So in the drafting, from the beginning to the end of the press release, what does a successful team look like? Who's part of the draft? Is it engineers, designers, what's the purpose of the marketing department in a company? Small, let's say small company, but more than 2 people. So, from where does the why come from? Should it always come from the designer, or should there be a marketing person that, steps in and asks the question? So I'll just keep asking random questions.
I know these are great questions. So, because you're just like, I'm like, I can't wait to tell you the answer. This is what's in the book as well. But you have to separate out the various functions of marketing. When that's what I thought. I was like, marketing's marketing. No one knows, and it's really not. There's so many disciplines, just like in engineering, mechanical, electrical, software, and even software. I use cloud services, firmware, applications. Marketing has that much diversity as well. Okay, and you have to automate. And so there is marketing communications like PR, press. There is social marketing. There is marketing creative, right? There's marketing activation. But there's another thing that also comes out, and people confuse it with marketing, which is called product marketing or product management. The product management or product marketing is the voice of the customer. They're the person who sits there and listens to what's going on in the competition in the marketplace, understanding the needs and those pains of the customer, and they're representing them in every single meeting so things don't get off track, right? So that, and they're creating the messages, not the marketing. What happens is there's messages that product marketing creates, like those are the deep messages, like we need to save 20% of energy, let's say, right? And then marketing turns that into something that's with creative and everything and brings that message across. Maybe it doesn't say that, but it comes maybe visually or something. So product management does that and holds the press release along the route and making sure that we're tracked. And then also marketing is tracking with that press release to make sure they're not telling a fictional story, right? Because they could also add extra adjectives or something, and then the product can't deliver it. It's like, no. Keeps everybody grounded to the press release, to the raw, right, to the customer needs, right? Because they're always representing the customer. So you have to have a product manager. Typically, that's the founder, right, in the beginning. And then over time, you hire a product management team to then really, watch over this the whole way. And they are talking to customer support. They're talking to engineering. They're talking to design. They're talking to sales and marketing. And they are always in the mix. And it's the hardest thing to hire.
Yeah, so it's a very important job of developing and maintaining the why.
Exactly.
Why is it the hardest to hire for?
Because you have to understand, first, nobody reports to you. So you're alone, and you have to build great ties with all of these different functions.
Yes.
You have to understand what they do, be empathetic with what they do. And you have to project the customer's empathy or empathy for the customer to them and tell them why this customer needs it, why this doesn't work, and so that they learn more. They're not just doing, but they learn about the customer's point of view and sit in and stand in their shoes to be able to then make better decisions on the engineering details or the operational details, customer support details, so they understand. If they're not the customer that it's intended for, they start to live through their eyes and see through their eyes of that customer, so they make better decisions.
And there's probably fascinating, beautiful tensions between that and sort of the engineers. Oh, that's cool. Sort of the developing the what.
Exactly.
And which makes it an extra hard job, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Can I ask a sort of a little bit personal question on that? One subfield of marketing, you mentioned comms and PR. How do I answer that?
I can hear you're struggling in your side.
Why or do the comms and PR folks sometimes kill the heart and soul of the magic that makes a company? Or is that wrong to say?
But give me an example.
I would say the spirit, which is it feels like often the jobs of communication is to provide caution. It almost works together for me to say, sure, yeah, we should not say this. Let's be careful. Be careful. Now that makes sense, except in this modern world, authenticity uh, is extremely valuable, and reviewing the beauty that is in the engineering, the beauty of the ideas, the chaos of the ideas, I think requires throwing caution to the wind to some degree. And I just find that, well, I mean, it's really, so to push back on myself, I think it's an extremely difficult job because people hold you responsible if you're doing communications when you take risks.
Right.
And especially when they fail. So, like, it's a difficult job. So I understand why people become cautious. But to me, communications is about taking big risks and throwing caution to the wind at its best. Because your job is to communicate in the long term, communicate the genius, the joy, the genius of the product. Right. So that sometimes is a tension of caution. So because I've gotten a chance to meet a lot of very interesting people and interesting engineering teams and so on, I look at what they're doing and I look at what's being communicated. And it's just there's a mismatch because the communication is a lot more boring. It's like there's something very, like, just straight up boring about the way they're communicating because,
Okay. And you have just teed me up for another diatribe. Okay, I gotta get on food here.
please,
It all comes out of the leader. If the leader doesn't know how to storytell, or the leader doesn't know how to do bold storytelling, then you get even more conservatism from the PR and communications. Because they're always, so if you have not a bold leader, they're always going to be filtered, right? They're always going to try to smooth things out and take off the rough edges and try. So they're going to be even more, if you have a conservative messaging leader, you're going to have even a more conservative communications department. Why? Because they want to keep their jobs. Okay, it's really simple.
yes,
They got to keep their jobs. If they say one wrong thing, it could be the end. So if you have a very conservative leader, they're going to be even more conservative. If you have a bold leader, they'll always take a little more conservative bent, but you're still going to have bold communications. Okay, so it starts with the leader. Now, that said, when you think about the messages and the joy and revealing things, right? Many of these leaders don't tell great stories. So what we do at Future Shape, our investment program, is we take those scientists and the great minds and what do we surround them with? Marketing and communication people and storytellers to give them the confidence to tell a much broader story about the impacts of what they're creating and how big the global change can be with those technologies. Because usually those leaders who created those technologies, they don't really know how to communicate really well, and they don't feel very comfortable in how they speak.
yeah. So it's interesting because stories. I'm a huge fan of stories.
Have you ever read the book Story by Robert? You should read this. And this is what I read when I was 26. Story by Robert McKee, and it's a book all about the ways to do script writing, the prototypical types of scripts, drama, comedy, and how it's been shown over millennia how these stories are done. It's a fascinating thing, and it gives you an insight to, and it's written for obviously Hollywood and movies and things like that, but it's incredibly useful for what we do as designers and engineers and technology leaders.
There's some aspect in this modern day where this podcast and so on. What I love is the humans behind the story too. So some part of the story is human beings. So humor drama, heartbreak, hope, emotions. That's not just about a painting a beautiful story that's flawless. It's
Vulnerability.
yep. It's being a dreamer, like over promising, and then failing, realizing, changing your mind, realizing so just the whole of it, and then also being like depending, of course, of who your personality is, embracing the full richness and complexity of the personality of the leader or the different people involved. I mean, that's all part of it. Like, you can't just present this beautiful, always Pleasantville view of a product. There has to be this this humanity that's part of it, the full roller coaster of the humanity, which I think is been very difficult for companies to embrace. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just an old school way of doing things that people think, that we present the facade and, generate the story and tell the story as opposed to sort of,
Well, we learn, especially in the technical world, we present the story as it's faster, it's smaller, it's longer battery life, it bits and numbers and and metrics. That resonates sure with other geeks. What resonates with the client? It's all emotions, right? And if you can bring a great emotional story, but with a great rational story at the same time, why you should do this, and it's like, oh my God, you bring that superpower, that joy, then it all lands.
and there's personal drama too.
It's the human,
Right.
here's the pain I had. Remember that thing?
And like, uh, you're, you're obviously this extremely well-known human being that's behind a lot of these great inventions in the technology world, but you're also just a human being. You have clearly like a distinct personality that comes through. That your eyes, like just the way you communicate, it's you. Some people are more stoic. Some people are like Elon is, all over the place. The chaos. Steve Jobs. There's a very. I mean, it's hard to put into words. I can be poetic as well. But there's a very distinct comes on stage. That personality right there. That's not just a product. That's something else too. And like, you have to reveal that a little bit, and allow people to reveal that a little bit, and just let them be themselves.
Look, why do I think your podcast is so amazing? Because you are yourself. You talk about yourself, you bring your emotions into it, and you don't modulate it. You're you, right? It comes through. It's true. It feels right. You are you. That you dress the way you want to dress. You say, this is me, and this is all of me, and you become grown with it.
It's much easier to do a podcast like that than run a very large company where a lot of people feel the pain if you say something stupid. It's much more easy to be afraid and be careful. So, but nevertheless, the same applies. Authenticity and risk taking is the only way, unfortunately, to be successful in the long term. Let me just, because we're jumping all over the place. I just linked on the iPod. Here, one of the great designs, broadly speaking, in the word design of all time. What does it take to design a great product? We could jump around. We could look at Nest. We could look at iPod. We could look at iPhone, and many of the great things you designed. Just looking at that one transformational thing. What can you say about what it takes to do a great design? Or maybe what makes a great design?
Well, we talked about a painkiller. And we talked about that joy that comes from it. But then there's the behind the scenes. There's the team. There's everyone who brings it to life, brings that story to life. If you have a great story and you know the why, then you can communicate it to those people who are working on it. And then they bring their own thing into it, right? It becomes emotional for them too. It's not just a job, It's a mission. And so many of the details that are born out of these early prototypes, these things that you still haven't given full form to, there may be 80% done, or maybe even 60%, but you can see enough of it. Then you take those great ideas and you give the whys to the team. And so that they feel it, they can understand it, then they bring their best and their ideas to the table, and then you can select from those, and you can then start to, it could be just a pixel change. It could be a slight change on how you do the audio for the feedback, or maybe a curve on the mechanics, or something like that of how it feels. Because everybody brings themselves trying to, feel this, and they're not just doing something like someone told them to do. If you can instill that mission and that why into that team, it doesn't have to be big. You get, I feel, a 10x. Everyone comes together in a special way, and the magic is great. You put the love into it, the customer feels the love on the other side.
So the making the team, like taking them in onto the vision, onto the why. Now they feel that all the little details we think of the original iPod and all the many generations after, all those little details are in them as the emotion of the engineers and the designers that
It's their baby.
working like at night, struggling, this isn't right. Like you said, changing little pixels here and there, changing the shape of things, changing the feel of things, like the materials, I don't know, just everything on the packaging, on the packaging.
The words on the packaging,
Just everything.
the words on the website.
And always jumping from the very specific detail problem to the big picture, how the thing feels overall.
Always jumping back and forth. What does it look like for the customer? How are we going to implement it in the most, efficient way? Because, a lot of the stuff you don't know is some of that stuff is hacked in. Maybe hacked in at the end. It may not be the most beautiful architecture that a geek would look at and go, oh my God, that's so beautiful. Because we can look at and visualize this incredible software stack or hardware stack. Some of it could just be hacked in. You make it better over time, but it was that brilliant thing. You got to get that in because that's the way you do it now, and we'll make it more efficient later.
Maybe this is a good moment to draw a distinction between design and engineering, and there's such a distinction even exist. Are these distinct disciplines or not?
I don't think they're distinct. I think they're different types of design. I think there's always this, this idea of this, on the mount designer. It all comes down and it all flows down like some magic. It's not. There are electric designers. There's AI designers. There is data scientist designers. Everybody has design, and there's a chapter in the book all about that. It's not just you go to the mount and it comes down and you're in like it's each person brings their form of design and their craft. Is what if they're really good, they're artists in their own right. They're not just engineers, they're not just design, they're artists. They're empathetic. They really want to bring their best. A lot of the best engineers I have are not the technical that I've worked with, are not the technical gotta get it exactly right. They're the artists that came from music or they came from other things and they see that, right? When you work with very rigid engineers, this is the way, the only way, those are not the engineers I want to work with.
They're all a bit artists at heart.
Right, they understand the practicalness. They don't have to have the rigidity of this is the way it's done. If you're building something new, all new and revolutionary, none of us are experts. And if you come with an expert mindset, just tell me, and I can give you a story about that. You come with the expert, and I'm the expert. When you're doing something no one's ever done before, no one's because we all are learning about something that has never been in existence before. And we have to bring that level of vulnerability and openness to new ideas and new ways of doing things throughout the team.
So you want people that are able to have that beginner's mind or whatever, like don't come in as an expert. What's the story?
Okay.
You're not allowed to. Okay.
No, I. So So, you know, you asked what were these risks, you know, like on the early iPhone, and there was a few big risks. Like one, and this doesn't go into the story, but like putting rotating media in your pocket and it could drop at any time. What happens there? Like you can damage because the heads and the hard drive media are so close. It smacks. It's dead, right? So that was one big one. Like, holy shit, right? So that was something we had to design special tests and everything and special software. Then there was another one, which was at the early days. The way the first generation of iPhones, I had to hack the IDE interface to the hard drive. So I was like, okay, what we're going to use is we're going to use this chip for a hard drive. To make a hard drive, you had to have a chip that did FireWire to a hard drive. Okay, and then that would become a portable hard drive. Well, then we had the MP3 player and the user interface. So there was times when it was just this hard drive, and there was times when it was a MP3 player, and I had to hot switch between what the hard drive thinks it was talking to, right? So designing this thing, tore it apart, and all this stuff, and I was like, you know, maybe I'm going to screw up IDE. There's some holes I'm going to see. So I go, who's the expert at Apple who understands IDE and everything? So this person comes over. The mass storage specialist comes over, and I put on the whiteboard and said, here's how we're going to do this thing, and here's the commands, and this is how it hot switches. And that's not going to work. And I was like, what? It's never going to work. I said, well, let me go over here and show you this right here. I have it prototyped, and it's been working for days. I just want to see if you're going to have to find any holes in the thing. And he just stormed out of the room and never even, right?
That's hilarious. I've had a lot of experience like this with experts. Like, for example, this ridiculous room. I had a person that made people like this. That I showed them. Here's the situation. You know, acoustics. Yeah, they're like, no. This is horrible. this is not going to work. The reflection, the curtains are not going to stop. There's a bunch of terminology and telling me. It's a similar kind of situation as the ID, which I was like, no, listen, I just need to see is there major issues, you know, like a low-hanging fruit that are fixable and major holes that should be aware of. No, it's
$100,000 to
upgrade for what exact purpose?
The what, not why.
Yeah, exactly. The why, the focusing on the story and the content, on the why, and that actually I've experienced that unfortunately in the artistic realms too, which is like photography and videography, cinematography. It's interesting. I talk to photographers who are quote experts, and it's always about so much of the focus is on the equipment behind the sensors and the lighting, and it's like, all right, but what about the feeling of the story you create visually?
Mm-hmm. The difference between a movie that's really well told and it doesn't have all the effects and everything versus maybe some of the superhero movies we see all the time, which is, good luck, there's a story, but man, there's a lot of action and CGI.
Right, that's right, and there's also value to those like CGI.
Sure, but you can tell a better story, but you have to have a good story to begin with.
Sure, exactly. But it's if you're focused on the story, I guess you need to start with the story. You need to start with the story, and if you bring in experts, they can often be detrimental, I guess, to the why. They're too good at doing the why.
Well, you could bring in experts for why. There's lots of experts for why. Too many times you get experts for what.
Yes.
And then they only focus on the what. And so they come with the specs and feeds and the numbers and all the other stuff. But what you're really asking for is, I need somebody about the why and understanding what we're trying to get done here and fitting the what's into that.
Right. That's why I do think that one of the qualities that I really enjoy particularly to work with is like humility for a particular problem when you approach it. Basically, I don't know how to solve this problem, I've got to figure it out, as opposed to, I've solved this thing many times before, I know exactly humility before the chaos. So having an open mind, just going through the quiet, totally new way of doing things is a really nice quality to see. You're one of the fascinating humans in the history of Silicon Valley. Steve is another one of those. So those two humans came together for a time to work together. What was it like working with Steve Jobs? What aspect of his behavior and personality, let's say, brought out the best in you?
Really pushing you, relentless on the details, challenging you for the right reasons. It wasn't bullying, it wasn't demeaning. He would critique the work, not judge the person, at least not in front of them, or inside, in front of a group. It was really that attention to detail. And when he would make a decision, when you make the first version of something revolutionary, there are a lot of opinion-based decisions. And there's only one or two people, three people who hold those opinion-based decisions and what they should be. And when you have those opinions and you're trying to work with the team to implement those decisions, you have to really tell them why of those decisions. Just don't go do it, but why it's there. So you can feel part of that decision. You can understand what were the trade-offs of the different other answers to that opinion, right? And say, this is the reason why we picked, because it's this for the customer and this for the whole world story, what have you, so that you felt really good. Because a lot of times, most people want a data-driven decision. But with V1, you don't get data. Right? Maybe in the B2B, you could have really just get talk to customers, but you can't do that with a consumer
V1, version 1, B2B, business to business versus what's the alternative?
Business to consumer, B2B.
Yeah. We could just define it as
Yes, true.
Yeah, so, and when you say data-driven decisions versus what?
Opinion-based decisions.
So like gut, you have to use, you don't have any,
you can't fall back on any data or any previous history to kind of inform you of what's going on, right? And so if you look at most companies who are paralyzed and cannot make new innovations and new products, it's because they're trying to turn, and this is what I saw at Philips, they're trying to turn opinion-based decisions into data-driven decisions so they don't lose their jobs. So if you look at management consulting is all about taking those opinion-based decisions, giving them to someone else to turn into data that comes back to them and says they can blame the management consultants when something goes wrong, as opposed to it wasn't me, right? When you need to tell that story, you have to understand that, especially with V1, you need to be able to articulate those opinion-based decisions. You need to own them. And if you fail with some of them, you didn't get it right, you then own them and fix them and move on, right? Version 1 of the iPod wasn't perfect. Version 1 of the iPhone wasn't perfect. We got a lot of opinion-based decisions wrong. But as you go through it, because you got more data, V2, you had data on those original opinions, and then you were able to then modulate them, right? And you still have new opinions because those are differentiators that we call differentiators, the things that move the product forward in its evolution. But at the revolution stage, opinions, no data.
And so you have this discussion, you and Steve, and the whole in the stage and the whole team with opinions. Mm-hmm. And there you have to be harsh.
and I wouldn't say harsh, but you have to be very determined, right? There are two real opinion-based decisions that happened on the iPhone. One was the keyboard. Should we have a hardware keyboard or should we have a virtual keyboard? The BlackBerry was the #1 productivity messaging device of its time. It was called a BlackBerry for a reason, because people loved it because it was easy to type and they could get their work done. But when you're saying we're going to move from that, everyone's talking about that in the market, and you say we're going to move to a virtual keyboard, and it's not going to work as well as the hardware keyboard, that's an opinion-based decision, right? Because the data is telling you all the best sales are over here. it takes guts, but you have to look at it from a different point of view. And this is how I learned to come to understand this, because I had been building, virtual keyboards before, and I knew, the goodness and the badness, right? But he was like, look, those are productivity devices. We're making it, ours is born out of an entertainment device and ours, right? We need to show full screen videos. We are going to have apps. They're not apps, but our apps, the Apple apps, because there were no app stores, are going to take over the whole screen. You want a full screen web browser. You don't want one that's like half the device is just a keyboard. Maybe you don't need that keyboard in every instance. So we want that part of the screen to change based on the tool you may need at the time. Maybe it's just full view, right? So you have to go and understand it's a different type of device. Just because that's that and it's successful for that reason, but BlackBerry for the keyboard, that's not the only thing you're going to do with this device. Because people only did messaging. And maybe if you find out this was going to be so much more, it's going to be an entertainment web browsing device. So you wanted those tools to go away. But it wouldn't be as good as the hardware keyboard, so that's included. Well, let me give you another opinion-based decision that got turned around before it shipped. Steve said, no SIM slot. I don't want any slots. We're going to make it very pure. Johnny was like, of course, no slots. Johnny, and we all looked around and go, that doesn't work. You can't do that. Well, why does Verizon? And then he would always, and this was the magical Steve, like when you said, no, that doesn't work, you go, well, why does Verizon not have any SIM slots? Right? They showed that you can do mobile phone with those links. And you're like, okay, here we go. And so a few days later, we come back with, and so product marketing goes to the customer, engineering, we all come back with all the data showing how many data networks and mobile networks required SIM cards versus did not, and what the trends were. And so we showed the data, and that brought back the SIM slot on the original iPhone. Because we're like, because he was just like, we're going to tell AT&T to not use SIM, right? We're going to just tell them to do it differently, right? And we were like, if we want this thing to go anywhere around the world, you want to put that friction in. People are going to move from place to place. They would have different SIMs because of the prices and all that stuff. We had to show all of that data, and then that opinion-based decision got turned to a data-driven decision, and the SIM slot obviously showed up. So those are two at the very same time, right? Opinion can hold, and so can data overrule opinion when data does exist for a view.
At the end of the day, don't know the right answer is. So doing no SIM card slot may have been the right decision. We won't know, because maybe that was the decision. Then many times throughout Apple's history, you basically changed the tide of how technology is done.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know. Apple started Wi-Fi. People don't understand. Wi-Fi came out. There was no Wi-Fi in 2001. Apple started Wi-Fi. And then everyone else, got on board. If you look at now where we're going to phones without SIM slots. Because we have eSIMs, right? And now the SIM slot's becoming legacy as a legacy port. That legacy port will probably be gone by 6, maybe 10 years. They'll be gone. I'm pretty sure. Because it's so much easier for carriers. They don't have to have physical things to go out, right? So right now it's just the early days. But it will happen, and it will go its way. It'll fall away. But it will take time. You just couldn't do it back then.
So timing is essential here. But at the end of the day, it's opinions. And that's where the genius is. Sometimes the data tells one thing, but the data, at the end of the day, does represent the past. Exactly. And the future may be different than the past. Sometimes there's wisdom in the past, and sometimes it's actually representing something that should be overcome. Progress looks like leaving that stuff behind. Like the headphone jack.
Right.
I mean, that when different folks would get rid of the headphone jack, boy, that I would love to be a fly in the wall of discussion.
We had that. That was a discussion that happened almost every year.
Yeah.
That was every year that should we get rid of headphone jacks in the iPhone, right? When are wireless headsets going to happen? Right? And it took years to build all the right protocols, the chips, all those things to make the experience that is the AirPods today, right? To say, have the confidence, still people develop the technology and not just rush it to market to get a half experience, but to get it right and refine it, then ship it. And only then, after it was like 4 or 5 years of development, just like the M1 process, right? That was a work from 2008, right? Grinding away, then saying, okay, now we have the confidence we're doing our own silicate for all the iPhones and iPads and such. Now we're going to turn to the map and make sure we have the best process, right? Not just that we have the best integrated designs. And then saying we're going to, and then besting everyone, making sure the software and the hardware is designed at the same time, making sure the kernel, all those things are going to use the best efficiency. And then popping it out. And then it feels seamless. It's magic. There were no, as far as I could tell, unless you were in real esoteric drivers or something like that, it just worked. It was magic. Like the transition, it was not even a speed. It was not even a crack in the road.
So, perhaps famously, Steve had a bit of a temper. Steve Jobs. Would you say his particular personality in this aspect was destructive or destructive in the process of shaping these opinion-based ideas?
So in Build, I write a chapter.
Yes, and you lay out beautifully the types of assholes, and maybe you could speak to the constructive and destructive types of assholes.
So there's really 2 delineations that I found, real funny, and that is, again, the why. Why do I feel this person is an asshole? They might not. If I feel this is a person who's an asshole, are they motivated by their ego, or are they motivated by their mission? Something they're trying to do that's and doing in service of something else. Sometimes those lines can be blurry, but it's usually pretty clear. When it's ego motivated, it's clear they're just trying to get up in the ranks, push people down, shove people aside. I think we saw a president do that on the stage once. I'm the guy, right? And I'm gonna prove it by pushing everyone away and being nefarious or what have you. Either passively aggressive or aggressively aggressive. They're doing about themselves. There's another one, which is someone who's so attentive to detail and unrelenting that they're trying to get the right things for the customer or in service of their mission, and they want to make sure we fulfill them, right? And they really care. They don't micromanage all the details. They micromanage the details where the customer can touch the customer. People who work with those types of people, who are unrelenting and pushy and might make you upset, a lot of times it's a knee-jerk reaction to go, they are an asshole. Get off my back, you're an asshole. Right? And you're protecting your ego. Because what's happening is that person is usually pushing you beyond your boundaries. They see something that we can do, or you can do, that you're just either not wanting to do for whatever reason. You're not confident in that. You're like, I don't want to take the extra time. Saying, no, we need to get that done and push it. Okay? And so, when we came to those areas, it wasn't just a one-on-one, it could be Steve against the team going, we need glass instead of plastic on the front face of the iPhone. And we're going to do this. And we're like, God, and so we did it. And he pushed us because he didn't know all the details, but he could see in our minds that we're like, we could probably, but man, it's really putting us at risk. And we laid out the risk score. He's like, I'm willing to take those risks. We'll do that. We're like, we might be 3 months late. He's like, this is so important. You need to stay on top. But it would be all the time, push. It reminds me of like kids growing up and me growing up. When your parents push to make you grow beyond your boundaries.
the personal boundaries. Yeah, God damn it, I'm sorry.
You know, but they do it for the right reasons. Now, let's see. It's not bullying. It's not about bullying. It's not about demeaning. It's about either pushing you to another part of the mission that needs to get done, or it's about critiquing your work, but not judging people.
Well, there's a lot to say. So one, it's fascinating. It really is fascinating. You really got a very nice picture, but it does feel like there's sometimes gray areas, which is why it makes all of this very complicated. So one question I have for you in terms of glass on that one, how important is it that, like Steve in that case, is right? Because I could argue each side. It seems like, in one sense, just having a strong vision and opinion is already going to make everybody grow, even if it turns out to be the wrong. As long as you are sort of standing your ground, um, Napoleon being Russia or something in the winter. But it's just not going to be a good idea. It's not a good idea. But you're going to hold, do that. And then once you decide, you go all in. And then from that, even if the whole team knows it's the wrong decision, just sticking by it, powering through, you will learn through the pain, like everybody will learn. So that's one side. The other is maybe the asshole, the vision-driven asshole, gets to be more and more of an asshole if they have a track record of, through that process, having built people up, having made the correct decisions. Mm-hmm. They're not allowed to be an asshole.
They're in rare air and no one can challenge. Right. Steve was never that. That's the great thing. He was never unchallenging. You could challenge him. Now this the plastic to glass story is a perfect example of this. So at the beginning of the project, well before we were going, we had always had these things about plastic from iPods, these kinds of scratches. So we said, we're going to have a glass or a plastic with a cover for the display, because the display was glass. We argued back and forth about glass versus plastic, and then we all landed together on plastic. Okay? The original decision was plastic. And the reasons were, okay, we don't want to make a mistake, glass can break, people drop them all the time. So we don't want to have a fragile device because you're going to be using even more than music, right? You're going to hold it in your head, put it in your pocket. So we went down the road with plastic. When it was shown, when the product was shown at Mac World 2007, the first time, that was plastic. We had just enough of them in the field at the time. We started seeing like scratches on plastic. Reviewers didn't have the device yet because it was behind glass. If you remember 2007, the Jesus phone comes up, and no one could even touch it. You could just look at it, this beautiful museum quality box, like it came from the future of whatever. It's like, and you just looked, and that was all you got. But then people said, well, what screen is, what covers on that? Reviewers who knew better. It's plastic. And they were like, really? And so there was enough of a doubt there. And then when we started to do it, and then Steve changed the frame of reference of the question or of the result of what the customer would think. He was like, if we designed it with plastic and it's in their pocket all the time and it gets scratched by coins, lightly scratched by keys or something like that, that is a design problem. We need to fix it, but that was our bad. If they go up and drop it, or even slightly drop it, and it cracks, it's the customer's fault. And they have less likelihood to complain. You're still complaining, but they're part of that failure.
Yes. Oh, that's fascinating.
And then
there's truth to that,
right? Because then they were part of why it failed. Where the design, they didn't do anything wrong. It was just sitting in their pocket and it's scratching, and it's normal use. Abnormal use, they drop it, and we're like, now
we did it. And so we all moved to that mindset when you frame the problem and the solution in that way versus the original framing where we all landed on plastic. So, and then he was unrelenting on that, but we all had moved. And we had moved mindset and we understood the why. And we marshaled together. And then by the end of June, and it was crazy, a mechanical product design team, sourcing, all of us, all the partner learning, pulled together to make that happen because it was the right reason, right? So this, you know, you look at these stories and you hear just the top line rumors of the takeaways, but that's not usually how it all happened. With like one leader was, that's not how Steve was. Now I've seen leaders who are just pounding, you know, and just had no real empathy for the team and understanding the why. It is the way I want it, right? I'm the pretty leader. That wasn't like that.
But he just had a very strong opinion.
Very strong opinion, but it was challengeable. It was challengeable, and if you came with the right thing, you know, it was, you could modulate that. But you had to come with a team. It couldn't just be you. It had to come a team and data and to overcome, because it was a very strong opinion.
And there's personal quirks of character, like you said.
Bad days and good days.
Bad days and good. So there's also the three options you said. You noticed the third option was always going to be the one that's picked. Those kinds of idiosyncrasies. And that brings up another thing. You said challenge the idea, not the person. You know, I'm somebody who has I have a temper. I have any colorful language and so on when I'm on teams at work. In my private life, I'm much calmer and so on. But when I get really passionate with engineering team, and
I can cover
that. I am distinctly aware that you cross lines often. There's like levels. Right? Sure. You could. It has to do with language and how language is heard. For example, you could say a lot of stuff to me. You could swear. You could say stuff that sounds, of course, like I don't know, Lex. Sometimes I think you're the dumbest human on the face of the earth. It's like, I don't know. This sounds very personal, right? But I'm not going to take that personally. I understand what's being said. And then I also noticed that there's other people that take stuff more personally. This has to do with teams. Figuring out, like, okay, who's going to take certain words personally and not. So this is what makes a great coach, a great leader. You have to like factor all that in. But it just, there's something about being an asshole, being passionate, being driven, that sometimes you do cross lines. And that's, I don't know what to do with that, because it feels like it comes with the territory. Like it seems like you can't just have a perfectly optimized.
No, absolutely not. We're humans.
Yeah.
We're humans. We don't have a program. Everyone's programmed the same way to react the same way to given stimulus, right? So, you said, I don't know if this is a real example, but you said, oh, you're the dumbest human on earth or whatever. I would never say that. Absolutely never. And if someone said that to me, or I saw someone else say that to another person on the team, absolutely not. That is not allowed, because that's judging someone. You may be heated, and you can get heated, and you can say it in your intonation, but to then try to put a label on it and put a label on a person, that is not allowed. So if you let that kind of culture happen, and it becomes somewhat, sometimes it's in jest, it has to be very much in jest, and those two people have to have a really good working relationship. But other than that, I'm sorry, it's going to be a lot more, you could say, aseptic in that way, that you're not going to add that stuff in, but you can do it with all other types of ways without saying that, because then people who do react to that kind of language and don't have those shields, because they might not have that certain confidence level that you do, and you can just brush it off. That can be very cancerous in the team, because people that mean that, and then they see, oh, that's the right thing to do. You got to snuff that out, and you got to be that. You got to be that change or that model that you want to show the team.
Yes, too. Even if it doesn't affect me, it would affect a significant enough fraction of brilliant people where that shouldn't be part of the culture.
Exactly. And other people see that happen, and then, oh, I guess that's acceptable, right? right? Just like politics in the workplace, is that acceptable or not? I call it out exactly what I see in front of everyone, right? Because it's just another ego-driven thing. You have to set the tone as a leader for what you want your organization to be and how it gets reflected in the world. And you have to uphold that. And you can, sure, you can have an excursion outside of that, but you have to go back and say, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to go and apologize, heal, and say, I was not the person I wanted to be that day. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
This is, and even in front of the team. And have that humility and say, we're all human here. Just because I'm the leader doesn't mean I don't make mistakes.
Self-awareness, apologize,
Exactly.
and that's also part of culture.
Yeah.
How are you different from Steve as a leader in design? So you've spoken about sort of what made you stronger, which is he was able to challenge, he was able to push you to bring out the best.
Well, I come from the technical angle, right? Deep technology, software, hardware, systems thinking, implementation, all that stuff. So I have a different bent. He wanted to be an engineer, started, but really he was much better at all the other things, the storytelling, the interfacing, and being the voice of the customer, being that product marketer that we talked about. I grew into being the product marketer and marketer. He came really out the other way, right? And never got really deep technically. So that's two different mindsets. One's not better or worse. It's just that's how it is. It takes all kinds of different.
Did it manifest itself differently? The fact that you came from these different places. Like what? So like the discussion about glass and that probably has a different flavor to it.
Sure. When you started getting into the technical details, enough so when you're getting the third order technical details, and he can't argue with that anymore. And then at some point he's like, okay, at some point he's like, I can't win this war. Like, and he learned that very early on because he didn't like the way the look of the Macintosh board, the PCB was laid out. He wanted it to be beautiful on the outside and on the inside. It's like, why are all these wires running this way? Why doesn't it have all this symmetry? And we have to make it beautiful on the inside, and even the traces on the board have to look a certain way. So the team made the board they knew that would work, and then they made the board that the way Steve wanted it, and that didn't work. And then Steve instantly figured out, like, at some point, don't micromanage every single detail. There's some things he doesn't know enough about, so he would get out of that. But that was one of those instances where he pushed really hard, and that's his opinion. So they said, okay, we're going to make it a data-driven decision. We're going to make both. I'm going to show you the results, right? And then from there, you didn't get into those details. So from that, you could have a great challenge, right? Because then you could get those data and say, we can't do that. Well, let me show you why. Or we can do that. And then Steve would go, you can't do that. And you're like, oh, we can do that. Let me show you. Right? So there's certain times when you're like bringing something to reality that you didn't think could exist. Right? So it was always that creative tension, that interaction that was so successful, right? I think, but there was one other fundamental thing that was, and that it graded on the team, and that I made sure and I learned from to not do, and I maybe overdo now in the opposite direction, which is when there's a great idea that comes from the team, acknowledge that person and go, that is a great idea. As the leader, the team driven. That's a great idea. Let's build on it. Let's see if that can do that. Or it's a great idea, but not now. Decide. But call out when people have great ideas because it's infectious. And that means maybe not ideas that bubble up to the customer level, but inside the organization. People they get rewarded for their ideas and say, that's a great one. Steve was always like, you give an idea, and he would go, okay. I don't know. The next day, 24 hours later, it would come back with slight modifications. I've had this genius idea, right? And sooner or later, we'd look around the table and we'd roll our eyes. Here we go.
So it demotivates you from generating ideas a little bit.
Yeah, well, we got used to it. But, later on in the team, we was just not. It doesn't want to bring the best, right? Because if the reaction is never, that's a genius idea. It was always like, it was either negative or neutral, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't have that same emotional effect that you want you to bring it back.
Yeah. Sometimes it's fun when people get excited about this. Yeah. You kind of build on top. segment, coupled with sort of partial spin ideas back and call out the bad ideas too. Just the good and the bad.
Oh, you can say you don't have to say bad idea. You say, maybe not now. Let's table that for later. Let's discuss it. Or say that's a decent idea, but did you think about that idea this way? Not just no or yes, but let's talk about why that might not be applicable in this case, so that they can learn. So the next time they bring the next idea, they can modulate and understand and start seeing through the opinion-based decision makers or the database and bring better formatted arguments or ideas, so that you can have a better chance of success the next time.
Yeah.
Right? You got to train through those moments. You got to teach over teaching.
Teach moments. I aspire to be that kind of person. I'll usually say that idea is shit. That is and then that I remember that this brilliant person just gave that really shitty idea. I remember to make sure next time they give a good idea, I really compliment that good idea. But I personally, maybe it's emotion, but I call out the shitty ideas.
But you call it the really great ones.
Yeah.
If you let the pendulum swing both ways, then everybody knows he's balanced. There's always one way. Why bring any idea?
I'm all about the pendulum.
Right? You gotta have both. The joy and the pain.
So you mentioned us on the iPhone. So you wanted to not just us. You were one of the key figures in the creation of the iPhone. What's the interesting aspects? What's the good, the bad, and the ugly of the origin story of the iPhone? Again, this is a Netflix series that spans multiple seasons. But what
Change my plate, please.
Yeah. What wisdom, what interesting memories you have from the fight? So, the pain and the joy that was foundational to the iPod, all the CDs you have to lug around. What was the pain, the joy, and the vision of the iPhone in your mind and the mind of the team, Steve's mind, and so on?
Well, there's multiple things. You have to also look. There's not just customer opinion, but there's business. Okay, so Apple now is getting out of that place where it was in 2001. Now people are starting to pay attention. Apple's starting to get in the culture again, becoming relevant. Cash is starting to flow. iPod is 60% of the revenue, total revenue of Apple. Dude, like 85% market share. You're starting to get a wind at your back. You got confidence. Like Apple had been beaten down since probably the first time the Mac was, since the Mac, it was a beaten company ever since the Mac. So we're talking 15 years, right? This is the first time you're seeing, and Steve Wood proudly came in front of us and said, today I can tell you, all of the employees, we are now out of debt. We paid off our debt. It was a joyous moment for him, right? And then ultimately for our team, because no more debt, one, right? And now what you have is you have this successful thing changing the face of Apple, and you hear these heavy, stomping footsteps of the mobile phone. Boom. And it's the feature phones. They're adding cameras. They're adding car display. You're seeing the success of the iPhone phone. That's just music. We have some storage. We can load music on our phones. We can do what the iPod does, plus more. Yeah, right. And you're like, and how many hundreds of millions of them are being sold at that point? It wasn't billions yet, but it was still, 100 million, 200 million a year. I hadn't gotten there. It was 4, 20, 50. So now you're like, okay, what are we going to do about this? Goliath, who wants to take our lunch, right? The schoolyard board. And so, there was one, let's partner with them. So, iTunes Music Store was there. All of these phones are going to need music. So, they can come to the iTunes Music Store and get that music for those phones. Because it wasn't just about the hardware player. It was about the software that you needed on the desktop and the content that you needed to download. And now Apple had multiple legs of the stool, as Steve would always refer to it. So now the mobile phone industry, okay, we're going to work with that. They are going to make an iPod shuffle, basically. inside of the phone, can have 99 songs total, and they're going to come to our store, and you're going to, I was like, okay, great. It's all going to be one good. And that became the Motorola Rock. Apple and Motorola getting together. There's going to be software on this smartphone, or not smartphone, but feature phone. So hook to iTunes to get to it. It wasn't even downloadable over a cloud. That wasn't available yet. It had data donation. It was a disaster for me. Two different cultures, two different types of leadership styles. Not necessarily the most competent engineers on the other side. And it turned out to be an absolute horrible disaster. I watched the pains, because luckily I didn't have to be part of it. I watched the pains on Jeff Robbins' face each time he would meet. And he would be like, these guys are just, like, really? Do we have to do this, Steve? And he's like, we're contractual out of it. And when he came out on stage and Steve showed it was maybe a 1 minute. Steve loves those extended, like throwing out. It might have been a 1 minute, 2 minute kind of thing. And he literally threw that phone out of his hand as fast as he could, right? Because it was so there was the pain of we're not going to partner. So if we can't partner with these guys, we have to become one of them to actually compete, to save the thing that is bringing Apple from that 15 years of delays, right? So then from that, we were made a prototype of an iPod plus phone, a classic with, not just an iPod, but it had a phone inside with all the music and all the other stuff. And you use your headset, wired headset, to do the audio, right? There was another project at the same time, because we were doing videos in the iTunes Music Store, iTunes Video Store, for music videos and movies, and it would be a full screen iPod. So instead of the classic, the way you know it, it would be full screen, and it would have a virtual click wheel. You'd have a virtual, like single touch screen that you could scroll, right? It goes and be an iPhone. Right? And then there was a third project. Those two were going on my team, but the third project going on was the multi-touch screen technology to drive a Mac tablet. And so that Mac tablet, that touchscreen technology, there was just way too much you had to change on the software and everything to be able to use like tablet, right? You see this all the time. Like people, there's not enough tablet apps today that are modified for tablets. They're just phone apps, right? So then they would just be Mac touch stuff. So you'd have to have a whole developer community. That probably wasn't the best place to take that technology first. So you take that technology, married with the full screen iPod, and the phone stuff we were working with, the iPod phone with a rotary dial was just like a rotary phone. We couldn't make that work right for day-to-day work. You put those three together, and now were those three things that then created the form, or the technology and the form inside what would become the iPhone, married with a bunch of low-level software from the iPod and manufacturer software and drivers and communication stuff, combined with a very reduced Frankenstein Mac OS. And I mean that the best way. It wasn't Mac OS with gigs a little. It was totally, things were hacked out, changed. The new code was inserted, and it really was a whole set of things from all different places to make that first iPhone OS. And then there was another team working on the apps, and then another team working on the design of how it looked overall. So all of those things came together to create what we know as the first generation iPhone.
And those are all probably fascinating engineering challenges and great teams. Like creating Frankenstein OS, that's fascinating because you're simplifying, but then you're just throwing different stuff. And you're basically inventing, you're probably not thinking it that way, but a new era of computing, a new kind of computing. It really is Frankenstein.
Right. And you didn't have to run Mac software. If you look at some of the other smartphones of the time, like Mac or Windows and stuff, they were like, we need to make sure it runs Excel and it runs Word or something like that, and some reduced thing. This was like, no. This was born out of entertainment. So we didn't have to go and take all the same application, all those other ones was about compatibility. This was about a whole new way of being.
What did you think about the Steve Jobs presentation of the iPhone, the sort of the first iPhone,
phone, internet communicator, and iPod.
right? They're going to sort of present, announcing 3 new products, kind of thing, and saying it's just this is a good example of sort of historic presentations of the products. Clearly, there's like some showmanship that works. Some reason it works. It doesn't always work. It often doesn't work, but it did. In this case, it often did for Steve. Like how did that deal? What part of the design process was that presentation? You know what I mean? Like from the early, because you said to consider the why, the press release, very
Exactly. Steve was doing that the entire time. He was working on that story from day one. He was pitching us this, and then this, and then he would look at our faces because most people wouldn't, at least if you're working for him, wouldn't tell him what you really thought of what he was saying. But he would look at your faces, and then he would talk to a few real trusted confidants outside of the organization and see what they thought. Right? And they could give him feedback on it, and they could really challenge him. But he would also look at their faces and all that. And so when you see that, then he would modulate it and change his stuff and change it. So he was working during all of that time on the story and the storytelling, right? And the why. While we're working on that and helping us refine it, just like the switch from plastic to glass, right? All of the time working on it. So when he comes out on stage, he does something that every marketer is told not to do. Say, these 3 things are not combined in one. That is like they say that is the laziest form of storytelling possible for marketing. Right? Yeah. Right? But it was the best one because it was all of those pains. It was like, I want my iPhone, but I want my communications, and I want my internet browsing because I want it on the go so I can look up things because it was information. And when you were on the road, you had a laptop, you had an iPod, and you had a phone and you had to carry all of these things with you at once. Now we're going to solve that pain for you and put it all together. So he was just showing you the pain and doing that virus going, it's now in this one magical story. And he could come up and magically tell that story because he told it almost every day to all of these people inside, very quietly. And then it was just, right? It was like a Tony Award-winning play that had been worked on for 10 years.
but also the human came through.
I mean, it was all that.
Yeah.
And of course, he was dramatic at certain points, and he would raise his voice, a wry smile, or whatever.
Right.
He was all those touches. He was an actor as well as a story.
Yeah.
But it was the truth, right? The truth came through. It was a non-fiction story. And then he added those personal flourishes on top of it to a dramatic effect. It was amazing.
So there's a designer you mentioned, Johnny Hub. You both are brilliant designers, great human beings. There were some battles fought in the distant past between the two of you. Looking back, what is the positive characteristics of Johnny that made you a better person in design? I mean,
Watching the process that the design team that Johnny led. I don't know where, because that was over years. I didn't see all of those things. But watching the design process of really, because it was really a team that was about materials. It was about form. It was about colors. It was about these physical characteristics. When we talked about this earlier, was design. What is design? Design's everywhere. Okay. So what they were really focused on was form, how the feel was, how it looked, the aesthetics, the physical things. And going through that process, I learned so much about how to do colors, how to do materials, how to think deeply about curves, right, and shadows, and how it would look not just in your hand, but how it would look in the photograph you're going to take to market, right? So how it would look, how it would feel. It was all of those physical things around that and watching the process to get there, that was enlightening, right? It opened my mind to go, oh, okay. Just like there's a process for all these other things. It wasn't just magic and you say, there it is. It was really a process of refinement, of opening the funnel at the beginning and refining down over time to get to that final line and selecting and doing the selection. And certain types certain times they were opinion based design. But a lot of data driven design of what can we deliver in volume, what can we do different things. So you always have these constraints that you have to work with them. And sometimes they and the team, not just I, would say, we need this. And we're like, we can't deliver that. But maybe we were able to work together to find different design characteristics and different implementation characteristics that could get to that point without what they were describing. And instead of yes, no, let's find some other way to solve the problem together.
And I've seen this in several companies I've more closely interact with, like Tesla as an example. Sometimes they're talking about codes. Sometimes it's very painful on the engineering side to deliver a very specific kind of thing. And one question that comes up in my mind is like, well, how far should we go to try to deliver a tiny adjustment in the curve, in the curvature, or in whatever the form factor is, in the color material, when the cost is like 10x to deliver, not financially, but just how many problems to have to solve. I don't know if you can say any wisdom to that. Because when you're thinking about curves, you're designing space ideas, you're like platonic forms kind of thing, not always grounded to like how much pain is going to be involved in delivering this, but that's as you should perhaps, because then if you're always thinking about the pain required to deliver this thing, you would be too conservative. You wouldn't do the wild ideas.
Right, exactly. But you have to understand again the why behind it. And at Nest, when we had limited resources, putting a screwdriver in the box, a custom designed screwdriver in the box, was born out of those experiences I had at Apple and seeing how you can create something that's emotional. It's part of marketing. It's part of the product experience overall, even though it seems extraneous. I went back and made the design team and the mechanical team change some curves on the Nest Protect, the smoke and CO detector we did at Nest, after they had already tooled it. And I said, there's this customer. I said, it doesn't look right. But they're like, oh, well, I said, no, you're going to go back and you're going to make that change. I told you need to do it. We had a better looking note that is going to get done. I know it's going to be a terrible cost to you, but we already had this discussion, and that's the way it's going to have to be. And I'm sorry, but it is what it is. And because it's better for the customer and it looks better in the pictures and all the other stuff. And then we did it, and it was great, and everyone agreed it was great at the end. But it was pain to get there. Those are where those little details are where the magic comes out, right? And if you don't take those pains and put it in the love, the customer is going to feel they're either going to feel the pain or they're going to feel the love if you put it in, right? So it depends on how much time and effort you want to put into something and what really matters to you, and so how you communicate what you do.
We're human beings after all. Is there something you've learned from the tensions that are natural or that happen in teams when they're passionate and they're trying to solve these problems? Is that the way of life? And there's the human drama. Is that always good? It is what it is? Does that make you better? Actually, the drama is the tension between personalities and all that kind of stuff.
Look, a roller coaster ride without ups and downs is no fun. It's the journey. It's the journey that brings out the best in everyone. We're forged. We're tempered by those experiences. Not all the ups, but also the downs. And that's when you get the humanity and the connection. And we can tell these stories till we're blue in the face and smile every time because we did something together that each of us couldn't do apart. But when it comes together, that's where all the emotions happen. And that's where, if it's born out of the right reasons and the right story and the right way, that's where the magic happens. Not just for the customer, but for how it transforms each person who's working on it. And they will never forget those experiences in their life, positively and negatively, that happened at the time. But they look back, and it's only positive because they did something that mattered.
Yet another brilliant idea that you brought to life is Nest thermostats and the big umbrella of Nest. Again, as part of this Netflix series, season 3, what was the most memorable, the most painful, the most insight-laden challenge or difficult to bring Nest to life?
Well, the first thing for me was making someone care about their thermostat. Right? No one considers it. They never had any customer choice. They didn't install it. They usually don't even use it because it's so complicated or what have you. They bitch at it, they hide it in the corner, and then they just pay the bill, right? Of whatever it is, right? It's totally unloved, unconsidered, right? So how do you wake up, like I said, the virus of doubt, how do you wake that up and get people going, remember every day when you go in and it's like, you're just frustrated, and then you get the bill and you pay the bill, so you have to do that. So that was one. I think the other big one was not delivering, all of it was hard, right? It was constrained, we had only so much stuff, we were bootstrapped. We didn't have massive funding, we didn't get hundreds of millions of dollars, but we did it for the right reasons. But I think the other big part of it was not just building a disruptive product, because a lot of the people on the team had done that. We knew what we were doing, and that was, if we got the design right, we could deliver. We lived enough time. It was getting the disruptive go-to-market. In other words, how to take that product from the end of the production line and get it into the customer's hands. Because there was no retail or customer choice in thermostats. It was never considered purchase. They never thought they had choice. Some guy, using suspenders and a butt plug, told them, looked around, looked at their house and said, looks like somebody who's got this well to do. This thermostat is not going to cost you $350. Thank you very much. And you're like, I'll take whatever you get, right? And then it goes into another house, it's worth $100. It's the same damn thing, right? So there's no price transparency. There was no choice. You just got what you were given. So how do you go and this was an entrenched industry. That's why there was no innovation because it was doing just fine because every house needed them. All the installers were programmed by the product deliverers by bonuses and bonuses to say you're going to only carry our product, and if you sell this many, you're going to get a free trip to Hawaii, right?
Yeah.
And for these guys who install, they get a free trip to Hawaii. That's a dream for them, right? So this whole channel was fully controlled by the product guys, and it was almost monopolistic. So how do you go around that? So creating a disruptive go-to-market channel. One was direct to consumer, right? And all the marketing that was necessary to get that message across. Another one was getting the installation right. No one was self-installing. So how do we get enough people who are early adopters to be able to self-install them confidently? So they didn't still have to call the guy to come and install it, because then he would say, this is a crap product. No, I got the much better product, right? So you had to get rid of that. And then ultimately, how do you get the people who were not just early adopters, but people who needed to see it and touch it before they bought it? How do you get that into retail when the large brands of the time of thermostats at Home Depot, Lowe's, had contracts that they couldn't bring in any other brands? They were owning the channel all the way to where there was any sort of slight customer choice. It was really contractor choice more than it was end consumer choice. So all of that had to be innovated along with it. And so to me, that was a huge challenge and something I had never done, most of us had never done, and we had to create. That was as much as a project as actually
delivering the product itself. So it turned out to be a giant hit. And it was acquired by Google for $3.2 billion. As a founder and leader, just out of curiosity, in these cases of acquisition, is it always a good thing? Is there any part of you and the team that consider saying no?
We consider saying no all day long, right? We've all been in big companies. We knew what it was like, and the politics and all that other stuff. And what I came to learn, especially just from Philips, because Philips was a very good 375,000 people. It was a big, massive, right? And tons of politics. And I was like, do we want to go back into that one? Because I had so many negative experiences from it. But then going to Apple, which was, not big, but it was big enough that it could have all these dynamics. But then when you saw a leader rise up and get rid of those dynamics or not allow many of them to flourish, and you're like, oh, with the right leadership, this can be a beautiful marriage, right? And so for months, we were working together with Google to make sure that we had the right leadership and we were going to be in the right environment, that it felt right. So that happened. It absolutely happened. We worked on all the details. We didn't even talk about price. We were talking about how's the brand going to work? Who's the team going to work? How are we going to get IP? How are we going to do exchange? How are we going to get budgets and all that stuff? So we worked on all that before we actually sealed the entire deal. Because they were already invested in the company. So we already knew, they knew relatively where the end point was for the price. So working through all of those prerequisites, I knew that as a individual product company that was trying to create a platform, no investors were going to invest in a platform that could take 3-4 years and many, many hundreds of millions of dollars to build without all kinds of new products at the same time. And products that we were having, which were successes, but they weren't even break even, right? We were still developing. So how are we going to get more people to fund all of these things in this platform that I really want to create? Because my worry, and I've seen this many times in Silicon Valley, is these small startups have bravado. They said, I'm going to take on the big guys, right? With a platform. But when those platform guys show up, and Apple says they're going to get it, at the time, nobody cared. They were curious things, very curious. What's next? But Apple wasn't in the market. Google wasn't in the market yet. Amazon wasn't there. Microsoft, Samsung. They were all just curious. Right?
Yeah.
And I had watched. If you said, I'm going to go challenge them, and I'm going to build a platform, and then they all of a sudden, one by one, go, oh, well, we're building a platform. We're building a platform. They flooded you each step. Fear, uncertainty, doubt. And the developers run away, and you can't make a plan. So I'm like, before the landscape gets changed on us, because we're attracting so much attention, they have something, we need to change the landscape on them. Let's go to the best place where we can build out the platform, have the right leadership to help us grow this thing into what the vision it should be. And that's what we believe we were doing with the Google acquisition.
Is it possible to take on the platform? So you said there's a lot of startups with bravado and all that kind of stuff, right? Doesn't mean James Joyce, when he was 20, said, I'm going to be the greatest writer of the 20th century before he wrote anything of value. One of them is my actually right. In this modern world, so first of all, people should definitely get your book built as just this giant number of advice on this exact question of how to build cool things, how to build a startup, how to all the different stages of that team, how
it's mostly human nature. It's not technical. It's mostly human nature behind it.
it turns out it turns all the way down the street at the bottom. Yes, so is it possible to build startups that take on big guys, whatever that is, modern so for now, it's these platforms of Apple, Google, Twitter, I don't even know, Meta, I guess, called now. Is it possible to take them on?
Absolutely. But you don't take them on the same turf. You take them on the turf that you're going to want to have in the future. Right? Spotify is a platform. started as an application is now a client, right? Think of WeChat. Think of all the super apps out there that are now wallets and delivery services and travel services and transportation services all within an app. They've innovated at a different level, in a different space that the platform companies weren't, right? Or they, Google was an app company. It was solving search, and then it became a platform company. Apple was solving personal computing, and then it became, or iPhone was doing, solving internet browsing and all that stuff, and then it became a platform company when the App Store was out. If you look at there's no such thing as building a platform company. You build a great app first, and then you can expand it and have the right to become a platform. Your whole book is just a bunch of advice for young people. Let me ask, and other people, an old book, everyone's young at heart. If you're not, you should be. So what, in terms of picking a career, on this point, what advice would you give to a person on how to pick a career? What is it you want to learn? And who is it you want to learn from? Just like you pick a university, you're like, I want to go here for this expertise. I've heard about these programs, especially graduate stuff. You go for a certain program with a certain set of people. Why don't you do that when it comes to a job? You just don't go, or at a career. You just don't go and say, I just want to go work at Google, or I just want to work at Apple. You want to go to a certain team with a certain set of people and work with them on something that you're really curious about, and you want to learn about.
It's such, I just wanted to comment that it's such a subtle but brilliant thing. Just ask the question, what do I want to learn? And then see what career path is going to maximize that. That's so interesting.
It's the first question I ask anyone who interviews me. When I say I'm going to bring somebody on the team, first question is, what do you want to learn? I don't want the expert, like we talked about earlier, says, I'm the expert in this. You're going to hire me as the expert. We're doing something new. You're not an expert because we're not an expert either. What is it you want to learn?
And on the topic of learning, what is the best way to learn? What, starting, you go into this new place, into this new world, into maybe D1, you said you're building D1. I mean, the whole world is full of D1s, or V0s, 0 to 1. What's the process of that look like? What's the process of learning?
Well, let me put a framing and then we'll talk about that last piece. I have now, looking back, especially writing this book, I have a version 1 of myself, a version 2, a version 3, a version 4. I had a lot of opinions about myself and what I wanted to do. Sometimes those opinions, for certain people, those opinions are formed and they get the data from their parents. And they go do what their parents told them to do or their surroundings. My opinion was like, I want to go and learn this. I'm curious about that. I made the 0 to 1 move. And then over time, by doing, I was refining those things and learning what I was really curious about and what I was really good about because I was getting data. And then I was like, then I had another set of opinions to create version 2 of it. And then I would go and do it. So it's learning by doing. Starting with the opinion, you're not going to get any facts. Most people are like, where do I make the most money from my position? They're trying to start with data. Start with the why. What's your curiosity? What do you want to learn? And then follow that. I took the lowest job on the totem pole at General Magic because I wanted to get in there to work with the right team. I didn't even know what they were doing, right? But I thought that it felt right. I was barely living above the poverty level working there, 80 hours a week because it was so amazing to learn, just like a college student, right? That's what I was doing. And then and then I learned more from that, and then changed those opinions into data, and then other opinions. So it's the same thing, but it was by doing, right? The way you find out what you want to do in life is by figuring out what you don't want to do.
And the only way you find that out is by doing a bunch of stuff.
By doing a bunch of stuff and refining.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's brilliant. So in terms of the career path of leaping into the startup world and launching a startup, what does it take to successfully found a startup, to have a chance to succeed? And maybe how do you decide to take that leap? Is there sort of, having founded, having been part of many V1s, maybe some of the most successful V1s ever, what's it take to take that leap? Maybe leave your job, a cushy job at a company, and do this stuff.
What does it take? It takes belief in yourself. That's the first thing. Belief that you can do it. But hopefully with mirrors or mentors around you or coaches around you to make sure you know you're not crazy. It's a crazy smart idea, but you're not crazy and you're just working on something as a lone mad man or woman. Well, you have a great idea, and like I said, great ideas chase you. You can, in this world, there are so many people who have more ideas than they have time to implement. I used to be like, I would be like, oh my God, this idea, and then you try to do all of them. But the best ideas are the ones that you can really focus on, and you shut out all those others, and you bring in other ideas into the thing you're trying to do. So I try to run away from a great idea, and then it stalks you. It hunts you down because you're like, that's going to have this problem. I'm going to put it aside. And then all of a sudden, a few days later, I think I know how to solve that problem. Or I talk to somebody. And you're just always kind of niggling around the edges of it. And then at some point, it's like, it becomes like this black hole that just sucks you in. You're like, I can't think about anything else but this. It's almost like a relationship in the world, right? When you have it with a person, you find your partner. Hey, something. And then you try to, and then all of a sudden it comes together, right? It's kind of like that.
Ultimately, it's just like, see, I'm different. I just dive right in.
I used to do that too. I used to dive right in.
Yeah.
And I learned that you need time to run away from it. And so it chases you because it makes you think harder about that story.
This is not dating advice. We're talking about startup. But ultimately, since you have to keep focus on it, but you also said to believe in yourself. So it's not necessarily the idea, it's the human that believe in the human being.
You have to believe in yourself and the idea that you have. Because if you don't have that belief, then you can't project that to other people to say, join the team.
Let me ask you, mentors. You've talked about having had incredible mentors in your life. You're also a mentor to a very large number of people. What does it take to find a mentor? How do you find a great mentor?
Usually they also find you.
Usually like the idea.
No, what happens is you're in the right, you have a community around you, okay? And because you've been building a network, because you can't do it alone. You have to create this network around you and of relationships. It's not transactions, but relationships over time that you really cherish and people you talk to, okay? And you share vulnerable or nascent ideas with or crazy opinions with, and then you argue them through. But you start to see resonate, and it's not about age. It's just about this connection, right? I have mentors. Obviously, when I was young, I'm older. And as I get older, I have mentors who are younger than me, or the same age, right? They're not all just older, right? And so it's about that connection. It's about being on that same wavelength. But they can counterbalance you. They complement you in some way. Like my best mentors had nothing to do with technology. They didn't know anything about technology, right? The way we know. They were all about human nature. They could reflect that and help you get more human focused and more empathetic. Because I was so detailed in the technology, I needed to see from other perspectives. But then they wanted to learn more about the technology, right? Or they thought that this idea was so great that it should exist. Well, let's work together. So it's really, they have to find you and you have to find them. And that's by sharing. You just don't go and look it up on the internet and say, we're the best mentor in the world. It just doesn't work that
The form and network of people see where, I mean, it's like family relationships, family love.
way. It is
And
human nature.
friendships. Venture capitalists, money. Do VCs help or hurt business in general? So, like in those early stages when they're chasing developing the V1, just what's the constructive and destructive power of money in the development of a brilliant idea and the deployment of a brilliant idea?
I have seen brilliant venture capitalists. I have seen horrible ones that care about their LPs more than they care about the entrepreneurs. Of course, everyone's in it. You know, at the end of the day, especially venture capital, they have to give a return to their limited partners, the people who invested money, that that they have to shepherd that money and make sure it's watched over. But when there's not a balance, a pushback in a venture capitalist between what the LP needs and what the entrepreneur needs, and that the entrepreneur might be trying really hard, but if they don't see, the VC doesn't see, the exit's going to happen in 2 years, and they just leave that hanging. When the value exchange is only money and not mentorship or ideas or other things. When there's not a relationship or really a transaction, that's when money is toxic. Because you can get money everywhere. Maybe it's a little harder today, last month, but you could still find people with money who are on that, want to enable your mission and can be mentors. Not always, not all, but some of them can be mentors. But they're on your side, then it's incredibly powerful. It's not just 1 plus 1 equals 2. Right? It's something bigger. Because then they can bring their networks of people and their networks of companies and other people they work with that might want to join your mission. Right? That's the kind of venture capitals and smart money that's out there. Right? But you have to build a relationship. People go, oh, look at that valuation. Oh, it's the brand name of the VC that's investing in. No, it boils down to who's that partner and how experienced are they. Don't just give me the brand. Give me the person, because that's the person I'm going to be interacting with.
I want to ask you, we're on season 5 already. But let me ask you, it seems like out of all the brilliant things you write about, it seems like not a important question, but it's a fascinating one to these lawyers. You write about this. So, does a company need lawyers? And why? And what kind? Because you write about sort of the value of this game, I guess. It's a game. It's why do we need lawyers?
You sound exasperated.
I don't have a good question. Yes, well, because why lawyers? Do I have lawyers? Like, you even do the
We just have to put why in front of everything you ask, and then we're going to agree that. Lawyers. Why? Even mafiosos have lawyers. Okay? Tony Soprano, Scarface, all of them have lawyers, right? Why? Because there are things in this world that you don't always consider in the government, in laws, in competitors, because you're so focused on what you're doing. They have to watch out for you, right? Now, the best kind of lawyers are the ones who try to work with you to enable what you're doing and see gray areas. Law is not black or white. It's how it's interpreted, right? And so they can help interpret things a certain way or help push on things a certain way to get change happen or allow change to happen. Because if you have lawyers who are always, just like you were talking about PR people, if you have lawyers who always say no to everything, because their job is to really say no or maybe, they'll never say yes.
And you also say their job is to say no and bill you by the hour.
Exactly.
It's depressing.
Right?
Yeah.
If you don't want to know, don't ask them. Because you're going to get a no, maybe, and you get charged for it. You get charged for it anyways, right? So to have a partner, to have you on your team, to help you see maybe some of the things you don't see, some consequences, they help to rein that in or change your language. Like, are you going to get sued for this act? Just change this one word and it helps, right? But you need to have a partner. Most of the time, especially engineers or designers, they see lawyers as only stifling. Lawyers can actually, if you do it right and you have the right type, they can actually open up a whole new world for you because of the interpretation and how we go about doing things. So,
And they help you not get bogged down in the little mistakes that didn't mean anything.
exactly, you shot yourself in the foot. You didn't even know it. You didn't even know you were carrying the gun.
Just to jump around, Charles Bukowski once wrote, "Find what you love and let it kill you." So the question is about work-life balance.
It's like finding an idea and let it change.
Yes, but a little more aggressive. So what does work-life balance look like that maximizes success and or happiness? Is there such a thing as work-life balance? Can you speak
When
to this?
your work is your life, and I mean that in the positive sense. When you're on a mission that really matters, and you know that you can really affect not just yourself but other people's lives, and then that is very rewarding, right? That's not work. That's, like I said, a mission, right? You adopt that. But that said, you still need to have boundaries yourself. At General Magic, wonderful documentary. No one's seen it. You got to see that. It's amazing. I was physically and mentally unhealthy, socially unhealthy as well, because I put every waking minute into this thing, every ounce of me. And when it was a spectacular disaster, we were making the iPhone 15 years too early. The bottom fell out. I had nothing left. I had to get healthy, socially, emotionally, physically. After that trauma, I let everything go. I learned from that you have to, even though you might put everything into your work, you need to find balance outside of it. Now, that doesn't mean you're always, it's 3 days a week working and 4 days a week or whatever it was. You're still working as hard as ever. But what you're doing is you're making sure when your thinking time is during work, that you're not ruminating at 3 in the morning. You use the tools that you have to put those ideas into databases or on pages or somewhere else so you can go back and look at them. So you're not always having to remember, because what happens is most people don't write this stuff down. So they just sit there and got to remember this, got to remember this, got to remember this. If you just put it into the tools and you can come back to it, you can come back fresh. A lot of the time is about ruminating about what I need to get done and remembering everything instead of doing the work.
That's fascinating. So if you just put it down on paper, you can actually escape it.
Right.
Escape it for a time, to have peace for a time. You mentioned General Magic. Let me ask you the Russian question. What's been the darkest moments of your life? Where is the darkest place in your body, your mind? You talked about, if you're doing these kinds of things with startups, you're going to have to face a crisis. Right after you're doing it right, you're going to face it. But for you personally, where were some of the tougher moments in your life?
Growing up, I went to 12 schools in 50 years. I was always the new kid. Put yourself in those shoes, right?
You picked on?
Well, absolutely, but even more so, I was the geek with the computer. Remember the nerds in the 80s? You probably don't know this, but believe me, we were made fun of. What were these computers? What were these things? You're off in full. They're all off partying or going whatever it was, and I'm sitting there. You're like, this guy is just this alien, right? Who's this new guy who just showed up? And then, you would ask the smart questions, and you couldn't be the smartest thing, because then you get picked up too. And you're the new kid. So you're in this environment that's ever changing. You don't fit in, and you are just asking questions because you think they're the right questions to ask. But then you're making us look bad. Don't ask these smart questions because you're making us do more work. So right there, it's pretty tough. And I'm moving cities, right? And I didn't have the internet to stay connected. There was no internet. Phone calls were $2 a minute, so it was lonely. It was lonely, right? Right? I was a latchkey kid, right? I had my brother, but he was a skateboarder, and he had a different social way of working. He loved to do that stuff and be outside. I loved the computer.
So that in the computer, you were alone in the family. With the computer,
Yeah, I was absolutely alone. That was just me. But then you could find bulletin board system and a dial-up modem, and then I started hacking the phone system to get free codes on MCI and Sprint back in the day, to get long distance, to get free codes to call my friends, the geeks on the other side, right? Or to dial into a BBS cheaply that was in another part of the world. So this was this subculture, and that was not accepted in any way, and not the heroes that you see today that are on the, the richest people in the world and everything. So that was the first set of problems. And then the next one really was general. The end of that, like I described before, and pulling yourself out and going, just because I got so insular in that world of geeking out and building stuff that I just tore all the social ties, right? Because it was a drug. I was hooked on it. I was a junkie. I had to get clean.
And that made you who you are. So Steve Jobs is no longer with us. One day you also will no longer be with us. That's the thing about this life, it ends. So no matter how many incredible things you brought to this world, no matter how many inventions you built, you too shall perish. Do you think about this? Are you afraid of your death?
I am not afraid. I am an atheist. And I think about the soul. Because I do, even though I'm an atheist, I think about the soul. And the soul is the thing that you instill in others when you go that lives on. It's not this thing that's magically in space. It's the thing that you've imparted onto people that you've worked with and those relationships you've had. And that soul lives on in the stories that they tell, right? And through Build, I'm hopeful that those stories stay relevant because they're human nature. They're not about who knows what the next iPhone thing is or the next iPod is. The stuff that I have been able, the privilege to make and work with people, those are all ephemeral. They are